In an instant, the vast Lu family courtyard was bustling with life once more. Yet the atmosphere was entirely different from before, now filled with nothing but joy and fervor, with no trace of the earlier heaviness and oppression. Instead, it was the Lu family members who were momentarily stunned, unable to react to the mountain of top-tier resources piled before them, especially those high-ranking Lu family elders who had advocated for peace and once urged Lu Yue to surrender. After a brief moment of shock, they all lowered their heads in shame, wishing they could vanish into the ground. However, Yi Fan's reciprocation of kindness was far from over. With a wave of his hand, he infused several wisps of flame into the bodies of Lu Zhongting, Wei Xingyang, and Lu Shui. Crack, crack, the sound echoed like popping beans. All the injuries the three had sustained were instantly healed. Immediately afterward, their martial auras surged rapidly. In mere moments, all three had broken through to the martial saint realm. Among them, Lu Shui reached the first rank of martial saint, Lu Zhongting the fourth rank, while Wei Xingyang's cultivation soared the highest, reaching the sixth rank of martial saint, just one step away from the late-stage martial saint realm. The key was that all three already had solid foundations. Combined with Yi Fan's current strength as a foundation establishment cultivator, elevating a few martial saints was as effortless as lifting a finger. The gathered crowd from In City was once again utterly shocked, rendered speechless. As for the members of the 8 great families, Old Man Du, the Xiang family head, and the others, they were even more devastated, their faces ashen. 3 martial saints. Even if Yi Fan released them now and stood aside, their combined strength would still be no match for the Lu family. And all of this had been achieved with just a casual gesture from Yi Fan. Only now did they finally realize. Challenging Yi Fan was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, or an ant daring to provoke a dragon. Martial saint? I'm a martial saint now. Me too. All my injuries are healed, and my cultivation has soared to the 4th rank of martial saint. It feels like a dream. Yi Xiao's divine methods are beyond even the gods themselves. After a long moment of stunned silence, Lu Zhongting, Wei Xingyang, and Lu Shui finally snapped back to reality, their faces flushed with excitement, their voices trembling. The entire Lu family erupted in jubilation. A mountain of supreme resources. 3 mighty martial saints. With these 2 factors alone, who could possibly stop the Lu family's rise? The courtyard was alive with celebration. In stark contrast, the 100-odd experts from the 8 great families stood frozen like statues, their faces drained of color, as if cursed by misfortune. Ah! Yi, you did this on purpose. You wanted me to see all this, to torture me. If you have the guts, kill me now. Just kill me. A shrill, enraged roar suddenly pierced the air, clashing violently with the courtyard's joyous atmosphere. Only then did everyone remember. Old Man Du was still standing there, frozen in a one-legged stance. The right half of his body had completely vanished, from his foot to his shoulder, as if cleanly sliced away. The remaining left half was entirely encased in ice, with only his neck and head still free. With Yi Fan's current foundation establishment cultivation, his control over the primordial flames and ice was beyond mastery, beyond even the concept of precision. Burning away half a person? Effortless. Want to die? Don't you think that's asking for too much? Yi Fan cast him a cold glance, devoid of hatred. After all, a mere ant like Old Man Du wasn't even worthy of his anger. Your life means nothing to me. But for what you've done to the Lu family, you must repay it tenfold. This punishment is already lenient. You'll remain like this until your life force is exhausted. Only then will your sins be atoned for. As for the rest of you, his gaze swept over the 100-odd experts from the 8 great families, the Xiang, Zhou, and Lu family heads among them. After a brief pause, he spoke coldly. Those who participated in the assassination attempt must die. I'll give you a chance to handle it yourselves. I can't be bothered to dirty my hands. But if the Lu family isn't satisfied, your entire clans will cease to exist. As for today's bullying and humiliation of the Lu family, you'll negotiate reparations with them directly. Until the matter is resolved and the Lu family is satisfied, All of you will kneel outside. One last thing, kneel on either side of the gate. Don't block the entrance. Consider it your duty to greet every Lu family member who comes and goes. With that, Yi Fan willed a slight adjustment to the absolute domain enveloping the Lu estate. Instantly, aside from Old Man Du, still frozen in his pitiful one-legged stance, the remaining 100-odd experts from the 8 great families found themselves released. Like prisoners granted a reprieve, they scrambled outside and dropped to their knees in 2 neat rows flanking the courtyard gate. A pack of vicious wolves had transformed into docile sheep in the blink of an eye. The onlookers from city sighed in amazement, murmuring among themselves. Yi Fan, however, only smirked coldly. Crocodile tears. All of this is just for survival. Meanwhile, the 7 family heads, Xiang, Zhou, and the others, immediately began discussing via voice transmission. What do we do? The blade is at our necks. Some of us must die today. Then we sacrifice the pawns to save the kings. Each family will offer up a few core members to commit suicide, and will each sever an arm. Maybe that'll be enough. Will that really work? That Yi Fan is no pushover. Why would he spare those who plotted his assassination? The old men argued back and forth, their hearts filled with dread. Finally, they stole a glance at Yi Fan's expression, only to meet his icy, contemptuous gaze, brimming with mockery. That look was no different from staring at corpses. In that instant, they understood today all 8 family heads would have to die to atone for their crimes. If they refused, their clans would face even more horrific retribution. The realization struck them like a thunderbolt, drowning them in utter despair. Regret is useless now. Each family head turned to their own clansmen and began calling out names. Zhang Kuei, Lu He, everyone on the list must die. Carry out the order immediately, for the sake of the family's survival. Once the grim task was done, the 7 family heads returned to the Lu family courtyard and knelt in a row. Young Master Yi, we acknowledge our unforgivable crimes. We willingly offer our lives in atonement. Without hesitation, they raised their hands and channeled their power, striking their own foreheads with full force. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull impacts rang out as 7 powerful martial emperor-level experts shattered their own skulls and collapsed. As their bodies hit the ground, their faces were twisted in anguish, their eyes wide open, staring into nothingness. In an instant, the vast front courtyard of the Lu family fell into dead silence. 7 family heads of the 8 great clans, powerful martial emperor-level experts, knelt in a row, despairingly shattering their own skulls to end their lives. Though unwilling and reluctant, they had no choice but to die in humiliation. In the entire Great Xia, the number of beings capable of such a feat, of instilling such overwhelming terror in them, could likely be counted on one hand. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, Lu Shui, and all the other Lu clansmen present were momentarily stunned. The crowd from city gathered on one side of the courtyard gaped in disbelief. The 100-odd elite warriors of the 8 great clans kneeling at the courtyard gates trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. Just moments ago, the 8 great clans had been swaggering and domineering, acting with utter arrogance. Yet now, even their martial emperor-level patriarchs had been forced to take their own lives in atonement. It all felt surreal, like a dream. Only Old Man Du, standing on one leg with half his body missing, watched the scene with envy and longing. For him, death had long become both a release and an unattainable luxury. As murmurs began to rise again inside and outside the courtyard, 8 elders from among the kneeling warriors of the 8 great clans mustered their courage and stood up. These were the interim leaders they had hastily selected, acting family heads who had not participated in the earlier actions against the Lu family. Perhaps Yi Fan's wrath would be slightly milder toward them. Each of the 8 held a freshly drafted list in their hands. Thud, thud, thud. Entering the courtyard, the 8 acting patriarchs knelt in a row before Yi Fan, heads bowed, their lists raised high above them. Young Master Yi, these are the names of all those from our clans who participated in the operation that day. Most of them are not present here, but they cannot escape. We will return to our clans immediately, apprehend them, and deliver them to you for judgment. Those who had just died, an old man Du, now half a corpse, no different from the dead, were merely the masterminds behind the operation. But every last enforcer from the 8 great clans who had taken part in the action would also face retribution. Not a single one would be spared. Old Gua handle the rest. Yifan couldn't be bothered to take the lists, turning instead to Guali. As for today's bullying of the Lu family, they must also provide an explanation. Let the Lu family decide the specifics. As Guali stepped forward to collect the lists, Lu Yue had already pinched Yifan's waist and was dragging him toward the inner courtyard. With the masterminds of the assassination plot eliminated, the remaining details were trivialities Yifan need not oversee personally. Right now, the most important task was to properly appease fifth sister-in-law. The moment Yifan left, the 8 acting patriarchs scrambled on their knees toward Lu Zhongting and Wei Xingyang, tears streaming as they begged pitifully. Second Master Lu, Elder Wei, please, give us a chance to redeem ourselves. We will return at once and deliver all those named in the list. Moreover, all the remaining cultivation resources and treasures from our clan vaults. We will gather everything and transport it to the Lu family. Second Master Lu, please do not refuse. This is but a small token of our sincerity. As they spoke, they kowtowed frantically, their foreheads soon bleeding from the force. With Yifan present earlier, the psychological pressure had been too immense. They hadn't even dared to weep or plead. Now, seeing Lu Zhongting as their only lifeline, they were practically ready to tear out their own hearts to prove their remorse. Those who participated in the operation will naturally not be spared. After a brief pause, Lu Zhongting exchanged a glance with Guali and nodded. Go back and bring them here. If even one escapes, you will bear the consequences. As for the rest, they will remain kneeling outside. The 8 acting patriarchs scrambled away as if granted amnesty. Watching them leave, Guali waved his hand, and several elite fighters from the Fan Alliance followed. Lu Zhongting also issued orders. Dispatch clansmen to monitor all major exits from the city. No one from the 8 great clans, or any other families that have opposed the Lu family, may leave in city's borders. If anyone dares to defy this warning and force their way out, show no mercy. This was clearly the beginning of a full-scale purge, and city would soon be locked down, all dissent eradicated. By tomorrow, the entire city might no longer harbor a single voice opposing the Lu family. Hearing his words, the gathered and city elites had a sudden realization and quickly dispersed. If even the 8 great clans are emptying their vaults, how can we not offer something as well? With 3 martial saints now guarding the Lu family, and the cultivation resources young Master Yi provided, they will soon rise as the most powerful clan in the Northwest. We missed our chance to aid them in their time of need, but we must not let this opportunity to ingratiate ourselves slip by. Hurry back and gather our finest treasures to present to the Lu family. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard emptied as everyone rushed home to prepare gifts, and the events that had just unfolded would soon spread, through their departure. Like wildfire across an city, the capital, the entire Great Xia, and even the world beyond. Inner courtyard. Lu Yue's chamber. Ah, fifth sister-in-law. Are you trying to murder your own husband? The moment the door closed behind them, Lu Yue pinched Yifan's waist again. Her delicate lips pursed in a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yifan's heart stirred at the sight, but he knew better than to let her vent. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. My dear wife, I was wrong. Who's your wife? Shameless. The term dear wife melted the last of her grievances. Though she still feigned sternness, her flushed cheeks betrayed nothing but shy delight. Shameless? Then it must be my mouth you're referring to. As you wish, my dear wife. Before she could react, his lips were already on hers. MMPH. Caught off guard, Lu Yue squirmed in protest. But after a few weak struggles, her body went limp. After all, Yifan's kisses were no ordinary kisses. The moment their skin touched, that wondrous warmth surged through her again. Not only did her newly advanced martial emperor cultivation begin to rise further, but the intoxicating sensation also left her powerless to resist. Seeing her surrender, Yi Fan swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. The chamber's atmosphere grew increasingly indulgent. Imperial City. Jean Prince's Manor. Secretary Zhang Yu and some of the Jean Prince's trusted aides were gathered in the main hall. As for Gong Shu, Chao Wushang, and other high-ranking members of the 5 great families formerly under the Jean Prince's banner, along with Chun Tang, the young master of the Netherworld sect, not a single one was present. After successfully ambushing Fan Yi at the state guest house the previous day, the Jean Prince, who knew the truth behind the incident, was overcome with rage. He vomited blood and fell unconscious. Zhang Yu and his group immediately carried him back and hastily escorted him into the secret chamber where the prince usually secluded himself for cultivation. Gong Shu, Chun Tang, and the others merely took a brief glance before making excuses to leave one after another. Since then, none of them had returned. His Highness will recover from his injuries soon. Once he emerges from seclusion, he'll make them pay. A pack of ungrateful wolves, pretending to be loyal, utterly despicable. The Jean Prince's trusted subordinates, still unaware of the full truth, spoke indignantly about the matter. Just then, urgent news arrived. Secretary Zhang. Disaster has struck in the northwest. A scout stumbled into the hall in a panic. Today was supposed to be Yi Fan's funeral. The 8 great families gathered at the Lu residence in An City, intending to open the coffin and inspect the body. But then Yi Fan suddenly returned. He wasn't dead at all. Not only that, he's now reached the peak of the martial saint realm. The 8 family heads immediately knelt and committed suicide in atonement. Now, the entire An City is under the Lu family's sole dominance. Even the Fan Alliance, the Mystic Pavilion, the Tiankue Base, and the Gua and Wang families, all forces that had previously pledged allegiance to His Highness, have defected. Nearly all of the prince's influence in the northwest has been uprooted in a single day. Peft! Zhang Yu, who had prepared for this moment, bit into a hidden blood pouch in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face twisted in grief and fury as he roared, "Yi Fan? Fan Yi? What a grand scheme! Deceiving the heavens to cross the sea, shedding the cicada's shell to escape. His Highness and all of us have been played for fools." The Jean Prince's confidants and high-ranking officials finally realized the truth, their eyes bulging with rage as they cursed in unison. How shameless to resort to such tricks. It's over now. Yi Fan isn't dead. The moment he returned, he suppressed the chaos in the northwest and even used the Fan Alliance, the Gua and Wang families, and others to extort an enormous amount of cultivation resources from His Highness. Meanwhile, here in the Imperial City, he disguised himself as Fan Yi and turned everything upside down in just a few days. Looking at it now, even yesterday's ambush on Fan Yi was likely just an act. The Chao and Gong families were merely cooperating with Yi Fan. They've already betrayed us. But it doesn't matter. Even if he's alive, he's only at the peak of the martial saint realm. Once His Highness emerges from seclusion, he'll be at least at the late-stage divine transformation realm. More than enough to kill him. Besides, we still have arrangements in the northwest, within the Crimson Tiger Army's camp. Send word immediately. If we capture Gu Tang and Gu Chongsheng and take control of the entire Crimson Tiger Army camp, there's still hope for the situation in the northwest. As chaos and furious roars erupted in the Jean Prince's manor, news of the events in An City spread rapidly throughout the Imperial City. The Prime Minister's residence, the Martial Suppression Bureau, the Ling family, the Mu family, the Gong family, the Chao family all reacted in their own ways. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Ji Yuchen nearly burst out laughing. What a ruthless move. Yesterday, that old bastard Jean Prince was so furious he vomited blood. If he finds out what happened in An City today, he might just drop dead from rage. Even if he doesn't die, he's nothing but a toothless tiger now. I'd love to see what kind of rebellion he can muster on the day of the imperial wedding. This Yi Fan, truly my lucky star. How should I properly reward him when the time comes? An City. In just over an hour, the entire Lu residence had undergone a dramatic transformation. Inside and outside the courtyard, all white mourning banners and flowers had been removed and discarded, replaced with bright red festive decorations. The funeral had instantly turned into a grand celebration, leaving all who witnessed it in awe. However, the 7 corpses with shattered skulls remained strewn across the courtyard, uncleared, a gruesome yet powerful deterrent. Outside the gates, over 100 elite members of the 8 great families knelt stiffly on either side of the steps. Inside the courtyard, the one-legged elder Du was on the verge of death, his head hanging low, his life force nearly extinguished, a flickering candle in the wind. By noon, the 8 acting family heads who had left earlier had yet to return. Instead, the heads of various smaller families in city, those who had hurriedly departed earlier or had not been present but rushed back with gifts upon hearing the news, began arriving one after another. Each family brought cartloads of lavish gifts, their value staggering. Groups of visitors came and went, making the Lu residence more bustling than ever before. As the gift-bearing guests passed through the gates, they couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the kneeling elites from the 8 great families. The Lu family's prestige today is truly unmatched. Who would have dared imagine such a scene before? Indeed, over 100 high-ranking elites, all at the martial venerable realm or above, kneeling in 2 rows outside the Lu family gates to welcome guests. The 8 great families sure know how to show respect now. Just as the onlookers gathered to discuss the spectacle, a long convoy of dozens of large cargo trucks rumbled toward the residence. The 8 great families' reparations to the Lu family had arrived, and they had emptied their treasuries to the last scrap. Not a single item had been withheld. The 8 acting family heads, each escorting groups of their clansmen, ranging from dozens to over 100, marched solemnly toward the Lu residence. These were the individuals directly responsible for the assassination attempts, every last one of them captured and brought forth. Though their faces were filled with sorrow, none dared show even a hint of anger. Once inside the courtyard, they dropped to their knees in unison, forming a dark sea of bowed heads. If you knew it would come to this, why did you act so recklessly? Brother Yi is the young marshal. Even under Great Xia's laws, assassinating him is a capital offense. Guoli's gaze was icy as he swept over the crowd. After the Fan Alliance's experts verified each person's identity, he barked, "Do I need to remind you what to do?" Thud, thud, thud. The moment he finished speaking, a series of dull impacts echoed through the courtyard. All 316 elite members of the 8 great families raised their palms and struck their own foreheads, shattering their skulls in unison. The air thickened with the stench of blood as corpses littered the ground, shocking the onlookers inside and outside the courtyard into another wave of hushed discussions. With this, the matter of Yi Fan's assassination attempt in the northwest was finally laid to rest. Yi Fan had faked his death, stirred up chaos in the imperial city under the guise of Fan Yi, slaughtered the Jin Prince's closest allies, and now, 3 days later, returned to shake the northwest once more. Guoli clasped his fists and bowed to Lu Zhongting. "Second Master Lu, the rest is up to your family." The 8 great families bullied the Lu family relentlessly. Now it's time for you to settle the score. Whatever punishment the Lu family decides to mete out, do so without fear. The Fan Alliance and Brother Yi stand firmly behind you. Thud. Before his words even faded, the 8 acting family heads, who had been standing hunched and nervous, dropped to their knees in perfect unison, prostrating before Lu Zhongting, Wei Xingyang, and the other Lu family elders. 50 miles southwest of City, amid the rolling mountain ranges lies an abandoned mining area. This place is extremely remote with only one road leading to City. Even the nearest village is several kilometers away. Inside the mining area, near a relatively concealed pit, over 200 figures dragged hundreds of tightly bound birds and beasts to the edge of the pit. After throwing them down, they immediately slit their throats and drained their blood. Several dozen meters away from the pit, an open space was piled with the mutilated corpses of countless animals, forming a grotesque mountain of carcasses. Roar! Screecha! For a moment, the vast mining area was filled with the deep growls of beasts and mournful cries of birds, blending into a horrifying, eerie cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. At the bottom of the pit, the blood of tens of thousands of animals had pooled into a crimson lake, reeking of death. This blood pond seemed to have been tainted by some sinister force, bubbling incessantly while wisps of black mist occasionally rose from its surface. It was said that this mining area was once haunted. Miners inexplicably went mad before their bodies turned black, and they died bleeding from all orifices. Even the monks and Taoist priests summoned for exorcisms were scared to death, several losing their lives. Since then, the mine had been abandoned. Yet, half a year ago, this group suddenly took over the area, claiming to be a geological survey team. They remained entrenched ever since, never leaving. What outsiders did not know was that these 200 surveyors were, in truth, elite members of the 8 great families. The 8 leaders of the expedition were all martial emperor-level experts, esteemed elders of their clans. The reason the 8 families fixed their sights on this abandoned mine was purely accidental. They had stumbled upon strange anomalies. After 6 months of investigation, they confirmed 15 days ago that beneath the mine lay a sealed land of evil. Though such cursed grounds were dangerous, they also held immense opportunity. At the thought that the mine likely contained spirit bones and divine fragments, the 8 families' patriarchs grew fanatical. To keep the secret, they decided to excavate in private, not even reporting to the Jin royal manor. This was why Yi Fan only learned about the ancient evil lurking beneath in city after encountering that well-informed minor fiend. Over the past 2 weeks, the 200 experts stationed here had dug deeper underground. They even captured vast numbers of beasts and birds from the mountains, imprisoning them in the mine's storage area, preparing for the final blood sacrifice to break the evil seal. Originally, reaching the seal would have taken another 20 days. But today, unforeseen calamities struck, plunging the 8 families into chaos. Upon receiving the news, the 8 elders guarding the mine immediately contacted their clans via encrypted satellite calls. After discussions, the newly appointed acting patriarchs agreed to feign surrender, both to buy time and to deceive Yi Fan and the Liu family, rescuing the 100 elites still kneeling outside the Liu manor. Meanwhile, the 8 elders led the remaining 200 experts in slaughtering the imprisoned beasts, hastening the blood sacrifice to break the seal and unleash the imprisoned fiend. Right now, everything was proceeding in tense, methodical order. Once the seal shattered and the fiend emerged, and city would descend into chaos, diverting all efforts from Yi Fan, the Fan Alliance, and the Liu family. That would be the perfect moment for the 8 families to flee en masse, seeking refuge under the Jin Prince in the capital. And if the unleashed fiend was powerful enough to heavily wound Yi Fan and his allies, the 8 families might even gamble on staying, launching a desperate counterattack to reverse their fate. Liu family manor. The 8 acting patriarchs knelt rigidly in a row before Liu Zhengding, Wei Zhengong, Liu Shui, and the other Liu family elders. Tearfully, they begged. Second Master Liu, Elder Wei, we admit our wrongdoing. It was the former patriarchs who were arrogant and domineering, but they have already atoned with their lives. Now that we have been chosen as acting leaders, we offer all the resources from our family vaults as a gesture of sincerity. We implore the Liu family to forgive us and grant our clans a chance to reform. Here, we swear to the heavens, henceforth the 8 families will follow the Liu family unconditionally, serving you for generations to come. If we break this oath, may divine punishment strike, our clans exterminated, our bloodlines severed. Their words were impassioned, their demeanor sincere. Even the surrounding and city onlookers whispered in sympathy, most hoping the Liu family would show mercy and end the feud. This put Liu Zhengding in a dilemma. The Liu family had suffered too much humiliation today. The 8 families had repeatedly plundered military supplies meant for the Tianlong army. This was not their first offense. Simply letting them go felt unjust to the Liu family. Yet the current situation forced consideration. The 8 families had emptied their treasuries as compensation. Their former patriarchs and those involved in the assassination attempt had already committed suicide in the Liu manor. The acting patriarchs had even sworn a deadly oath before the public. If the Liu family insisted on slaughtering every last member of the 8 families now, the backlash would tarnish not just the Liu family's reputation, even Yi Fan, currently in the Liu manor's rear courtyard, would face condemnation. Just as Liu Zhengding wavered, a disturbance erupted from the courtyard's corner. Scree! Crash! The old man Du, who had been standing motionless in a golden rooster stance, suddenly threw his head back with a ghastly screech, his face contorted in agony. This final burst of energy drained the last remnants of his life. The glacial chill creeping up his neck instantly surged, freezing his skull in half a breath. His half-corpse toppled forward, shattering upon impact into countless frozen shards before dissolving into nothingness. The brutality of the scene made even Lu Zhongting flinch, unable to bear the sight. It swayed his hesitating resolve further, just as he was about to reluctantly accept the 8 families' surrender plea. Yi Fan's frigid voice thundered from the rear courtyard. The 8 families dares to defy me in secret, disregarding 1,000,000 lives in an city? Such treachery is unforgivable. Guoli, Yu Chang, eliminate them, all of them. Yi Fan's voice suddenly echoed from behind, leaving everyone inside and outside the courtyard stunned. The people of Anqing stood in utter bewilderment, completely perplexed. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, and other high-ranking members of the Lu family trembled in shock, their minds blank. Only Guoli, Yu Chang, Song Yang, Wang Fuguei, and several dozen elites of the Fan Alliance wore gloomy expressions, their killing intent raging. Yet the 8 great clans reacted even faster. Boom! Damn it! That bastard, you figured it out. What went wrong? It doesn't matter now. Either way, we're dead. Fight with everything we've got. Delaying might still give us a chance to survive. All forces, attack at all costs. This is a battle for our family's survival. Today, either they die or we perish. Kill them. Boom! Boom! The 8 acting family heads, who had been kneeling in a row before Lu Zhongting, instantly tore off their masks of deception, their faces twisting with ferocity. Roaring battle cries, they erupted with internal energy and immediately lunged at Lu Zhongting and the other high-ranking Lu members. At the same time, over 100 elite warriors from the 8 great clans, who had been kneeling outside the Lu family's gate, sprang up and charged forward, murder radiating from their every movement. Even more shockingly, from the dozens of cargo trucks lined up on the street, additional warriors leaped out, swelling their numbers to several hundred in total as they flooded into the courtyard. This was clearly no surrender and submission. With so many elites hidden inside the trucks, it was obvious this had been a premeditated, all-out ambush. Brother Yi was right. The 8 great clans were plotting something, pretending to submit while hiding their blades. Nothing but scheming snakes. They deserve death. Kill them all. Brother Yi said not a single one should be spared. Kill! Guoli, Yu Chang, Song Yang, and Wang Fuguei were the first to rush forward, leading dozens of Fan Alliance elites in a fierce counterattack. You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame us. Lu family, heed my order. Show no mercy to any of the 8 clans invaders. Boom! Biffed! Lu Zhongting finally snapped out of his daze, his body trembling with rage at being openly mocked and deceived. Before his furious roar even faded, he struck out with a palm strike. The terrifying might of a 6th-level martial saint erupted, instantly turning the 2 acting family heads charging at him into pulped flesh, their bodies bursting apart like smashed fruit. Blood sprayed, and the slaughter began in earnest. The gruesome sight ignited the fury of the Anqing onlookers gathered around the estate. Some raised their fists and shouted, "How dare the 8 great clans disrespect young Master Yi with such treachery? They've got a death wish. If they want to die, why should we hold back? Besides, didn't young Master Yi say the 8 clans endangered Anqing's 1,000,000 lives? There must be even darker schemes behind this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's help young Master Yi and the Lu family wipe them out first. Kill!" With a single shout, hundreds responded. In an instant, the assembled crowds of Anqing rushed into battle. This was their best chance to prove their loyalty to Yi Fan and the Lu family. How could the opportunistic factions of Anqing possibly miss it? Meanwhile, while the bloody battle raged in the Lu estate's front courtyard, Yi Fan, who had just transmitted his warning from the rear compound, had already departed. He had only just finished an intimate moment with 5th sister Lu Yue and was about to check on the front when he suddenly sensed a surge of sinister energy from the southwest of the city. His thoughts immediately turned to the great evil sealed beneath Anqing. But such a creature didn't break free without reason. Normally, when seals weakened, celestial omens would appear. Nearby sects or guardians would rush to reinforce them. This sudden eruption had to be the result of external interference. Currently, in Anqing, only the 8 great clans, aside from the Lu family, had the capability for such a scheme. The moment this realization struck, Yifan issued the kill order without hesitation. Without wasting another second, he sped toward the southwest, determined to suppress the evil before it could emerge. Southwest Mining Zone. Despite the midday sun blazing overhead, a dark shroud enveloped the mining pit, saturating the air within a kilometer radius with sinister malice. Over 200 elites from the 8 great clans worked tirelessly without pause. Nearly 30,000 livestock, hastily dragged from warehouses, had been slaughtered and drained of blood, their carcasses piled into grotesque hills nearby. Now, the ones being bled were villagers, men, women, children, and elders, abducted from nearby settlements. Over 100 lifeless bodies lay strewn along the pit's edge. The ruthless cruelty of the 8 great clans was on full display. The pit was already half filled with blood, bubbling violently as thick black mist seeped up from its depths. Suddenly, roar! Pathetic worms! Was it you who sought to awaken this lord? A deep, chilling voice echoed from the pit's abyss, its oppressive weight making even the air tremble. Soon, soon. The seal weakens under the blood sacrifice's erosion. This lord's return is at hand. You have served me well. I grant you the honor of becoming my eternal servants. When I rise, your deepest desires, riches, power, immortality, shall all be fulfilled. Bow before your new master. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, all 200 kneeling figures slammed their foreheads against the ground, trembling with fanatical devotion. The 8 leading elders wept tears of euphoria. Heaven has truly blessed us. A glimmer of hope at last. His might, it surpasses even martial saints, perhaps reaching the divine transformation or even foundation establishment realm. Crushing Yifan and the Lu family will be as easy as squashing ants. The glorious resurgence of our 8 great clans begins today. Whoosh! Before they could finish, the blood lake in the pit churned violently, its surface rapidly draining away. Within seconds, every last drop of blood was sucked straight into a deep fissure at the pit's bottom, fueling the final assault on the seal. Then, crack, the faintest sound echoed. The seal shattered. A pitch-black fog, thick as ink, erupted from the fissure, writhing like a living nightmare. It twisted, writhed, and solidified, morphing into a monstrous humanoid shadow. 10 feet tall, with the body of a man and the head of a bull, its blood-red eyes burned with unholy hunger. As its gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, utter ravenousness flashed in its gaze. And the aura radiating from its form, without question, was at the peak of divine transformation, 9th level. Just one step away from foundation establishment. I have finally broken free. Ha ha ha. But this is far from enough. I need more blood to restore my former peak strength. As my servants, sacrificing yourselves for me is your supreme honor. The ox-shaped evil spirit laughed maniacally as its black fog-formed head turned toward the martial experts of the 8 great families. Meanwhile, shadowy tentacles surged wildly, sweeping toward those warriors. The nearest fighters, unable to escape in time, were touched by the tendrils. Their bodies and flesh instantly dissolved into black mist, wholly devoured by the evil spirit. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, dozens of the 8 great families' elites were consumed, and the evil spirit's power surged yet again. Exhilarating! The purity of your martial expertise is unmatched. I crave more. GGG. The slaughter continued, while the remaining elders and core disciples of the 8 great families stood frozen in disbelief. Lord Evil Spirit, why you must be mistaken. Don't kill us. It was our 8 great families who painstakingly broke the seals to free you. We are your saviors. Freeing the evil spirit had been a carefully calculated gamble by the 8 great families. With its power, had Yifan not intervened, they could have broken free from Prince Jin's rule. After all, without a physical form, the spirit would inevitably need a host. If one of their elites were chosen as its vessel, they would ascend beyond the divine transformation and foundation establishment realms, supplanting the need to submit to Prince Jin. Yet reality had spiraled far from their expectations. Upon awakening, The evil spirit had slaughtered swathes of their clansmen without hesitation. Saviors? Bullshit. Despicable humans. Your ancestors were the ones who sealed me away. Saviors? Ha! I'll exterminate every last one of you wretched vermin. Your kind doesn't deserve to live. The ox-headed spirit roared furiously, gorging on more martial experts with frenzied glee. Each absorption edged it closer to possessing a human form. Once bonded, even the demon-hunting priests of the divine gate would struggle to detect it hidden within a mortal shell. Gee. The spirit cackled wildly, its laughter echoing through the valley and beyond, saturating the city with an oppressive, malevolent aura. But its triumph was short-lived. A dazzling golden array descended from above, ensnaring the ox-headed spirit with surgical precision. The moment the radiant light touched its dark fog, a corrosive hissing erupted, purifying and siphoning away its vile energy. This was Yifan's exorcism array, a natural bane to all evil spirits, suppressing them through primal bloodline dominance. Ancient power radiated outward, entangling the spirit. Within seconds, the stolen vigor of the slain warriors was purified and absorbed by the array, along with a substantial portion of the spirit's core energy. Its cultivation plummeted by 2 entire realms. Who the hell are you? Horror gripped the spirit as recognition flickered. This array carried her aura. But she vanished ages ago. Has she returned? Enraged, the ox-headed spirit mustered its divine transformation, 6th layer, might to strike. Yet before its shadowy tendrils could reach Yifan, another exorcism array coiled around them, dissolving the attack instantly. God damn it all! Back in the day, even that woman couldn't purify their essence so thoroughly. Had humanity birthed a new nemesis in the millennia since? It attacked again. Sizzle. Same result. The tendrils disintegrated. After 3 more failed attempts, the spirit's appendages were fully eradicated. Its energy reserves dwindled precariously, teetering on the brink of falling below the divine transformation realm. Even its bovine form began flickering. Screw this. Switching tactics, the spirit adopted a groveling tone. Great One, I was blind. Forgive me. Let's be friends. Spare me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Pills, techniques, power. Name your price. Having existed for millennia, evil spirits shared collective knowledge, including human deceit. If force failed, manipulation was plan B. Lord Yi, don't trust it, shrieked an elder from the 8 great families. This bastard slaughtered dozens of us despite our freeing it. It's a monster. Damn it. Without Yifan, they'd all be dead. Their survival hinged on his mercy. Unbeknownst to them, Yifan's fury had already sealed their fate. Even if the spirit spared them, he wouldn't. Oh? So the 8 great families unleashed this abomination. Yifan smirked coldly. What's the phrase? Hoist with your own petard? Fitting. Wait. Did I just screw us over? The elder clapped a hand over his mouth, aghast. Shut your filthy mouth. The ox-headed spirit lashed out, its tendrils vaporizing the elder instantly. To its surprise, Yifan didn't intervene, allowing it to replenish some energy. Lord Yi, why didn't you stop it? We're fellow humans. The clansmen stared in despair. Yifan chuckled, retreating another 30 meters. Fellow humans? You forfeited that right. Carry on, I'm just spectating. Whoever wins might earn a chance. The elders nearly spat blood. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Bastard. Ha! Among the elite of the 8 great families, though there were martial emperor-level experts, none of them had any means to deal with the evil spirit. Their ordinary martial energy attacks were completely ineffective against the evil spirit. Fighting it was essentially just throwing their lives away. Thud. Thud. Someone among the 8 great families took the lead, and soon, hundreds of people knelt before Yifan, pleading, Young Master Yi, we were wrong. The 8 great families never should have acted against the Lu family, nor should we have betrayed you. Please, spare our lives. These elites of the 8 great families still clung to the hope that Yi Fan might show mercy and save them. But Yi Fan didn't even spare them a glance, taking another 10 steps back. "Brother Ox, carry on." Whoosh! The evil spirit was overjoyed, letting out a maniacal laugh as dozens of tentacles sprouted from its bull-headed body, voraciously devouring the martial experts of the 8 great families. At the same time, it turned excitedly toward Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, thanks. Don't worry, I won't let you down, hee. The evil spirit stared at Yi Fan with burning eyes. From its perception, Yi Fan was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Once it finished devouring these martial experts, its own strength would break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. By then, it would no longer fear the evil-slaying array in Yi Fan's hands. It would definitely swallow this detestable human whole, bones and all. And if it devoured Yi Fan, it might even break through to the golden core realm. Ha ha ha, this was just too perfect. Don't celebrate too soon. Kill as you please, I won't interfere. But the rent you owe, not a single bit less. Yi Fan's words left the bull-headed evil spirit utterly confused. Rent? What did that mean? Since when did killing people require paying rent? But in the next moment, Yi Fan taught it a harsh lesson. Another evil-slaying array emerged from an unexpected angle, enveloping the bull-headed evil spirit and purifying it once more. The evil spirit then realized that all the energy it had painstakingly absorbed had been completely cleansed away, along with a portion of its original power. Just moments ago, the bull-headed evil spirit had been at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, it had fallen back to the 5th level. What the hell? All the martial energy it had absorbed from killing dozens of people had been for nothing. In fact, it had even lost some of its own strength. I've become a damned wage slave, and I'm even working at a loss. The bull-headed evil spirit was on the verge of exploding in fury, roaring madly before turning a hateful glare toward Yi Fan. What? Do you have a problem with that? Yi Fan's calm words sent a shiver through the evil spirit's entire body. And no, I wouldn't dare. Damn it. If I can't fight, can't I at least run? The bull-headed evil spirit was so frustrated it was about to lose its mind. Continuing to kill and absorb energy and blood essence was nothing but a losing game. For every kill, it had to pay rent, and the rent was far more than what it gained. At this rate, it would be completely drained sooner or later. Its eyes darted around as it gathered its energy, its massive black mist form attempting to flee sideways. If it couldn't absorb enough energy to break through to the foundation establishment stage now, then escaping was the next best option. As long as it didn't have to face a freak like Yi Fan, the bull-headed evil spirit was confident in dealing with other martial experts. Right now, it couldn't possess a human, but it could still latch onto ordinary living creatures. Once it escaped Yi Fan's sight, it could possess a bird, an insect, or some small animal. Then Yi Fan would have a much harder time finding it, right? Thud. But the moment the bull-headed evil spirit tried to flee, it slammed into an invisible, solid barrier, so hard that it even made a crisp clang. Another evil-slaying array, this one etched with an 8 trigrams pattern, shimmered into existence in the void. Sizzle. Sizzle. Golden light rapidly corroded the evil spirit's black mist body, causing its form to dim further. What the evil spirit shot a resentful look at Yi Fan. It knew full well that this was another one of Yi Fan's hidden traps. Fine. If this direction doesn't work, I'll try another. Thud. 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 Then I'll go up. Or down. In the blink of an eye, the bull-headed evil spirit tested 6 different escape routes, only to find that within a 10-jong radius, every direction was blocked by an invisible array barrier, turning the space into an inescapable prison. No matter where it tried, the evil spirit couldn't break free. Stop wasting your energy. You're not getting away. Just keep fighting. Whether you kill or not, the rent is still due. Yi Fan smirked as yet another evil-slaying array descended upon the evil spirit. Sizzle. Sizzle. This time, before the bull-headed evil spirit could even start killing, another portion of its energy was siphoned away. Aya! The evil spirit let out a furious roar. Are you the devil? Of all the rotten luck. Killing was pointless, and not killing meant losing energy. Was this bastard trying to drain it to death? The bull-headed evil spirit was so frustrated its body twisted in agony. Its rage now fully directed at the remaining elites of the 8 great families. You useless worms. Why did you have to release me so early? Just to torture me? Aya! By now, the evil spirit had completely lost its mind. It couldn't help but think that if it had stayed hidden a little longer, maybe it wouldn't have run into this nightmare named Yifan. The remaining core experts of the 8 great families were speechless. Damn it! This ungrateful bastard was actually blaming them now? Screw you. How were they supposed to know Yifan would show up out of nowhere? Elder Lu. This Yifan is too ruthless. Hell. I think he's even more vicious than the evil spirit. Now I get it. Yifan's trapping us here like rats in a cage, letting the evil spirit do the killing so his hands stay clean. What a cruel scheme. While desperately dodging the evil spirit's black mist tentacles, the 8 great families' experts glared hatefully at Yifan. Yifan, now at the 2nd level of the Foundation establishment stage and on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd, heard every word clearly. Yep, you're absolutely right. Don't worry. I'm recording everything. Evil spirit rampages, devours all members of the 8 great families. By the time I arrived, it was too late. Heartbroken, I avenged humanity by slaying the evil spirit. How's that for a headline? As he spoke, Yifan held up his phone, recording the entire scene. Hearing this, the remaining experts of the 8 great families were so enraged they spat blood. Heartbroken. Heartbroken your ass. You're grinning like a madman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The miserable, overworked, bull-headed evil spirit continued its relentless pursuit of the remaining martial experts, transferring their energy to Yifan in a bizarrely harmonious cycle. The evil spirit had resigned itself to its fate. Even though its strength had been drained below the nascent soul stage, it still clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe, just maybe, once it finished off the 8 great families, Yifan would let it go. The elites of the 8 great families had completely fallen prey to the ox-head evil spirit, utterly powerless to resist as they were devoured one by one. Meanwhile, Yifan occasionally raised his hand to summon a purge evil formation, suppressing the creature while refining its energy. The ox-head evil spirit was like a wretched old ox, toiling relentlessly, yet its body grew increasingly emaciated, its dark mist-like form flickering faintly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The pitiful ox-head evil spirit had nowhere to hide. In the end, the cultivation essence, life force, and vitality of over 200 elites from the 8 great families would all pass through the ox-head evil spirit as a conduit, ultimately benefiting Yifan. Though Yifan's current physique couldn't absorb such vast energy, the black hole beside his dantian was a bottomless abyss, devouring it all without limit. The mysterious seals within the black hole seemed to weaken slightly, and fragments of memories, visions of the starry sky emperor, flashed through his mind with increasing clarity. At the same time, deep within the mountains southeast of the mining area, 2 figures strode through the air as if strolling through a garden, gliding effortlessly above the treetops. The pair, a man and a woman, appeared young, no older than 30, yet exuded an extraordinary aura. The man had sharp brows and piercing eyes, his demeanor noble, though his thin lips gave him an arrogant, unfeeling air. The woman's face was as fair as peach blossoms, her figure and beauty above average. However, her fox-like eyes were overly seductive, lending her a frivolous and wanton appearance. Despite their youth, their martial prowess was formidable. Both had already reached the 7th level of the divine transformation realm, far surpassing the limits of the mortal world. Their origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. They were most likely from the immortal domain. That black energy surging into the sky. Judging by its aura, it seems an evil spirit has emerged. Wherever evil spirits are sealed, the Star Alliance leaves behind treasures. We can't miss this opportunity. As they drew closer, the sharp-browed man and the fox-eyed woman quickly noticed the anomaly above the mining area. Exchanging a glance, They wasted no time and accelerated toward the site. Mining area. Within the cage formed by the Purge Evil Formation, the last group of elites from the 8 great families had all turned into desiccated corpses, their lifeless bodies sprawled and shattered on the ground. The Oxhead Evil Spirit's power had plummeted to the Martial Saint realm, barely maintaining the 8th or 9th level. Finished. Then, it's time for you to depart. Yifan appeared before the Oxhead Evil Spirit, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. The creature, now so faint it seemed on the verge of dissipating, looked at Yifan in despair, devoid of any will to resist. Great One, spare me, please? I'll serve you loyally, like an ox or a horse, just as I did today. Let me be your harvesting tool. All right? The Oxhead Evil Spirit pleaded devoutly. It had already tested resistance. Fighting was futile. Its only hope was to beg for mercy. Heh, a harvesting tool? You think I need one? Yifan chuckled coldly. Crimson threads erupted from his body, the scarlet silk overlord physique, coiling around the evil spirit. A surge of ancient power devoured its lingering malevolent energy and life force. Ah, damn it! You could have harvested them yourself all along. You're just bullying an honest spirit. The Oxhead Evil Spirit was utterly shattered. The abilities it had prided itself on, Yifan possessed them all. Watch your words. I'm recording this. Yifan's smirk deepened. See? A perfect scene. The evil spirit rampaged and devoured the 8 great families. What does that have to do with me? Killing it in the end is my merit. Pausing briefly, he added, Enough. Your purpose is fulfilled. Rest in peace. Whoosh! As the Purge Evil Formation surged once more, blazing embers of divine flame engulfed the Oxhead Evil Spirit, reducing it to nothingness in an instant. Screech! Damnable human ant! The evil spirit race will never forgive you. The creature's final, wrathful shriek echoed through the void as its dark mist dissipated. Boom! Boom! As the underground seal collapsed, the skeletal remains of an ancient beast emerged before Yifan. After the flames consumed the bones, a soul bone clattered to the ground, alongside a fragment of a divine artifact. Just as Yifan collected the treasures, 2 figures streaked through the air, closing in rapidly. You there, hand over what you're holding, and this young master might spare your dog's life. Cooperate willingly, or face annihilation. As the voices rang out, Yifan sensed the surrounding spatial laws shift. The entire area was now locked down, saturated with a murderous, oppressive aura. Robbery, 2 divine transformation realm trash, daring to act so arrogantly in front of me? Yifan almost laughed. He turned slowly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, landed a dozen meters away, their gazes dripping with disdain as they looked down on him. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of handing over my belongings. Yifan's voice was icy. I suggest you reconsider. You're no match for me. Reaching the divine transformation realm wasn't easy. Scram while you still can. He had returned to An City less than a day ago, and already too many had died. Though they deserved their fates, Yifan preferred not to spill more blood. Ha! No match for you? A Martial Saint realm trash. A mere mortal insect, lecturing us. The fox-eyed woman giggled, swaying her hips seductively. But since you're not bad-looking, come here and let this lady have a taste. I might forgive your insolence, or even take you back to the Crimson Blood sect in the immortal domain as my plaything. Her coquettish laughter reeked of cheap perfume and lust. Enough chatter, Tong Yen. Just kill him. Boom! Boom! Without another word, they erupted with power, lunging at Yifan. Crimson Blood sect? Noted. Soon it'll cease to exist. With a faint retort, Yifan unleashed his true strength. Foundation establishment, 2nd level. His absolute domain locked the space, while divine flames roared toward the duo. Foundation establishment. You bastard. You deceived us. Who the hell are you? No one like you exists in the mortal world. We've never heard of you in the immortal domain either. Damn it, he was playing possum. Retreat. their faces twisted in horror. They tried to flee, but it was too late. Before they could react, the divine flames engulfed them, reducing their bodies to ashes. Killing two 7th-level divine transformation cultivators shouldn't have been so easy. The key was their carelessness and underestimation of their opponent. When they realized the danger, they were completely unprepared, fleeing in panic without even attempting to defend or counter. That was why they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs, annihilated instantly by Yifan with a mere wave of his hand. However, even Yifan was caught off guard. At the exact moment the primordial flame enveloped the two figures, a thumb-sized streak of bloody light shot out from each of Tong Yen and Tong Yan's bodies. In a flash, the streaks vanished into the void. Caught unprepared, Yifan didn't even have time to intercept them. What was that? Glancing in the direction where the bloody streaks had disappeared, Yifan frowned slightly, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Forget it. Even if this incident is exposed, it doesn't matter. The Crimson Blood sect is far away in the immortal realm. They can't break through the barrier between the immortal and mortal realms to launch a large-scale attack. If there's trouble, it'll only come after I enter the immortal realm. Shaking his head, he dismissed the matter and immediately turned back toward In City without further delay. In City, Lu family estate. By the time Yifan arrived, the battle here had already ended. The estate grounds were littered with corpses, all members of the 8 great families, including the 8 newly appointed interim family heads. Hundreds of In City residents were assisting the Lu family in cleaning up the battlefield and handling the aftermath. However, the core members of the Fan Alliance, Guili, Yuchong, Song Yang, Wang Fugue, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Young Master Yi, is everything settled over there? Seeing Yifan, Lu Zhengding, Wei Jingong, Lu Shui, and other high-ranking members of the Lu family immediately approached, their faces filled with concern. Halfway through his words, Lu Zhengding pointed toward dozens of large cargo trucks lined up outside the estate. Young Master Yi was right, the 8 families were indeed plotting something sinister. These trucks only had a superficial layer of so-called family treasury resources on top. Hidden inside were the elites of the 8 families. They never intended to hand over their treasuries. Everyone hiding in the trucks has been executed, not a single one left. As for the ancestral homes of the 8 families, young Master Gua has already led the Fan Alliance forces to surround and eliminate them. After a brief exchange, Yifan learned that, in addition to Guili and Yuchong, others like Yamada Keiko, Qiuwan, Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulin, and Han Yue had also arrived with a large contingent of Fan Alliance members not long ago. Now, after regrouping with Guili and Yuchong, they had split into 8 teams and headed for the ancestral homes of the 8 families. My side is also dealt with, but there are still some loose ends to handle. Yifan nodded. There's an abandoned mining area 50 miles southwest. Send someone to clean it up later. I discovered it too late, some nearby villagers were already killed by the time I arrived. There was no chance to save them. Lu Zhengding's expression turned solemn as he nodded firmly. I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, the heads of In City's various smaller families gathered around, smiling obsequiously as they greeted Yifan. When they learned that a legendary evil entity had been sealed beneath the abandoned mining area, their faces paled in shock. There was actually such a terrifying scourge hidden near In City? I know that mining area, it was abandoned years ago because of ghostly disturbances. Now it seems the sealed evil was behind it all. The 8 families were utterly depraved. They slaughtered innocent villagers for blood sacrifices, trying to release the sealed evil and unleash chaos upon In City's millions. They deserved their deaths. Thankfully, young Master Yi discovered it in time, stopped the 8 families' atrocities, and destroyed the evil entity after it broke free. Otherwise, all of In City would have been reduced to a lifeless wasteland in a single day, countless deaths, unimaginable devastation. Heaven's justice would have been defied. As the crowd murmured, another commotion arose outside the estate. The sound of braking trucks signaled the return of the Fan Alliance's 8 teams. Yifan. Qing Rulin was the first to arrive, followed by a group of Fan Alliance members. The moment she entered the courtyard and saw Yifan, her eyes reddened. With a cry, she rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. This was unlike her usual composed self, but ever since Yifan's staged death, she had been kept in the dark, enduring unbearable grief. The agony of those days of mourning had carved itself into her heart. Now, seeing the man she had longed for day and night, how could she suppress her emotions? I'm sorry for making you worry. Yifan's heart warmed as he gently stroked her hair, comforting her softly. Alliance leader, the Du family has been completely dealt with. Yuchong was the second to return, striding straight toward Yifan the moment he entered. Not a single one left. We've also brought all the resources from the Du family treasury, over a dozen truckloads. Combined with the other family's supplies, every parking spot around the Liu estate is packed. Soon, the teams led by Guili, Song Yang, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, Xiaowan, Ren Shuiying, Han Yue, and other Fan Alliance leaders returned one after another. The remnants of the 8 families had been completely eradicated and all their treasury resources had been transported back. The Liu family will take charge of these cultivation resources. After a brief consideration, Yi Fan made the decision. Later, allocate a portion to be sent with the next batch of military supplies to the Heavenly Dragon Army. As for the Fan Alliance and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion members, Yi Fan had no shortage of rewards. Just a fraction of the ancient evil's accumulated treasures would be more than enough to distribute. Once everyone was seated in the Liu family's main hall, Yi Fan flicked his fingers, sending wisps of primordial flame into the bodies of Guili, Yu Chang, Song Yang, and Wang Fugue. Now that Yi Fan had achieved Daobone status, his absorption of mental energy, immortal energy, and martial aura was automatic, allowing his strength to grow at an astonishing rate. But his companions were still far too weak. Thus, Yi Fan used the primordial flame to refine their mortal bones, elevating their physiques directly to spirit bone level. Their strength and cultivation speed would skyrocket as a result. Crackling sounds filled the air for a dozen breaths before finally subsiding. Brother Yi, this is incredible. I've actually reached the Martial Saint realm. Me too. Even if it's only first-level Martial Saint, it's still Martial Saint. This feels amazing. I've never been this powerful before. Ha ha. The group erupted in excited chatter before bursting into hearty laughter. In the past, even with the primordial flame's power, Yi Fan wouldn't have been able to enhance their bone structures so effortlessly. But now, as a foundation establishment cultivator, such feats were trivial. Of course, Guili, Yu Chang, and the other solid foundations also played a crucial role. Before long, Guili, Wang Fugue, and Song Yang tactfully excused themselves, leaving Yi Fan alone with Liu Yue, Ren Shuiying, and the other stunning young women. From the moment Yi Fan had been killed in city to his miraculous return, only 3 days had passed, but for these women it had felt like an eternity of torment. Brother Yi, you're so cruel. How are you going to make it up to us? Ren Shuiying's eyes reddened again as she spoke. If you had really died, what would we have done? Exactly. Did you want us all to become widows? Xing Rulin pouted. Surrounded by the group, Yi Fan could only smile helplessly until Liu Yue, taking pity on him, sighed and intervened. Sisters, why don't we move to the rear courtyard? Since you've all come from afar, let me play host and show you some hospitality. In Liu Yue's boudoir, the air was soon filled with the lively chatter and laughter of beautiful women. While the women were chatting with Liu Yue, Yi Fan and Han Yue stepped out of the chamber and took a stroll in the small courtyard outside, conversing as they walked. How are the leads on the map from Fifth Brother? Aside from wiping out the 8 great families, this matter was the most urgent upon their return to the northwest. Han Yue was undoubtedly the most authoritative when it came to intelligence on this subject. We've found some clues, but the situation isn't looking good. At the mention of this, Han Yue's expression turned serious. She glanced around before nodding and continuing, because all the clues point to the Red Tiger domain. When 5th young Master Yi was ambushed, the attackers were allegedly experts from the Red Tiger domain. But so far, the information has been tightly sealed. Oh, Yi Fan's brow arched, a flicker of killing intent flashing deep in his eyes. There was no doubt that the Red Tiger domain had operatives planted by the Gene Prince and the Emperor. For instance, the previous battalion commander Wang Ping had been deceived and manipulated by Xie Fei and Elder Zhou, agents arranged by the Emperor, in an attempt to seize the elixir from Gu Changxing, only to meet a gruesome end on the spot. However, the Emperor's men couldn't be considered spies, and the Gene Prince's followers were merely traitors. True spies would be those from forces outside the Great Xia Empire. If such an entity had indeed targeted Fifth Brother and stolen his fragment of the Celestial Palace, then once their background was uncovered, Yi Fan's fury might very well lead to a bloodbath. Speaking of which, we haven't heard from Gu Changxing since our last parting. I wonder if that elixir resolved Commander Gu's condition. After a brief contemplation, Yi Fan made his decision. It's time to pay a visit to the Red Tiger domain. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Is young Master Yi here? Zhang Dong, battalion commander of the Red Tiger domain, requests an audience. What a coincidence. Yifan's brow lifted as he turned and strode toward the courtyard gate. At the entrance stood 3 men in military attire, standing respectfully. The one at the front wore the insignia of a Red Tiger domain battalion commander on his chest. This was undoubtedly Zhang Dong, the man who had just spoken. The other 2 behind him were likely his subordinates, accompanying him on this visit. Greetings, young Master Yi. Upon seeing Yifan, Zhang Dong immediately bowed in formal salute. Only when Yifan gestured for him to rise did he and his 2 subordinates straighten. This subordinate was sent by the deputy commander to seek your aid in an city. We humbly request that young Master Yi spare some time to visit the Red Tiger domain. Commander Gu is on the verge of death. Commander Gu? That would be Gu Tang, the Red Tiger domain's commander. How could he be on the verge of death? Hadn't Gu Chongqing brought back the elixir from the martial competition's first prize? Yifan frowned, sensing that something was amiss. With that 8th grade elixir, resolving Gu Tang's condition should have been a near certainty, at least a 90% chance. Even if it couldn't fully cure his injuries, it should have stabilized his condition. Yet now, in such a short time, he was already at death's door? If this was true, something major must have happened. Without delay, Yifan headed to the front courtyard to brief Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, and Lu Shui before making arrangements. He then gathered Guoli, Yu Chong, Song Yang, Wang Fuguei, and other key members of the Fan Alliance, assembling a group of several dozen core followers for the journey. Just as they were about to depart, the women from the rear courtyard caught wind of the news and insisted on accompanying him to tend to his daily needs. After some discussion, Yifan decided to bring along Yamada Keiko, Qiu Wan, Ren Shuiying, and Qing Rulin. As for Lu Yue, the aftermath of the Lu family's affairs in an city required her attention, so she remained behind. Han Yue, the intelligence queen of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, was as elusive as ever, having already vanished into the shadows, her whereabouts unknown. Red Tiger Domain. Red Tiger Army Camp. Outside the commander's tent, security was tight. Guards were stationed in 2 layers, 3 zhang and 10 zhang out, with fixed posts and patrols, all manned by the Red Tiger Guards under Commander Gu Tang's direct command. This arrangement had been implemented by Gu Chongqing, with 600 Red Tiger Guards rotating in 3 shifts day and night. The fact that such precautions were necessary even within the Red Tiger Army's own camp spoke volumes. Gu Chongqing had been thoroughly spooked by the previous incident. If even Wang Ping, a battalion commander who had served under Gu Tang for years, could be turned, who else could be trusted? Inside the commander's tent, Gu Chongqing stood alone by the bedside, his brow furrowed in silent contemplation. On the bed lay Gu Tang, a far cry from the mighty commander who had once led the Red Tiger Army with awe-inspiring authority. Now, he couldn't even be described as a setting sun or a hero past his prime. When his internal injuries had been severe, the imperial court had mockingly called him a toothless tiger. Now, Gu Tang resembled a frail, elderly man on the brink of death, his body withered and emaciated, his once black hair now entirely white, as if he had aged decades overnight. Chongqing, I don't have much time left. With a weak gesture, Gu Tang beckoned his son closer. Forcing a faint smile, he spoke in a barely audible whisper, as if each word drained his remaining strength. This poison, it gnaws at my body, accelerating my aging as if time itself were rushing through me. It's like a time-withering toxin, something unheard of. Ordinary people wouldn't have access to it. If it wasn't the imperial family, it must have been the Gene Prince. You're no match for them. After I'm gone, you must take care of yourself. If the imperial court presses too hard, even if you must surrender the Red Tiger Domain's military authority, do whatever it takes to ensure the safety of my old comrades. Father, don't say such things. You'll pull through. Gu Chongqing's eyes reddened as he interrupted, his voice thick with emotion. Do you remember young Master Yi? The elixir I brought back last time was thanks to him. The arrangements here in the Red Tiger Domain must also have been his doing. I've just received word. Yi Fan isn't dead. He's returned to An City. I've already sent someone to fetch him. With his medical skills, curing you of this time-withering toxin will be nothing to him. Before he could finish, Gu Tang weakly waved his hand again, a bitter smile on his lips. It's no use, too late now. But the news of Yi Fan's survival, that is a silver lining. Perhaps it means you and my old comrades still have a path forward. If the imperial family pushes too far, take them and seek refuge with Yi Fan in the heavenly dragon domain. His words carried the weight of finality, as if he had already resigned himself to death, not even holding out hope for the next moment. Gu Chongqing, usually a composed scholar, was now so frantic he could have cursed aloud. Just as he was at his wit's end, Zhang Dong's voice came from outside the tent. Deputy Commander, I've fulfilled my mission. Young Master Yi has arrived. Gu Chongqing's face lit up with joy as he sprang to his feet. Bring him in at once. As he hurried to the tent entrance, two figures stepped inside. Yi Fan and Guoli. The guards, recognizing Zhang Dong and under Gu Chongqing's orders, had let them pass without hindrance. The rest of the Fan Alliance members, including Yu Chong, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, Qiu Wan, and the others remained outside. Young Master Yi, you're finally here. At the sight of Yi Fan, Gu Chongqing's eyes welled up, his voice trembling with emotion. My father was poisoned with a time-withering toxin. He's fading fast. Yi Fan raised a hand to calm him, his gaze shifting to the bed. His expression darkened. How did it come to this? As it turned out, after taking the elixir Gu Chongqing had brought back, Gu Tang's internal injuries had indeed improved significantly, but the reprieve was short-lived. Within days, he had been poisoned again, this time with the time-withering toxin. His condition deteriorated rapidly, yet the culprit remained at large. To this day, they hadn't even figured out how the poison had been administered. Time-withering toxin? Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he approached the bedside. After a thorough examination, he nodded slowly. This toxin corrodes the body's functions, accelerating aging as if time itself were hastening. It's aptly named. But no matter how potent it is, it's not incurable. At the very least, I can neutralize it. However, Commander Gu has been poisoned for too long. The toxin has spread to every limb, organ, and meridian. Even for me, it will take time, at least an hour, to fully eradicate it. Just one shurchin, 2 hours, is enough? Gu Chongqing was caught off guard and froze on the spot. He had thought the time required would be much longer than what Yi Fan had mentioned. After snapping out of his stupor, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Gu Chongqing immediately clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Confucius once said, "Great kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. Young Master Ye's grace is akin to giving me a second life. From this moment on, my life belongs entirely to you. Here we go again. Here we go again." This Gu Chongqing was otherwise impeccable, except for his habit of speaking in archaic, lofty language filled with unnecessary embellishments. Yi Fan shook his head with a bitter chuckle. Ahem, young Master Gu, could you please speak plainly? There's no need for such formalities between us. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Chongqing and Guoli left the commander's tent and immediately issued an order. Everyone, without my command, no one is permitted within 30 feet of the commander's tent. Violators will be executed without exception. Inside the commander's tent, seeing hope of survival once more, Gu Tang struggled to rise and thank Yi Fan. Commander Gu, there's no need for courtesy. Please lie back down, we can speak later. Yi Fan quickly stepped forward, pressing him back down before nodding with a smile. In one shurchin, I guarantee you'll be as vigorous as a dragon and mighty as a tiger. In the meantime, if you're tired, feel free to sleep. If not, just close your eyes and rest peacefully. I will handle everything. Hearing such confident assurances, a faint flush returned to Gu Tang's ashen face. With a slight nod, he closed his eyes. Yi Fan conducted another thorough examination before finally releasing 3,000 crimson threads from his fingertips. The threads slipped into Gu Tang's body through his acupuncture points, joints, and pores. This time-withering poison was extremely bizarre, something Yi Fan had never encountered before. Even with his foundation establishment cultivation, forcefully neutralizing it was impossible. Yi Fan suspected this toxin was no ordinary poison. At the very least, it had to have originated from the immortal realms. The solution, even with the aid of the 3,000 crimson threads, involved meticulously separating the venom from Gu Tang's body before incinerating it with the ember flame. As he began the procedure, news that Yi Fan, summoned by young Master Gu to the commander's estate, was actively treating Gu Tang swiftly spread through the entire Crimson Tiger Army camp. Meanwhile, Gu Tang was the supreme commander of the Crimson Tiger Army, but it had 3 deputy commanders: Deputy Commander Hu, Deputy Commander Zhou, and Deputy Commander Shan. At this moment, in Deputy Commander Hu's tent, 4 figures were gathered, deep in discussion. Seated at the center was Deputy Commander Hu himself. To his side sat Army Physician Wang of the Crimson Tiger Battalion. The other 2 were high-ranking officers, one surnamed Yen, the other surnamed Sunday. All 4 were agents secretly embedded within the Crimson Tiger Army by the Great Xia imperial family. Even Army Physician Wang possessed formidable strength, having reached the peak of the Martial Grandmaster realm, 9th tier. Their discussion revolved around Yi Fan's intervention in treating Gu Tang's time-withering poison. Army Physician Wang, are you absolutely certain no one can cure the time-withering poison? Deputy Commander Hu seemed hesitant, his expression grave as he glanced at the physician. The last operation was a failure, and the imperial family was far from pleased. Now that fortune has granted us such an effortless advantage, we cannot allow Yi Fan to ruin it. Although I once served as an imperial physician, this time-withering poison is unheard of. The forces behind Commander Gu's poisoning are no simple adversaries. Army Physician Wang hesitated for a moment, his tone uncertain. If it were anyone else, I would swear they couldn't cure this poison. But Yi Fan is different. After young Master Gu returned last time, he mentioned that Yi Fan was that mysterious young physician immortal, far surpassing even Lei Qianjue. If he's already taken action with such confidence. Bang! Enough! Before he could finish, Deputy Commander Hu slammed his palm on the table, his face darkening instantly. This matter is too critical to take lightly. Whether Yi Fan can cure the poison or not, we cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Very well. Relay my orders. Gather 500 of our most trusted elites. You will accompany me to Commander Gu's tent immediately, outside the commander's tent. Before Yi Fan's arrival, 600 elite Crimson Tiger Guards, personally loyal to Gu Tang, had been divided into 3 shifts of 200 each, guarding the commander's tent in rotation. But now, to prevent any disturbances, Gu Chongqing had summoned the other 2 shifts as well. Leading all 600 guards himself, he stood watch outside the tent. With the additional support of Guili, Yu Chong, and several dozen elite warriors from the Fan Alliance, the commander's tent was now an impenetrable fortress. Within a 30-foot radius, not even a fly could slip through, let alone any infiltrators bold enough to force their way in. Yet, there were always those who refused to believe in the impossible. Only a quarter of an hour had passed when a contingent of troops appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching. As they drew closer, the leaders became visible. Deputy Commander Hu, 2 high-ranking officers, and Army Physician Wang. Behind them marched 500 of Hu's personal soldiers. Halt immediately! Gu Chongqing's expression was icy as he stepped beyond the 30-foot perimeter with 2 trusted subordinates, blocking the newcomers. Deputy Commander Hu, young Master Yi is currently treating my father. No disturbances are permitted. I suggest you turn back at once. What, young Master Yi? I've never heard of him. Deputy Commander Hu's eyes flashed with hostility. Though fully aware of Yi Fan's presence, he feigned ignorance and waved dismissively. Can't you see I've brought Army Physician Wang? We're here to examine the commander and assess whether his condition has worsened. Gu Chongqing, he's your own father. How can you be so careless and trusting his treatment to some random outsider? If anything happens to him, Nothing will happen. Gu Chongqing cut him off impatiently. Deputy Commander Hu, perhaps you didn't understand me. I said, no one is to disturb my father or young Master Yi. As for Army Physician Wang, he's already visited multiple times before, each time leaving helpless. There's no need for him now. Humph. Whether it's needed or not isn't for you to decide. Deputy Commander Hu sneered. Gu Chongqing, we address you as young Master Gu, out of respect. But if we chose not to, you'd be nothing. If your father lives, you may enjoy a few more days of privilege. But if he dies, I suggest you think carefully about your own fate. Though he left the rest unsaid, the threat was unmistakable. Step aside now. Do not hinder us from treating Commander Gu, or face execution. As a seasoned deputy commander, whose authority was undeniable. With a single roar, the martial experts behind him drew their blades in unison. Clang, clang. A murderous aura instantly engulfed the scene. How dare you? Take one more step, and I won't hesitate to abandon mercy. This is what you've forced me to do. Even at this critical moment, Gu Chongqing was still spouting archaic phrases, giving Hu Shuai's men a splitting headache. Gu Chongqing reached into his robes, retrieved a brush, and swiftly sketched in the air. A defensive formation materialized, blocking the path ahead. Meanwhile, the hundreds of Red Tiger elite guards stationed in the outermost perimeter of the defense ring surged forward at once. Though the second defense ring, only 10 paces away from the commander's tent, remained unmoved, Guili, Yu Chong, and others led several dozen core members of the Fan Alliance charging toward the fray. Only Yamada Keiko, Qiu Wan, Ren Shuiying, and Qing Rulin remained, guarding the entrance to the commander's tent closely without budging an inch. These people were hardly a challenge for Yi Fan. They could be dealt with by merely lifting a finger. On one hand, Yi Fan was currently preoccupied with detoxifying Gu Tang. On the other hand, he was deliberately holding back, allowing all the troublemakers from the Red Tiger domain to reveal themselves so he could round them up in one fell swoop. While chaos erupted in one direction, in Deputy Commander Zhou's tent not far away, 4 figures gathered in secret. These were Deputy Commander Zhou himself and his 3 most trusted battalion commanders, all undercover forces planted in the Red Tiger army by Prince Jin. Who would have thought Yi Fan is still alive, and has even infiltrated the Red Tiger army's camp? This spells trouble, muttered Deputy Commander Zhou, his brow furrowed with worry. Though he had no hand in the time-reverse poison afflicting Gu Tang, Zhou was secretly pleased to see the commander's condition deteriorate day by day. He had been waiting for Gu Tang to die so he could seize control of the Red Tiger domain, report the news, and claim his reward from Prince Jin. Earlier that day, he had received orders from Prince Jin's estate instructing him to act swiftly, seize military authority, and dominate the entire Red Tiger domain. Yet before he could make his move, news arrived from the commander's tent. Gu Chongqing had invited Yi Fan to detoxify Gu Tang. Although Deputy Commander Zhou had never met Yi Fan, his reputation was legendary. Even Prince Jin had suffered repeated defeats at his hands. Recently, after faking his death and assuming the identity of Fan Yi, Yi Fan had stirred chaos in Shangjing, even subduing Prince Jin's elite forces, including a martial saint-level expert. As military officers, they were merely at the martial emperor level, no match for Yi Fan in single combat. But Prince Jin's orders were absolute, and they had no choice but to carry them out. Moreover, Zhou was confident that military-trained martial artists were different from ordinary warriors. They practiced intricate formation tactics capable of slaying even martial saints. Reporting, Deputy Commander. The fighting has broken out at the commander's tent. Deputy Commander Hu led 500 elite soldiers to enter the tent but was stopped by young Commander Gu Chongqing. The dispute escalated, and they've begun fighting. Excellent. Deputy Commander Zhou's eyes gleamed with excitement. Since the Imperial faction has acted first and pinned down Gu Chongqing, the perfect opportunity for us has arrived. Call our men and muster my personal guards. We march on the commander's tent. Even if we can't kill Yi Fan in the chaos, eliminating Gu Tang, driving Gu Chongqing away, and seizing the Red Tiger domain's military authority would still be a monumental achievement. Soon, all battalion commanders, company leaders, and platoon leaders loyal to Prince Jean, several hundred in total, assembled alongside his recruited guards, forming a force of nearly 3,000. Under Deputy Commander Zhou's command, they surged toward Gu Tang's tent like a tide. Half an hour later, the battle outside Gu Tang's tent had just concluded. With the assistance of Guili Yuchong, Song Yang, Wang Fugui, and other core members of the Fan Alliance, Deputy Commander whose elite forces stood no chance. After the clash, the Imperial faction's forces were either slain or incapacitated and taken captive. The battlefield had already been cleared, and all prisoners were bound with steel chains, ready to be sent to the military prison for later judgment. It was at this moment that a much larger force advanced from another direction, arriving within moments. Gu Chongqing, why have you detained Deputy Commander Hu? The commander still draws breath. Are you starting a mutiny? The leader of this new force was Deputy Commander Zhou, who immediately pointed fingers at Gu Chongqing, feigning righteous fury. Midway through his accusations, his gaze shifted to Guili, Yuchong, and the other unfamiliar faces. His expression darkened. Who are these outsiders? Gu Chongqing, do you even remember this is the Red Tiger Army's camp? Military regulations strictly prohibit unauthorized personnel from entering. As the young commander, you've colluded with outsiders to detain the commander and slaughter fellow officers. Are you attempting a coup? Is this outright rebellion? This was nothing but a false accusation. Now that the facade had been torn away and the operation launched, Zhou had no intention of giving Gu Chongqing any chance to react. Before his words even settled, he raised his right hand and barked, "Surround them immediately. No one leaves. The commander still lives. Yet Gu Chongqing dares rebel? I will never tolerate this." With his command, nearly 3,000 soldiers under Prince Jin's banner mobilized instantly, splitting into two flanks and encircling the commander's tent. Gu Chongqing, do you still wish to resist? Seeing the situation firmly under his control, Deputy Commander Zhou pointed at Gu Chongqing and roared, "So long as I stand here, I will protect the commander. Hand over the commander's seal at once. Leave it in my custody. Delay any further, and I will order your arrest and imprisonment. Surrender the seal. Protect the commander. Surrender the seal. Protect the commander." As the chanting surged, the 3,000 soldiers tightened their encirclement, pressing toward Gu Chongqing with palpable menace. Seeing this, Gu Chongqing's expression darkened. Though the Red Tiger Army boasted 1,000,000 soldiers, the main force was deployed along the northwestern border, guarding strategic passes. This headquarters camp held only 100,000 elite troops, and the nearest reinforcements were miles away. Even if he dispatched someone with the commander's seal to summon backup, it would take time. And judging by Deputy Commander Zhou's stance, if he hesitated any longer, the 3,000 soldiers would likely rush him within moments. As tensions escalated toward open warfare, Guili, Yuchong, and the others gathered behind Gu Chongqing, their auras flaring with lethal intent. But then, when no one expected it, a cold voice suddenly drifted from inside the commander's tent, 10 paces away. "The Red Tiger Army's commander's seal is right here, on the table beside me. If any of you dare, come and take it." Instantly, thousands of eyes locked onto Deputy Commander Zhou. Yifan's challenge mocked him outright. "You don't have the guts." Yet Zhou had just made a grand, righteous speech before his men. If he now refused to enter the tent and seize the seal, even the 3,000 soldiers who had followed him here would despise his cowardice. Clang! As soon as Yifan's voice fell, the tightly shut doors of the command tent suddenly swung open automatically. Shan Tianhuizi and the other 3 women guarding the entrance obediently stepped aside. Even Gu Chongqing, Guili, Yuchong, and the others blocking the Deputy Commander Zhou's path moved to the sides, clearing the way. A wide, unobstructed path stretched straight to the commander's tent. Just one step inside and the commander's seal would be his. Yet Deputy Commander Zhou stood frozen, mouth slightly agape, his heart pounding with alarm. If he could, he would have turned and fled right then. But he had spoken too boldly earlier, backing himself into a corner. Not only were hundreds of his subordinates from the Gene Prince's faction watching, along with the 3,000 soldiers accompanying him, even the restrained deputy commander Hu and his men were staring at him with undisguised mockery. The arrow was already knocked, he had to shoot. If he retreated now, not only would he lose all face within the Red Tiger army, but if word reached the capital, the Gene Prince would never forgive him. That bastard Yi is just bluffing. Does he think he can scare me? After swiftly weighing his options, Zhou gritted his teeth and forced himself forward, step by step, muttering aloud to bolster his courage. This is the Red Tiger Army's camp. I am one of the 3 great deputy commanders under the Red Tiger banner. Who here would dare raise a hand against me? Whoosh! Just as he stepped into the tent, he suddenly froze mid-motion. An almost imperceptibly thin red thread shot from deep within the tent, piercing cleanly between his eyebrows and lodging into his skull. Though Zhou was a powerful martial emperor, he couldn't even twitch, his body petrified, his eyes bulging in horror. At the same time, tendrils of frost rapidly spread from the wound across his brow. Within half a breath, his entire head was encased in ice. Then his neck, shoulders, chest, abdomen, thighs, finally his legs and feet. In less than 3 breaths, Zhou had transformed into an ice statue. Then, crash! The frozen figure shattered into countless shards, dissolving into nothingness before even hitting the ground. The sheer brutality and suddenness of the scene left the surrounding 3,000 soldiers horrified. The hundreds of Gene Prince's subordinates standing 10 paces behind Zhou collectively gasped, their bodies chilled to the bone. Even the restrained deputy commander Hu and his men were struck dumb with terror, cold sweat drenched their backs as they realized how close they had come to charging into the tent moments earlier. I warned you. Yi Fan's voice echoed chillingly. Any who dare take even half a step inside dies. Boom. His absolute domain exploded outward, covering 100 zhang radius from the commander's tent. Every martial warrior within its range found their strength suppressed, brutally. Yet Gu Changsheng, Guoli, Yuchang, and their men remained unaffected. The hundreds of Gene Prince's subordinates, the 3,000 soldiers, even Hu and his bound comrades. Thud! 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 All dropped to their knees as if an invisible mountain crushed their shoulders. Despite straining with all their might, none could rise again. This applied to everyone, whether martial kings, martial emperors, or ordinary soldiers. Because Yi Fan wasn't using his full strength. His control was precise. He didn't want to flatten them, just force them to bow their heads and kneel. Hiss! Gu Changxing finally snapped out of his daze, exhaling sharply. His face paled in shock. How? Big Bro Yi didn't even show his face, yet he. Behind him, his trusted lieutenants, the 10,000-man commanders and 1,000-man captains, all stared in awe as if witnessing a deity. A thread-thin red line killing a martial emperor was terrifying enough. But suppressing 3,000 to 4,000 people, including martial emperors and martial kings, forcing them onto their knees with sheer aura pressure alone? This was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Not even a 9th-level martial saint could achieve such a feat. At this moment, Yi Fan's image in their minds soared, unfathomably vast, towering like an insurmountable mountain. Inside the commander's tent, Yi Fan remained seated, posture unchanged. It was as if everything had been as effortless as a breeze brushing over a hillside. Meanwhile, on the bed beside him, Gu Tang had undergone a near-miraculous transformation. Where white hair had dominated mere hours ago, now only hints remained. His locks had regained their deep black. His gaunt frame had filled out, wrinkles smoothing into taut, healthy skin. He looked decades younger, now resembling a hardy man in his 50s. More importantly, Gu Tang had been at death's door, his life force exhausted, his cultivation dissipated. Now, after Yi Fan's intervention with primordial fire, his meridians revitalized, his strength hadn't just returned, it had surged. Once a peak martial emperor, he now stood at martial saint, 9th level. Even now, his power still faintly pulsed, signifying potential for further growth beyond saint. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the last traces of the time-seizing poison were expelled from his body. With a faint sound, crimson threads withdrew from Gu Tang's flesh, vanishing back into Yi Fan's sleeve. As Yi Fan glanced down, his left hand flicked open, revealing a swirling, ink-black liquid no larger than a pigeon's egg. The time-seizing poison twisted like a living thing, struggling to escape, yet trapped helplessly in Yi Fan's palm. Not bad. Might prove useful someday. After observing it briefly, Yi Fan sealed it within a jade vial and stored it away. At last, Gu Tang stirred, his eyelids flickering open, eyes blazing with renewed vigor. He knew exactly what had happened. Not only had he cheated death, he had skyrocketed to martial saint's absolute peak. his face flushed with exhilaration as he rolled off the bed and knelt before Yi Fan, clasping his fists. The subordinate, Gu Tang, greets young Master Yi. His voice trembled with fervor. From this day forth, as long as Gu Tang draws breath, or while even a single soldier of the Red Tiger's million-strong army remains, young Master Yi need only speak. We will charge into flames or floodwaters without hesitation. As he swore this, a gleam flashed in Gu Tang's eyes. This man before me is no mere dragon in a pond. If he ever turns his sights on the imperial throne, perhaps it wouldn't be such a terrible thing for the great Xia Empire. Elder Gu, please rise. Seeing Gu Tang act with such solemnity, Yi Fan's expression also turned serious. He immediately stepped forward and reached out to help him up. Truthfully, Yi Fan had already considered taking control of the Crimson Tiger army. But even if Gu Tang had not pledged his allegiance, Yi Fan would have still intervened, helping Gu Tang purge the influence of the imperial family and Prince Jin from the Crimson Tiger territory. The Crimson Tiger army, stationed in the Crimson Tiger territory, was far too important. It served as a defensive bulwark in the northwest of Great Xia, maintaining a formidable deterrence against Europa and the barbarian tribes in the northwest for many years. The primary reason for this was Gu Tang's absolute control over the Crimson Tiger territory. However, the imperial family and Prince Jin did not want Gu Tang to grow any stronger. Yet they failed to consider that if anything were to happen here, Europa and the northwestern barbarians would never pass up the chance to devour Great Xia. If martial experts invaded, countless civilians would suffer. This was a matter of righteousness, not something to be swayed by personal desires. But now, with Gu Tang making his stance clear, Yi Fan felt more assured. After exchanging a few words, the two strode out of the commander's tent side by side. The atmosphere outside was eerie, tense, oppressive, and suffocating. Father, you're healed. At the first sight of Gu Tang, Gu Changsheng was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a soft exclamation, his pupils shimmered with unrestrained joy. He rushed forward in a flash, patting and feeling Gu Tang's shoulders and back. It really is, Father. This is a tremendous blessing. Young Master Yi is a divine being. Allow this humble one to bow to you. In his excitement, Gu Changxing once again lapsed into archaic speech and actually bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was somewhat exasperated but did not stop him. Just an hour ago, Gu Tang had been white-haired and withered, but now he had regained his former vigor, even stronger than before. It was as if they were dreaming. Yi Fan had given him an immense surprise. Even though Gu Tang had mentally prepared himself, the sudden reality of his recovery made it impossible to suppress his excitement. It's me. When will you stop being so bookish? Speak normally. Gu Tang glared at his son, though his stern reprimand was laced with affection. Father, rest assured, I shall strive to the best of my ability and reflect upon my faults. Gu Tang shook his head helplessly and exchanged a glance with Yi Fan beside him. His son was excellent in every way, except for his obsession with ancient texts, which made him speak in such a convoluted manner. Congratulations, Grand Commander. By now, the trusted generals and Crimson Tiger guards under the Gu family had also reacted, their faces alight with excitement. They clasped their fists and knelt on one knee in salute. Gu Tang waved his hand. My recovery today, as if granted a second life, is entirely thanks to young Master Ye's intervention. The gazes of the generals and guards instantly shifted to Yi Fan. They bowed their heads and chorused, We thank young Master Yi for turning the tide and saving the Crimson Tiger army from peril. Yi Fan remained unruffled, merely nodding with a faint smile. There's no need for such formalities. Please rise. As they spoke, the distant thunder of galloping hooves suddenly erupted, kicking up a rolling cloud of dust like an oncoming sandstorm. This was unmistakably the sign of an approaching cavalry, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. At the forefront, 100 riders charged forward before halting abruptly in perfect unison. Dismounting, the 100-odd generals, led by a short-bearded elder in commander's attire, strode forward. Upon reaching them, they clasped their fists and knelt. Grand Commander, Shan Lianshan has arrived with reinforcements belatedly. We beg your forgiveness. This man was Shan Lianshan, the foremost of the Crimson Tiger Camp's 3 deputy commanders and Gu Tang's most trusted confidant. Having fought alongside him on the northwestern frontier for over 30 years, they were as close as brothers. For this reason, the 100,000 elite cavalry of the Crimson Tiger Camp's main headquarters had always been under Shan Lianshan's command, stationed in a defensive perimeter around the central camp. Earlier, Shan Lianshan had received word that the commander's camp was in turmoil. Deputy commanders Hu and Zhou had each led their loyalists to besiege the commander's tent. Enraged, he had mustered 30,000 troops and rushed over. You've arrived. That's what matters. Better late than never. Gu Tang waved dismissively and beckoned Shan Lianshan and the other generals closer. These were all loyal and devoted men, and seeing his poison-cursed body restored filled them with elation. They clasped their fists in congratulations. Within moments, the 30,000 cavalry behind them had also halted 100 paces away. As the dust settled, an endless sea of armored riders stood before them, their oppressive martial aura making it hard to meet their gaze. With all generals assembled, I shall take this opportunity to announce something. Sweeping his gaze across the gathered commanders, Gu Tang's expression turned solemn, his authority undeniable. Despite being in the commander's camp, I still fell victim to the time-worn poison. This proves that there are those who covet our forces. The Crimson Tiger army is in chaos, teetering on the brink. Fortunately, Commander Yi Fan intervened righteously, saving my life and, by extension, the entire Crimson Tiger army. Therefore, I decree that from this moment forth, young Master Yi shall be the Crimson Tiger territory's greatest benefactor. To see him is to see me. Without need for my orders, he may command our million-strong army at will. Among you, who supports this? Who opposes it? The moment these words were spoken, the generals were momentarily stunned. Yet none felt any resistance. They were all Gu Tang's most loyal subordinates, unwavering in their devotion. Since Yi Fan had saved Gu Tang, he had effectively saved them all. We defer to the Grand Commander's will. We pay our respects to young Master Yi. In unison, the 100-odd generals, the 1,000 Crimson Tiger Guards, and the 30,000 soldiers beyond all clasped their fists and knelt, offering Yi Fan the highest military salute. Yi Fan promptly raised his hand. Generals, rise! I oppose! No sooner had he spoken than an incongruous voice rang out from among the hundreds of people bound in steel chains beside the commander's tent. All eyes turned to see Deputy Commander Hu, the one who had spoken. Gu Tang, though you are the Crimson Tiger Army's commander, you receive your salary from the imperial family. You merely oversee the army temporarily. What right do you have to gift the Crimson Tiger Army to Yi Fan? And what qualifications does Yi Fan have to command the imperial family's army? Do you two intend to rebel? You dare question young Master Yi and me? Worry about yourself first. Gu Tang's face darkened as he rebuked sharply. I ask you, when young Master Yi was treating me in the commander's tent, Chongqing explicitly stated that I was not to be disturbed and even stationed my personal guards outside. Yet you and Zhou Li forcibly barged in with your subordinates and guards, bearing arms within the camp, disrupting young Master Ye's efforts and nearly costing me my life. What were your true intentions? As these words fell, the gazes of the surrounding generals and the 30,000 cavalry beyond turned piercing. That's nonsense. How could I deliberately cause chaos? Deputy Commander Hu stiffened his neck in denial. I was only concerned for the Grand Commander's safety and wanted to bring in a physician to examine him. But not only did young Master Gu refuse, he even berated me and ordered the Crimson Tiger Guards to attack, colluding with outsiders to bind me and my subordinates, even threatening to throw us in the military prison. This is a gross misunderstanding of our goodwill. Such actions will chill the hearts of the entire army. That's right. Deputy Commander Zhou led us here precisely to protect Commander Gu and prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to steal the command emblem and usurp power. Seeing Deputy Commander Hu shifting the blame and instead accusing Gu Tang, one of the 3 10,000-man commanders at the front of the hundreds of troops still kneeling in Deputy Commander Zhou's faction, spoke up in response. Mentioning the now-executed Deputy Commander Zhou, his face twisted with grief and fury as he pointed accusingly at Yi Fan. Commander Gu. This man killed Deputy Commander Zhou without questioning right or wrong, slaughtered him in public, leaving nothing but a mangled corpse that defies description. Great Commander, we implore you to act immediately, execute this man to appease Deputy Commander Zhou's spirit in the afterlife. Before he could finish, Gu Tang burst into furious laughter. Once his laughter subsided, his expression darkened and he roared, "You dare throw filth at young Master Yi and me? You truly have the gall of a damned mutt." Thud. Before his words even faded, Gu Tang abruptly struck out. A palm force sliced through the air, instantly killing the 10,000-man commander where he stood. I, your commander, have led the Crimson Tiger Army and guarded the northwestern border for over a decade. And now there are those within my own camp who seek my life. This is utterly preposterous. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? His final words carried the full weight of his cultivation, erupting like thunder in the ears of the thousands of soldiers present. Combined with the years of authority he wielded, several among the ranks of Hu and Zhou's factions immediately broke under the pressure. Pallid and trembling, they collapsed to the ground, confessing everything. Commander, spare us. All of this was Deputy Commander Zhou's doing. He conspired with the Prince of Jin's estate to seize command of the army while you were critically injured. Their goal was to take control of the Crimson Tiger Army and ultimately seize the Crimson Tiger territory. We were only following orders, we had no choice. The same goes for us. Deputy Commander Hu was acting under the royal family's orders to destabilize you and sow chaos within the Crimson Tiger Army lest you become a threat to the throne. We never wanted this either, but Deputy Commander Hu pressured us in the royal family's name. There was nothing we could do. In an instant, the truth spilled forth. Deputy Commander Hu, so enraged he spat blood, realized the game was over. With a long sigh, he knelt and closed his eyes, no longer resisting. Meanwhile, Shan Lianshan and hundreds of loyal officers erupted in outrage, openly condemning the royal family and the Prince of Jin for their sinister schemes. I have guarded the Great Xia's northwestern border for 30 years, dedicating myself wholeheartedly. Not once in these past 10 years leading the Crimson Tiger Army have I ever harbored disloyalty. And yet, this is how the royal family repays me. When I was injured, they denied me medicinal aid, and when my son risked everything to secure pills for me, they tried to ambush and silence him. And now they seek to strip me of my authority and kill me outright. Fine, if this is how they treat me, then so be it. The royal family today is no longer what it once was. Back in the late emperor's days, when a true ruler sat upon the throne, would such underhanded tactics have been necessary? Now, with the feeble emperor and the Prince of Jin overpowering the court, the entire Great Xia was being plunged into chaos. Having uncovered the truth, Gu Tang couldn't help but lament inwardly. Young Master Yi, how should we deal with these agents planted by the Prince of Jin and the royal family? Those aligned with the Prince of Jin are rebels, execute them, Yi Fan replied after a brief consideration. But Deputy Commander Hu and his subordinates were merely following royal orders, they are not rebels. I shall leave their fate to you, Commander Gu. Men, Gu Tang barked. Execute every last traitor among Deputy Commander Zhou's ranks on the spot. As for Deputy Commander Hu and his men, their crime of insubordination, while not treason, cannot go unpunished. Spare their lives, but they shall each receive 100 lashes and be demoted 3 ranks. Confine them to the military prison for further judgment. Gu Chongqing immediately obeyed, leading a group of Crimson Tiger elites to escort Deputy Commander Hu and his subordinates away. Meanwhile, another detachment of Crimson Tiger guards drew their blades, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they advanced upon the still kneeling remnants of Deputy Commander Zhou's forces. 100-man commanders, 1,000-man commanders, 10,000-man commanders, and even Zhou's personal guards, alongside 2,000 other soldiers who had defected to the Prince of Jin, amounting to nearly 3,000 individuals, were about to be executed on the spot. Such was military law, no mercy or tolerance for rebels. If they want us dead, then let's drag them down with us. Exactly. We're doomed either way, might as well fight. Cornered and desperate, the 2 surviving 10,000-man commanders' eyes shone with madness. With furious roars, they leaped to their feet. Boom! Boom! Dull reverberations erupted from within their bodies as their martial auras surged at a visible rate. Behind them, hundreds rose as well, their energy similarly skyrocketing. In moments, half of them previously mere martial venerates had ascended to martial emperor realm. The 2 10,000-man commanders, previously 8th-tier martial venerates, had now reached 9th-tier martial emperor, merely a step shy of martial saint. Like rabid beasts, they scattered in all directions, some charging toward the command tent, others sprinting toward the 30,000-strong cavalry stationed 100 yards away. No one had time to react before chaos erupted anew. Boom. Splat. Desperate rebels began detonating themselves. Violent energy erupted from their bodies, tearing them apart while ravaging everything else in reach. The cavalry ranks at the front bore the immediate brunt. Horses and soldiers alike were wounded or killed, throwing the formation into disarray. Near the command tent, several explosions shredded a dozen Crimson Tiger elites and blasted 2,000-man commanders off their feet, their mouths spewing blood from grievous wounds. Self-detonating martial emperors fighting with nothing left to lose were terrifying indeed. Using forbidden arts to amplify their strength for a suicidal strike? Pathetic. Damn it. They're death warriors. Protect young Master Yi. Protect the Grand Commander. Don't let them near the tent. Cut them down now. The scene exploded into pandemonium. Shan Lianshan and other officers, Gu Changxing's group, who had been on their way out, and all remaining Crimson Tiger elites rushed forward to form a defensive line. Gu Tang stood firm, his face dark with fury but utterly fearless. So they choose self-destruction? What good will it do them? Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. His eyes flashed faintly as he activated his demonic pupils, instantly piercing through one warrior's body, their dantian, chi channels, and veins laid bare before him. Each death warrior's dantian had already dissolved into a churning vortex of energy, their martial power swelling uncontrollably through their meridians like raging floodwaters. The process was irreversible. Indeed, once activated, this forbidden technique guaranteed the user's death. No wonder they fought without fear, embracing annihilation without hesitation. So that's how it is. After discerning the crux of the matter with his demonic eyes, Yi Fan instantly lost interest. Though the method is vicious and brutal, they're nothing but ants. How could they possibly stir up trouble? No sooner had he spoken than he struck. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, faint yet sharp sounds of slicing air erupted in rapid succession. 3,000 hair-thin crimson threads shot forth, precisely targeting every assailant without exception, piercing directly into the acupoints at their chests. The hundreds of death warriors, who had been scattering in frenzy, froze mid-step, instantly immobilized. Then wisps of white frost surged from within their bodies. Starting from their chests, the chilling ice rapidly spread to their limbs. The process was swift. In less than 2 breaths, all the death warriors had turned into icy statues, exuding a bone-chilling aura that repelled any who dared approach. The charging Red Tiger army generals and elite guards immediately halted, their faces paling with horror as they hastily retreated. Only when everyone had withdrawn to a safe distance did Yi Fan give another mental command. Whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. The 3,000 crimson threads retracted, vanishing into Yi Fan's body without a trace. And in the next moment, the hundreds of frozen statues exploded. Though violent energy erupted once more, its intensity was incomparable to before. Most of it had been sealed within the warriors' bodies, colliding and neutralizing itself. Within moments, all fell silent. Not a remnant of the Prince Jin's death warriors remained. The frozen shards dissolved into nothingness upon hitting the ground, utterly annihilated, without even a corpse left behind. These lunatics actually resorted to mass self-detonation. Death was too good for them. Gu Changxing, still shaken, turned to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, we owe you our lives. Had they scattered and detonated, the Red Tiger army would have suffered heavy casualties today. Shan Lianshan shuddered, then dropped to one knee, fists clasped in salute. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving the Red Tiger army in our darkest hour. Whoosh! In an instant, all the surrounding generals, elite guards, and even the 3,000 cavalrymen, still recovering from the ordeal, knelt in unison. Their voices rang out as one. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving the Red Tiger army in our darkest hour. At this moment, their reverence for Yi Fan was absolute. Facing such peril, hundreds of martial emperors scattering to self-destruct, Yi Fan had effortlessly resolved the crisis with mere crimson threads. His power was truly unfathomable. The Red Tiger army defends the northwest, safeguarding our homeland. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, refusing to take credit. We may fall to enemies, but never to our own. There's no need for thanks. He gestured for them to rise. Tend to the aftermath. Marshal Gu and I have matters to discuss. Once inside the command tent, after brief pleasantries, Yifan's expression turned serious. Marshal Gu, do you know how you were poisoned by the time-bane toxin? I truly don't, Gu Tang replied, bewildered. Prince Jin's death warriors have all been eradicated, but the deputy commanders sent by the royal faction, like Hu, remain. Once we interrogate them, if they're innocent and the royal family is uninvolved, then Prince Jin's forces must be responsible. Unlikely. Yifan shook his head. My theory is, neither the royals nor Prince Jin possessed such a toxin. This substance is extraordinary. Even the martial world wouldn't have it. It must hail from the city of Sin, or perhaps the immortal realm. The immortal realm? This speculation caught Gu Tang off guard, leaving him stunned. Gu Chongsheng, Shan Lianshan, and the other generals stiffened, their faces draining of color as they gasped. Young Master Yi, are you certain? If this poison truly originates from the immortal realm, we're in grave danger. If even Prince Jin and the royals lack such a toxin, its presence in the Red Tiger camp is no accident. Someone deliberately poisoned you. Does this mean, beyond Hu and Zhou's factions, a third infiltrator lurks within our ranks? Despicable cowards. Too timid to fight openly, they resort to underhanded tricks. Even if it's from the immortal realm, anyone daring to sabotage the Red Tiger army will regret it. Demons and gods alike. Young Master Yi, Marshal Gu, order a full investigation. We must expose this immortal realm poisoner. Fury ignited among the officers. One by one, they clasped their fists, demanding justice. That won't work. Yifan shook his head again. The royal and Prince Jin factions were just purged. The army remains unsettled, rumors swirling. Launching another witch hunt now will breed paranoia, shaking morale. The cost outweighs the gain. Moreover, even if the toxin wasn't planted by the royals or Prince Jin, the culprit may not be hiding in camp. Unlike those factions, outsiders wouldn't infiltrate so easily. He turned to Gu Tang. Marshal Gu, since you never left camp after your injuries, the poisoning must have occurred here. During this period, did you handle anything unusual? Gifts, perhaps? Silence fell. Gu Chongxing was the first to react. Father's daily necessities, food, attire, lodging, are identical to the troops. No special treatment. Except, after his internal injuries healed, he took a tonic procured externally. No one else used it. He retrieved a small box from a cabinet. Inside were mere dregs of medicine. Father's final dose was finished just before the poisoning. These are leftover residues from brewing. Yifan took the box. A brief inspection confirmed his suspicion. The toxin lingers faintly in these residues. The poison was indeed in this medicine. The perpetrator meticulously calculated the dosage, adding trace amounts to each batch. By the time Marshal Gu finished the tonic, the toxin erupted, perfectly timed. A carefully planned scheme. This also suggests the culprit likely possesses more time-bane toxin. Yifan nodded. I have a plan, but I'll need Marshal Gu's and everyone's cooperation. He paused, then continued. Hide the marshal's recovery. Instead, prepare a funeral. Announce his death, and lure the snake out of its hole. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Gu Tang nodded silently to himself. Young Master Yi speaks wisely. In recent years, undercurrents had been stirring within the Scarlet Tiger territory. Aside from factions tied to the Jin Prince and the imperial family, he had indeed sensed other forces lurking in the shadows. They all want me dead? Very well. I'll grant them their wish. The Scarlet Tiger territory stood guard over the northwest, intimidating all those who dared to challenge its might. Though Gu Tang was severely injured, his long-standing prestige remained unshaken. As long as he drew breath, he was the soul of the Scarlet Tiger territory. Thus, whether it was the Jin Prince's loyalists within the territory, foreign powerhouses from Europa, or hostile factions from the Sin City in the northwest. All wished for Gu Tang's demise. Since Yi Fan had proposed this plan, why not take advantage of it? Let them believe he was dead and watch as the villains revealed themselves. Father, this plan is highly improper. Gu Chongqing's pedantic tendencies flared up again. He shook his head emphatically, objections pouring from his lips even as he quoted Confucius. Thud. Yi Fan didn't hold back, rapping Gu Chongqing's head sharply. Enough, bookworm. If your father could be poisoned once, he could be poisoned again. Do you truly wish for him to succumb to such treachery? Gu Chongqing rubbed his aching head in protest. Of course not. He treasured his skull dearly. Had anyone else dared strike him, he would have demanded blood. But against Yi Fan? His defiance withered in an instant. Ever since witnessing Yi Fan's brilliance during the military exercises in the Vermilion Bird territory, Gu Chongqing had submitted wholeheartedly. Then it's settled. Yi Fan cut him off. Instead of waiting for them to strike again, we lure them out and eliminate them in one sweep. He laid out the plan. Gu Tang's death would be a feigned one. Remember to cry convincingly, Yi Fan added drily. Yet despite Yi Fan's orders, Gu Chongqing remained hesitant. Ignoring him, Yi Fan turned to the others. Lao Gua, Huizi, Elder Shan, spread the word immediately. Notify every officer above the rank of 1,000-man commander to attend the morning rites. When the time came, loyalty and betrayal would be laid bare. Oh! The somber notes of morning horns echoed across the Scarlet Tiger territory as shocking news spread like wildfire. Commander Gu Tang has perished. According to reports, while discussing military affairs in the command tent, the commander had suddenly collapsed. Not from his old wounds, but from an unseen poison. Physician Wang had confirmed his demise. Already, a memorial altar had been erected. Simultaneously, another explosive announcement followed. Deputy Commander Zhou had attempted a rebellion, but was slain by the young master's forces. Commander Hu, meanwhile, remained imprisoned. Under Yi Fan and Gu Chongqing's orchestration, the news spread with unprecedented speed, setting the entire territory aflame with whispers. What? Just moments ago, we saw Commander Gu alive and well. How could he have died so suddenly? I witnessed him executing traitors myself. This makes no sense. Those who had participated in the earlier confrontation were stunned. Yet their commanding officers seemed to grasp the deeper implications. 1,000-man commander exhaled slowly. Perhaps the commander was merely experiencing his final surge of vitality before death. Clenching his fist, he issued crisp orders. Hold the camp. I will pay my respects personally. If young Master Yi, that unfathomable genius, were involved, even death itself would have trouble claiming Gu Tang. The hidden players emerge. In a secluded camp, a burly man with a thick beard seized his subordinate's collar, eyes blazing. You're certain? Gu Tang is dead. Without a doubt. Our informant witnessed it. He collapsed mid-council meeting. The medics confirmed no pulse. The morning rites have already begun. The subordinate glanced around warily before whispering. If Gu Tang truly is gone, the Sin City will rule the Northwest unimpeded. With a city under our control, we could extend our reach into the great Xia Empire itself. The bearded man silenced him with a growl. Enough! The city lord's orders are clear. No unnecessary risks. We maintain secrecy. Still, smug amusement flickered in his eyes. Still, I must verify this personally. He turned sharply to his aide. Ensure the prisoners remain concealed while I'm gone. Lose them, and the city lord will have both our heads. Elsewhere, another commander clasped 2 steel spheres, rolling them between his fingers. Gu Tang dead. Beside him, his subordinate nodded fervently. Absolutely true. The Xia people revere their dead, morning rites don't lie. The young master grieves openly, and Elder Shan fainted from sorrow. Such displays aren't feigned. His lips curled slightly. Shall we notify Prince Christopher? These infiltrators hailed from the Britannian royal faction. Though Prince Christopher himself had suffered crushing defeats in both the Vermilion Bird and Miao territories, losing even his fleshly form. His influence lingered. In the Scarlet Tiger territory, his agents had climbed to the rank of 10,000-man commander. Even if they hadn't directly orchestrated Gutang's poisoning, they'd certainly greased the wheels, ensuring the toxins reached his inner circle. Not yet. The steel spheres clicked softly as he contemplated. The time poison shouldn't have acted so swiftly. A cold gleam entered his gaze. If this is a sham, then I'll ensure Gutang draws his last breath for real. His fingers tightened. Once Scarlet Tiger descends into chaos, Britannia's hour will come. Mike, I've prepared a weapon here, you'll carry it for me later. As Yek spoke, he pulled out a black case from the barracks about the size of a backpack. Though the case was tightly sealed, a faint smell of gunpowder still seeped out. Mike frowned and asked, "Boss, what kind of weapon is inside?" "I smell gunpowder, is it explosives?" His heart tightened. He knew Yak all too well. Back when they served under Prince Chris, Yak had been ruthless. If necessary, he'd even draw his sword against his own parents. Could it be that if Boss discovers Gutang isn't dead, he plans to blow him up with explosives? Cough. You're overthinking it. Yak scoffed. Use your brain. Do you think ordinary explosives would work on anyone above the Martial Emperor realm? If Gutang really survived, could a single pack of explosives kill him? Quit overanalyzing. This is a secret weapon I prepared, can't tell you yet. Just keep it safe for me. Once we enter the main tent, don't run off without my orders. Your position is crucial and don't lose that case. Roger. Mike gripped the case tighter, oblivious that the brother he trusted had long since planned to betray him. 10 minutes earlier, faint laughter had echoed from the Red Tiger Domain's command tent. Now, the tent had been converted into a memorial hall, draped in sorrow. Father, how could you leave me like this? Wails? A son's regret when parents depart, wind howling where trees stand still. I failed you. I never got to fulfill my filial duties. Such sin, such sin. Gu Chongqing knelt before the memorial altar, weeping uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing freely. His scholarly demeanor and seemingly genuine grief left the Red Tiger Domain's early arrivals, high-ranking officers, utterly bewildered. A few loyal generals stepped forward to console him. Young Master Gu, don't grieve too much. Though Commander Gu has passed, rest assured, we old-timers will fully support you in taking over the Red Tiger Domain's forces. That's right. We stand firmly with young Master Gu. The entire Northwest was conquered under Commander Gu's leadership. Who in the Red Tiger Domain hasn't benefited from the old general's grace? How inhuman would it be to abandon young Master Gu while the commander's body is still warm? These first arriving officers were the Gu family's most loyal elites. Despite the suddenness of Commander Gu's death, they had no hesitation in pledging their support to Gu Chongqing. Humph. That's more like it. Hidden in the tent's back room, Gutang, alongside Yi Fan and others, watched the unfolding scene. Seeing his loyal officers still siding with the Gu family, a hint of pride warmed his heart. But then he saw Gu Chongqing bawling like a mourner, and his temper flared. That little bastard's crying like his whole world's ended. Damn it, if I weren't standing here alive, I think I was dead myself. Ugh, I've got half a mind to march out there and kick his ass. I'm not dead yet. Gu Chongqing's theatrical despair had infected the memorial hall, lending an air of genuine tragedy. With the unwitting officers playing along, it seemed as though Gutang truly had perished. Yi Fan, tell me that brat wouldn't actually want me dead so he can inherit my damn debt, would he? Yi Fan nearly choked. The contrast between Gutang and his son was staggering. While Chongqing was the epitome of refined elegance, Gutang cursed like a sailor, brash and uncouth. You're overthinking it, Commander Gu. Young Master Gu is simply expressing his emotions. After all, earlier you faced death itself. If fate hadn't led me to Anqing, you truly would be gone. Given the emotional whiplash, its natural heat vent. His reassurance soothed Gutang somewhat. No matter what happens next, don't reveal yourself prematurely. With me here, nothing will spiral out of control. Tonight, we flush out every traitor lurking in the shadows. Gutang nodded. Fine. But, Yi Fan, the one lying in the coffin, won't it look suspicious? If those rebels demand to inspect the body, they'll expose everything. A smirk curled Yi Fan's lips. Relax. Even the gods themselves would believe that corpse is real. With a flick of his wrist, paper talismans fluttered at his sleeve, puppet corpse constructs. The corpse in the coffin wasn't Gutang at all, but one of Yi Fan's paper effigies, a flawless stand-in. Outside, Gu Chongqing's lamentations grew even more dramatic. Another loyal general, Shan Lianshan, joined the performance. Commander Gu, how could you leave us? What will become of the Red Tiger Domain? With the city of Sin and Europa at our borders, the scheming Jin clan and the Emperor's suppression within, how can your brothers survive? You didn't even name a successor. This was all part of the script. Yi Fan worried the conspirators wouldn't dare speak up, so he had Shan Lianshan and Gu Chongqing play act to provoke the discussion. Old Shan, what are you implying? We just agreed, after Commander Gu's passing, young Master Gu inherits leadership. Exactly. Old Shan, Commander Gu revered you most. You wouldn't oppose him, would you? The tent erupted into chaos. The weeping stopped instantly as factions emerged. 1. The Gu loyalists, staunch supporters of the family. 2. Shan's faction, those aligning with Shan Lianshan. 3. The opportunists, those stirring conflict between the factions. Oh? Isn't it obvious, Captain Yang? An officer sneered. After Commander Gu's death, the new leader must be someone of merit. In my view, Old Shan is the ideal choice. We agree. Old Shan should command the Red Tiger domain. While the tent squabbled like a boiling pot, a bearded officer barged in. Xiaohong, the undercover 1,000-man commander planted by the city of Sin. If the Red Tiger army keeps indulging in hereditary succession, what's the point of our meritocracy? His voice dripped ice. The Red Tiger army doesn't belong to the Gu family. It belongs to Great Xia, and it shouldn't stay under one clan's thumb forever. Xiaohong is utterly cunning. With just one sentence, he stirred up conflict between the Gu family's loyal supporters and Elder Shan while also winning the backing of the military officers supported by the Imperial faction. Though the Imperial faction had backed Deputy Commander Hu, he had already been removed. But after all, the Crimson Tiger domain was officially infanged by the Imperial court, and there were still many officers within it who had been appointed by the royals. Previously, when news spread that Gu Tang had awakened and Commander Hu had been ousted, those Imperial-backed officers had been ready to pledge allegiance to the Gu family. Now, however, upon hearing that Gu Tang had died again, they felt it was time to renew their loyalty to the Imperial faction. With Gu Tang dead, a new leader had to be selected. The Imperial supporters believed that anyone could be chosen except Gu Chongqing. If another Gu Chongqing were to rise to power, wouldn't they just be nurturing another Gu Tang? The Northwest Tiger. If the son inherited his father's position, mobilizing the military forces of the Northwest Crimson Tiger domain would become even more difficult in the future. Exactly. We support General Zhao's stance. Elder Shan is highly respected. There's no better choice to take over the Crimson Tiger domain. Amid the clamor, the atmosphere in the hall had already begun to shift subtly. At this point, hardly anyone seemed to care whether Gu Tang was truly dead or alive. All that mattered now was the power struggle following his supposed death. The room had devolved into chaos. Damn these treacherous bastards. I've finally seen their true colors. That damned captain of the guards is actually with the Imperial faction? And the logistics commander is from the city of Sin? Damn it. I'm furious. In the rear courtyard, Gu Tang watched the traitors reveal themselves, stomping in rage. Don't stop me. I'm going out there to cut them down. His martial energy flared as he brandished his blade, ready to charge out. Had Yi Fan not set up a concealment array in the courtyard earlier, Gu Tang would have already exposed himself. Elder Gu, don't act rashly. Not everyone has arrived yet. Many of the Crimson Tiger domain's nearby officers still haven't made it here. Once they do, I'm sure there'll be even more surprises. Though seething, Gu Tang knew this wasn't the time for recklessness. They had gone to great lengths to set up this elaborate scheme. It would be a waste not to root out all the snakes hiding in the grass. Humph. At this point, it's not a surprise, it's a damn nightmare. These ungrateful wretches. Hypocrites, every last one of them. After all I've done for them. His face darkened with resolve. After today, he would execute a purge. This ordeal had made one thing clear to Gu Tang: the lives of the Crimson Tiger domain's million soldiers could only be entrusted to himself. Neither the Jin Prince nor the Imperial court could be relied upon. As for young Master Yi Sai, if only he were willing to take the next step. Meanwhile, the debate in the main hall raged on. Shan Lianshan, who had initially sparked the dispute, remained kneeling silently, offering no opinion. His eyes were downcast, but his gaze swept covertly across the room, observing everyone's reactions. TSK? These idiots. Can't they see through such a simple ploy? Jumping the gun like this. He couldn't help but sigh. Even several officers who had been close to Gu Chongqing and Gu Tang were now openly opposing Gu Chongqing's succession. Shan Lianshan stayed silent because he, too, was waiting. Waiting for the arrival of a few more battalion commanders, one of them being Yake, the agent Prince Chris had planted in the Crimson Tiger domain. Shan Lianshan had long suspected Yake, but since the man wasn't under his direct command and there was no concrete evidence, he couldn't act against him. Today, he wanted to see where Yake's loyalties truly lay. During previous invasions by Euro and forces, Yake had shown a suspicious lack of initiative. And with the recent turmoil in the Vermilion Bird domain, Britannia and other foreign powers stirring trouble in Great Xia, Shan Lianshan had a hunch that Yake was one of Prince Chris's men. Thud. 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 Just as the argument in the hall reached its peak, heavy footsteps approached. Even before the man entered, an overwhelming surge of martial energy pressed down on the room, reaching the peak of the martial emperor realm. Since when did the Crimson Tiger domain have such a powerful hidden expert? The officers exchanged puzzled glances. The known martial emperor's deputy commanders Hu and Zhou had already been removed. The only other one was Elder Shan, who was still kneeling on the floor. None of the other familiar battalion commanders or high-ranking officers were at this level. The voices in the hall gradually quieted. Everyone knew a heavyweight had arrived. Was it the Southern Heavenly King, Xia Yuan? Or the Eastern King, Xiang Tian? But when the figure finally stepped inside, shock rippled through the crowd. It was neither. Instead, it was Yake, a battalion commander stationed near the Crimson Tiger domain's core region. Yake commanded 10,000 elite soldiers, the cream of the Crimson Tiger domain's forces responsible for safeguarding its heart. More importantly, he was widely regarded as the next candidate for the title of the Fifth Heavenly King, wielding immense influence. Though technically of the same rank as the other battalion commanders, many of them had already formed close ties with him in private. If Yake truly ascended to the Fifth Heavenly King position, he would become Gu Changshan's most trusted right-hand man, just like Shan Lianshan had been to Gu Tang, with the authority to barge into the commander's tent at midnight, blade in hand. Yake swept a cold gaze over the assembly but said nothing. Calmly, he walked to the memorial altar, lit an incense stick, bowed before the spirit tablet, and placed it in the burner. Only then did he turn to face the crowd. You're all veterans of the Crimson Tiger domain. Yet before Commander Gu's body is even cold, you're already squabbling over power. Have you no shame? His stern rebuke, coupled with the intimidating presence of his elite guards, instantly silenced the room. Everyone knew Yake's stance would be pivotal, second only to Elder Shan's. General Yake, we weren't truly arguing, Xiaohang interjected smoothly. We were merely discussing who should rightfully succeed Commander Gu. Elder Shan is a respected figure, certainly capable of leading the Crimson Tiger domain to stability. He paused, then added with a sly smile, but now that I think about it, there's another excellent candidate right before us. Why not General Yake himself? Young, capable, and already trusted by the late Commander Gu as the commander of the elite guard. With your combat experience, the future would be bright indeed. Xiaohang let out a hearty laugh and directly placed Ark on the candidate list. General Xiao, isn't this reckless? The Crimson Tiger domain has always been under the Gu family's control. What's the meaning of me getting involved like this? This isn't appropriate, right, everyone? Though Ark's words claimed hesitation, his expression showed no trace of reluctance at all. His provocative gaze swept over the crowd, carrying a subtle hint of threat. The message was crystal clear: you all better watch your tongues. In the backyard, Gu Tang observed everything happening up front with clarity. Ark had rushed over in a hurry and respectfully offered incense. Initially, Gu Tang was somewhat pleased. I knew it, I haven't misjudged him. At least some of these high-ranking officers still know their place. In times of hardship, true loyalty shines. But before Gu Tang could even finish his thought, Ark dropped that bombshell. Asking everyone to judge whether it was appropriate? Damn it. This bastard wasn't planning to refuse at all. That motherfucker actually wants the position too. Goddamn it. Gu Tang was so furious he almost lost his mind. Before Gu Tang was severely injured, the Crimson Tiger domain had been firmly under his absolute control and everything had gone smoothly. But after being bedridden for years, even while still remotely managing the domain, many matters had slipped beyond his grasp, prompting him to promote younger generals. And now it turned out that every last one of these rising stars was a traitor? Unknowingly, he had been surrounded by enemies and rivals? Among the 3 deputy commanders, aside from his old comrade Shan Lianshan, the other 2, Deputy Commander Hu and Deputy Commander Zhou, were pawns of the imperial family and Prince Jin. Even the reserve candidates, Ark and Xiaohang, proved unreliable. Godfing damn it. This was infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Young Master Yi, shouldn't we step in now? There shouldn't be any more rebels in the Crimson Tiger domain, right? Gu Tang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. If not for the trap Yu Fan had set today, Gu Tang would have assumed everything was peaceful once Deputy Commanders Hu and Zhou were dealt with. He hadn't realized so much filth still lurked in the shadows of the Crimson Tiger domain. Yi Fan frowned, his powerful foundation establishment's second layer soul force spreading outward, sweeping across the entire camp. His voice turned icy as he spoke, "Not yet. There are still bigger fish hiding, and they're strong. Judging by their surging energy, they're beyond martial saint, likely divine transformation experts. For someone of that level to covet the Crimson Tiger domain, they must be from the immortal realm." "What? Divine transformation experts?" Gu Tang's heart shuddered, his eyes darting around in shock. Just why is the Crimson Tiger domain, a single territory, so coveted? Could there be some unknown treasure hidden here? Back in the main tent, after Ark's declaration, the crowd fell silent for only a moment before erupting into clamor. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. General Ark, you're the perfect candidate." "Exactly. With General Ark leading the Crimson Tiger domain, we'll surely advance further, no longer shackled by the Imperial family." Given Ark's considerable influence within the Crimson Tiger army, many of the previously undecided officers now threw their support behind him. The situation in the tent instantly split into 4 factions. One group, about a third, loyally supported Gu Changsheng. Another faction, roughly a quarter, backed the old General Shan. Yet another segment, instigated by the Imperial family and Xiao Heng's faction, supported Ark, also making up a quarter. The remaining officers hesitated, still keeping their options open. Amidst the chaos, the martial experts in the room eyed each other warily. Only the old General Shan and Gu Changsheng understood this was all part of a carefully laid trap waiting for these clowns to take the bait. "Ah, you all flatter me. For someone as young as me to take over the Crimson Tiger domain would be quite audacious. But rest assured, if I become its commander, I'll secure benefits for everyone, medicinal pills, herbs, martial techniques. I'll pull every string to get them. As you know, I have connections with the Pope of Europa. Some of their martial secrets? I'll make sure everyone gets a share." Ark paused dramatically before continuing. "That said, while I'm willing to dedicate myself to the Crimson Tiger domain, I must still heed the opinions of my elders here." "Old General Shan, would you oppose me taking command?" He turned and fixed his burning gaze on Shan Lianshan, who was still kneeling on the ground. From a certain angle, it almost looked as if Shan Lianshan was bowing to Ark, like a subject paying homage to a new king. Sigh. Old General Shan really is getting on in years. I can't see much of a future for him. Right? From this angle, he seems downright feeble. The crowd's attitude shifted yet again. Ark's aggressive stance, directly challenging Shan Lianshan, left him no room to maneuver. If Shan Lianshan opposed him now, he'd thoroughly alienate Arkansas. But if he stayed silent, he'd be seen as submitting in the eyes of the other officers. Ark's scheme was ruthless. He was forcing the old general into a corner. Had Gu Tang actually been dead, this situation would have spiraled beyond control. No matter which faction prevailed today, bloodshed would have been inevitable. But since this was all part of Yi Fan and Gu Tang's script, things would proceed exactly as planned. Hey, General Ark, you overestimate this old man's influence. Whether I oppose you or not is irrelevant. Shan Lianshan smirked, dodging the question but stirring the pot further. Since the future of the Crimson Tiger domain is at stake, allow me to share my thoughts as an elder. If so many desire command, then all officers of 10,000 men rank or higher should be eligible to stand for election. Let's convene a council, debate openly, and vote to decide. How does that sound? His words were cunning. Rather than answering Ark directly, Shan Lianshan expanded the scope of contention. Humph. You want to use me as a shield? You crave command so badly, Ark? Fine. I'll grant every eligible officer the right to compete, legitimizing their ambitions. A soldier who doesn't dream of becoming a general is no true soldier. Practically speaking, after Gu Tang's death, every member of the Crimson Tiger domain would covet command. This wasn't just tactics, it was an open stratagem akin to the ancient decree of enfeoffment. Though Ark would hate to see more competitors, nothing could stop the 10,000 men officers from vying for power. More contenders meant a Messier battlefield. Following Yi Fan's plan, Shan Lianshan's role was to muddy the waters further, letting every lurking demon reveal themselves. You. Shan Lianshan's words left Yak dumbfounded, his face turning livid with rage. Yak wanted to argue back, but he found his words utterly powerless. And at this moment, Yak didn't dare say too much, because he had already noticed that the other commanders in the tent were beginning to stir, each preparing to nominate themselves. If Yak tried to block anyone from entering the candidate list now, he would instantly become public enemy number 1. What's the matter, General Yak? Do you oppose my suggestion, or do you think none of the other generals here are qualified? Shan Lianshan smirked, his eyes flickering toward the back hall. He couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's brilliance. This strategy of divide and conquer was absolutely masterful. By allowing all commanders to participate in the election, those who had initially planned to support Yak would likely abandon him and campaign for themselves instead. This would drastically weaken Yak's support base. Moreover, if there were any hidden factions within the Red Tiger domain, this move would expose them all. No. I think General Shan's proposal is excellent. Any of the commanders present who have ambitions should feel free to step forward. Yak gritted his teeth as he glared at the surrounding officers. But let me remind you all, the position of Red Tiger Domain's commander is not for just anyone. Think carefully about whether you can truly command respect. Many are eyeing this seat, and some might end up dead in a ditch before dawn. A blatant threat. Yak's meaning was crystal clear. He was determined to take the commander's position today. Anyone who dared compete with him would face his wrath, possibly even assassination. The previously eager commanders around him immediately fell silent. But among the hundreds of commanders in the Red Tiger domain, 6 or 7 still spoke up. I, Tan, believe I am qualified to contend for this position. I, Wu, would also like to try. I hope for your support. In moments, these men stepped forward, some even gaining backing from other officers. Even some of the neutral commanders, those aligned with the royal family or Prince Jean, began shifting their support to these new candidates. Damn it. Unbelievable. Yak's face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot, his fury nearly boiling over. That damned old man. Shan Lianshan, this decrepit bastard, not only did he oppose Yak, but he also had to drag all these other commanders into the fray. Now, how the hell was Yak supposed to play this game? His gaze swept over Shan Lianshan before landing on Gu Chongqing. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. But upon closer inspection, Yak finally noticed something odd. Wait a minute. Gu Chongqing appeared grief-stricken, but the core officers of the Gu faction around him showed no trace of sorrow. And despite the chaos unfolding in the hall, these officers remained completely unruffled. Some even wore mocking smiles, expressions of disdain and pity. The same was true for Shan Lianshan's side. While Shan Lianshan's demeanor was relatively normal, some of his commanders were even scrolling through videos on their phones. What the hell? How could they tolerate this? Brother, we're on the verge of a bloodbath here, and you're watching videos. This was far from normal. As Prince Chris's mole within the Red Tiger domain, Yak was no fool. After a moment of contemplation, his expression turned grave. The atmosphere had initially convinced him that Gu Tang was truly dead. But now he began to doubt the authenticity of Gu Tang's death. What if Gu Tang wasn't dead at all? What if this was all an act, a staged performance to lure out traitors? If so, then everyone who had just stepped forward would be exposed. Though the Red Tiger domain had sealed off internal news, Yak, as Prince Chris's spy, had still received some intelligence. Rumors suggested that Gu Tang had been revived and had regained consciousness, thanks to a familiar name. Yi Fan. This man had once humiliated Prince Chris in the Vermilion Bird domain. And his signature tactic? Faking his own death. He had used this very trick in the Northwest, faking his demise to slip into the capital and orchestrate a massive upheaval, wiping out Prince Jin's entire power base in Shangjing. Now that Yi Fan had arrived in the Red Tiger domain, was he repeating the same strategy? Yak's earlier suspicions resurfaced. The situation in the hall had already spiraled out of control. Many commanders who had initially remained neutral now glared at Yak with undisguised hatred. His actions had blocked too many paths. There was no stopping this now. With a resentful snort, Yak could only swallow his frustration. Despite years of maneuvering within the Red Tiger domain, he had to constantly guard against suspicion from the domain's original forces as well as interference from the royal family and Prince Jin's factions. Reaching his current position and rallying so many followers was already a remarkable feat. Ahem. Gentlemen, don't misunderstand me. I was merely joking, testing everyone's enthusiasm. Yak's face was thicker than a city wall. Realizing he couldn't suppress the uprising, he swiftly changed tactics, steering the conversation elsewhere. Of course, anyone who wishes to contend for the position of Red Tiger Domain's commander must be prepared to face threats from all sides. You must stand firm. His words eased the tension slightly. Then, Yak continued. However, before we proceed with the vote, there's one more matter we must address. Brother Gu, are you absolutely certain that Elder Gu cannot be revived? Elder Gu has rendered immense service to the Red Tiger domain. If he was misdiagnosed and isn't truly dead, wouldn't it be reckless to hastily set up a memorial and bury him? What if he's merely in a state of suspended animation? Wouldn't our actions then become a farce? Yak deliberately emphasized the words suspended animation, exchanging meaningful glances with the surrounding commanders. His implication was unmistakable. And these commanders were no fools, they instantly grasped his meaning. Holy shit! If Gu Tang was only pretending to be dead, then those who had eagerly jumped at the commander's position would undoubtedly face retaliation later. Losing their posts would be the least of their worries. With that realization, the group wasted no time. Yes, General Yak is right, we must examine the body. Don't phrase it so crudely. We merely wish to pay our final respects to Elder Gu. Young Master Gu, allow us to approach and see the Elder one last time. We mean no disrespect, we only wish to express our grief. Please don't misunderstand. Some in the group directly voiced their demands, while others took a roundabout approach, but they all had the same goal, to verify up close whether Gu Tang was truly dead. Yake's words had reminded them. Gu Chongqing was speechless. These people clearly just wanted to confirm if his father was really dead, yet they still found excuses and justifications. You all? Don't go too far. First, you fight over leadership rights in my father's mourning hall, and now that he's dead, you still won't let him rest in peace. If anyone dares to lay a hand on him, I swear I won't let you get away with it. Disloyal and unfilial, shameless wretches. Though Gu Chongqing had read countless books and could insult without outright vulgarity, once he started, his words poured out endlessly like a raging river, particularly toward the end. His barrage of classical quotations gave the Red Tiger Domain's generals a pounding headache. Young Master Gu, enough of this gibberish. We can't understand a word you're saying. Now, you only need to do one thing. Step aside. That's right. If you don't move, don't blame us for being rude. As they spoke, the Red Tiger Domain's generals began shoving forward, and in an instant, they had forcibly separated Gu Chongqing from the coffin. Some blocked him while others quickly approached the coffin, lifting its half-open lid and peering inside. Beasts! A pack of beasts! Heartless, shameless monsters! How could I have raised such a den of ungrateful wolves? Watching from the backyard, Gu Tang stomped in fury. Had Yifan not held him back, he would have charged out multiple times already. Yifan smirked mischievously at him. Elder Gu, want to give them a scare? Huh? Scare them? I want to crush them alive. Gu Tang gnashed his teeth. Yifan chuckled softly. Easy. As he spoke, his fingers formed a series of quick hand seals. Outside, in the main tent, the moment those generals peered into the coffin, Yifan flicked his wrist, activating the paper effigy inside. In one swift motion, the fake Gu Tang sat bolt upright. You insolent curs! The paper effigy perfectly resembled Gu Tang, complete with the chilling aura of a corpse. Under the cover of night, the generals could barely see clearly. Moreover, despite his death, Gu Tang had ruled the Red Tiger Domain for years, his prestige unmatched. Even dead, these generals had only dared to approach the coffin with trembling fear. Now, seeing Gu Tang suddenly rise from the coffin and shout at them, they pissed themselves in terror. Thud! 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 One after another, they dropped to their knees in frantic kowtows. My apologies, Commander Gu. I was wrong. Commander, we didn't mean it. It was all Yake's idea. Yes, we've always been loyal to you. We swear absolute obedience. Please spare us, Elder Gu. The 5 or 6 generals who had approached the coffin moments earlier now trembled like leaves, foreheads smacking the ground in desperate repentance. From boundless arrogance to utter humiliation, bang, bang, bang. The sound of their frantic kowtows echoed deafeningly across the tent. Everyone else was stunned. What just happened? Was Gu Tang actually alive? Yake was the most shocked of all. From the beginning, he'd suspected Gu Tang wasn't truly dead. He had proposed confirming it. Yet now that his suspicions were seemingly validated, doubt crept in. Damn, could this really be a coincidence? While the others remained frozen, Yake suddenly darted toward the coffin. Commander, you truly? As he spoke, his hand snapped toward Gu Tang's chest, attempting to verify. Yet, in the next instant, the situation shifted again. Thump! Gu Tang, who had just sat up, abruptly collapsed back into the coffin. Pale as death. No breath, no pulse, no heartbeat, no trace of martial qi. Indistinguishable from a corpse. Huh? Post-mortem spasms? Yake's fingers closed on empty air, his heart sinking. Was Gu Tang mocking them even in death? Yake, what are you doing? Whether Commander Gu is dead or alive, what's the meaning of this? Elder Shan seized the moment, angrily rebuking Yake while moving to block further probing. If this was a performance, it had to be flawless. Misunderstanding, Elder Shan. I merely wished to assess Commander Gu's condition. Unfazed, Yake twisted his wrist, bypassing Elder Shan, and seized Gu Tang's limp wrist, probing for a pulse. His senses sharpened as he scrutinized the corpse. Everything matched true death. The cold stiffness of the body, the scent of decay, no discrepancy. Even the facial features were identical to Gu Tang's likeness. Yet the more perfect it seemed, the more convinced Yake became. Something was wrong. But what? Wait, the expression. The real Gu Tang had a habit of twisting his mouth when angry, especially when cursing. But this corpse didn't. A fake. Realization struck like icy water. So it was all a trap. Damn. Too cunning. Absolute disaster. All his covert forces were now exposed. Knowing Gu Tang wouldn't orchestrate this alone, Yake realized Yifan had to be behind it. His scheme to secure the Red Tiger domain for Prince Chris had just imploded. Survival was now the immediate priority. Despite the turmoil in his mind, Yake maintained a perfect poker face. Alas, Commander Gu truly has passed. If any doubt remains, you may verify for yourselves. He stepped back, scanning the kneeling generals, still trembling on the ground in shame. Their humiliation was irreversible. The moment they groveled, they forfeited any claim to leadership. Ready to escape, Yake suddenly clutched his stomach with an awkward smile. Ah, gentlemen, I apologize. A sudden call of nature. If voting begins, do wait for me. With that, he hurriedly exited the tent. Yake still hadn't spotted Yifan's trace. This was his last chance to escape. If he waited until Yifan appeared, fleeing would likely be impossible. Having understood everything, Yake didn't hesitate. He immediately abandoned all subsequent plans and prepared to leave the scene. As he passed by Mike, Yake whispered to his deputy, "Go over there. Get close to the coffin. I'll find a chance to use the weapon." Inside that case was a specially crafted origin weapon bomb. This bomb wasn't made from ordinary explosives, but from a unique origin or processed through a special method. Its explosive power was comparable to that of a nuclear weapon. It was specifically designed to target martial arts experts. Theoretically, such a bomb was powerful enough to kill even a martial saint-level powerhouse. This was a covert technology from Prince Chris's faction, not yet mass-produced. Only a few existed, and Yake had one reserved for critical moments. And now, in Yake's mind, this was the critical moment. The situation was complicated. With Yifan interfering in the Red Tiger domain, Yake needed to stall him to escape smoothly. As for killing Yifan, Yake had never even considered it. According to intel from Shangjing, even the martial saints under Prince Jin had been effortlessly crushed and slaughtered, meaning Yifan's strength was at least at the divine transformation level or higher. This bomb could kill a martial saint, but killing Yifan was nearly impossible. Yake only hoped to eliminate the Red Tiger domain's high-ranking officials, create chaos, and delay Yifan. That would be enough. Understood, General. But you'd better come back quickly. I can't hold this situation for long. Mike clutched the case in his arms, feeling the scorching gazes around him, his heart pounding with unease. He was just Yake's deputy. Though competent and always executing orders flawlessly, his ability to handle situations independently was far from sufficient. Got it. Yake patted his deputy's shoulder, silently mourning for Mike in his heart. Better you than me. From the very beginning of this operation, Yake had already decided to sacrifice Mike. Humph. Yake thinks he can escape? If I let him get away today, I'll take his surname. Young Master Yi, we don't have to hold back anymore. Right? In the backyard, Gu Tang, observing the situation, immediately grasped Yake's intentions. Yake must have realized something had exposed him. Yifan sighed helplessly. What a shame. The divine transformation expert hiding in the shadows still hasn't shown himself. But we really can't wait any longer. Elder Gu, leave Yake to me. You stay here and control the situation in the main hall. Let's go. I need to brief Chongqing first. Yifan called out to Guoli, Yamada Keiko, Songyang, and the others. Old Gua, you'll need to assist later. With so many battalion commanders causing trouble, Elder Gu and Elder Shan's forces might struggle to suppress all those martial emperor experts. Understood. Guoli, Songyang, and the others responded in unison, following Yifan as they stepped out from the backyard toward the main hall. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Elder Shan and Gu Chongqing noticed Yake's departure. Though anxious, they weren't entirely sure how to proceed. The real issue was that after Yake had inspected Gu Tang's corpse, the other battalion commanders had also stepped forward to pay their respects. In truth, they wanted to verify whether Gu Tang was truly dead. The two elders were worried. They knew the coffin held an impostor. If exposed, would the crowd revolt? After exchanging glances, just as they were about to decide to send someone after Yake, Xiao Heng, the representative from Sin City, suddenly stepped forward. I, too, would like to pay my respects and see Elder Gu's condition for myself. As Sin City's representative, Xiao Heng was already satisfied with the chaos he'd stirred. The earlier battalion commanders had caved too easily, kneeling in fear and forfeiting their claim to power, which disappointed him. But Yake's sudden departure put him on guard. Why would Yake leave to use the restroom at a time like this? What's he up to? As Xiao Heng spoke, he reached out to touch the corpse of Gu Tang in the coffin. Unbeknownst to him, Yifan was already leading the real Gu Tang toward the hall, and every move Xiao Heng made was under Yifan's watch. This was the man who had deliberately provoked conflict earlier, pushing Yake into the candidate pool. Gu Tang had to return from the dead, and since Xiao Heng had volunteered, he would be the perfect scapegoat for the resurrection. Chongqing, get ready to play along. Through his earpiece, Yifan relayed the order to Gu Chongqing, then flicked his wrist in a subtle motion. Crack! The moment Xiao Heng's fingers touched the corpse, a crisp sound rang out. The paper effigy of Gu Tang in the coffin shattered instantly, crumbling like broken glass before disintegrating into dust, scattered by a faint breeze. Wah! The dozen or so battalion commanders surrounding the coffin were stunned. Damn it! General Xiao, what did you do to Elder Gu? You just turned him to dust. How disrespectful can you be? Xiao Heng, even if we're competing for the commander's position, this is too much. What the hell? The martial experts immediately swarmed Xiao Heng, surrounding him with murderous intent. Xiao Heng was utterly dumbfounded. I didn't... What the hell just happened? There's no way I'd desecrate Elder Gu's body. I just wanted to check. He desperately tried to explain, but everyone had seen it. The moment he touched the corpse, it exploded. Even with 8 mouths, he couldn't talk his way out of this. To make matters worse, Gu Chongqing suddenly leaped up and kicked Xiao Heng to the ground. Ah, Xiao Heng, what did you do to my father? What kind of evil sorcery did you use to turn him into scraps? Damn you, my poor father. Not even his body was left intact. You bastard. I'll kill you. Brothers attack together. Avenge my father. Though bookish and somewhat rigid, Gu Chongqing's mind was sharp. With Yifan's cue, he transformed into an Oscar-worthy actor. His fury, his hysteria, his exaggerated grief, all flawless. As he roared, his blade thrust straight toward Xiao Heng's chest. Oh, young Master Gu, don't misunderstand. I truly had no intention of harming Elder Gu. This is all a misunderstanding. The moment the blade nearly pierced his heart, Xiao Heng instinctively sidestepped by a foot, simultaneously channeling his martial energy to form a defensive barrier, forcefully blocking Gu Chongqing at a meter's distance. Yet his reaction instantly enraged the surrounding captains of 10,000. Damn it! You dare fucking fight back. Fuck. Brothers. Get him. A dozen captains of 10,000, along with other martial experts, lunged forward without hesitation. Grabbing his legs, seizing his arms, locking his head in a chokehold, though Xiao Hong was already a martial emperor of the 5th rank or higher, how could he possibly withstand such a concerted assault from so many martial experts? Ah! Let me go! Let go of me! You damned bastards! You'll regret this! By now, Xiao Hong seemed to realize something. He knew perfectly well that he hadn't done anything to Gu Tang. Yet the moment he barely touched the corpse, it exploded? Impossible! It had to be a setup. Someone had used his hand to trigger something. Yak must have discovered the issue with Gu Tang's corpse, which was why he quickly retreated after inspecting it. But Xiao Hong couldn't escape now. He felt doomed. Yet before his end, he still wanted to expose the truth. But he no longer had the chance, because one of the captains, in a fit of fury, actually stuffed his own unwashed, stinking sock into Xiao Heng's mouth. Thunk! The next instant, Gu Chongqing's blade plunged straight through Xiao Heng's heart and dantian without any resistance. Crack! Another martial expert, exerting brutal force, crushed Xiao Heng's windpipe with his grip. Gurgle! Blood gushed from Xiao Heng's mouth and nose as his body convulsed violently. His martial energy dissipated rapidly, his life force draining away. Then, limp as a rag, he collapsed to the ground. At last, the tense fury of the captains eased slightly. Defiling Elder Gu. Such sacrilege had to be punished. What the hell are you all doing? Just as silence fell over the scene, a deep, thunderous roar shattered the stillness. Huh? That voice. It was familiar? Every officer present was stunned by the sudden sound. Huh? Commander Gu? General Gu? Aren't you dead? They spun toward the voice, only to recoil in horror when they saw Gu Tang striding out from the backyard. They had watched Gu Tang's corpse collapse into pieces just moments ago. Yet now he stood alive before them. How was this possible? Ha! Bastards! Can't wait for me to die. Huh? Just a little test, and you all jumped at the chance. So desperate for my position. Come. I'm standing right here, not moving. Do it. Stab me. Kill me and you'll be the new commander. I won't stop you. Fucking morons. Gu Tang was furious. The Crimson Tiger territory had been under his iron grip for years. Yet half his men had secretly turned against him. Ungrateful snakes. We wouldn't dare. We were wrong. Punish us, commander. The moment they noticed Yi Fan, renowned across the Great Xia, standing beside Gu Tang, they lost all defiance. That monstrous genius, who dared defy even immortal domain powerhouses alone. With his peerless medical skills, if Yi Fan was here, then Gu Tang's resurrection was real. Which meant this funeral had been a trap for them. Surrender was their only option. Otherwise, Ga Wayu, set me up. Xiao Hong, now spasming on the ground, shattered windpipe ruining his speech, still mustered his last ounce of strength to roar in fury. Damn it all! After infiltrating the Crimson Tiger territory for so long, climbing to become Gu Tang's personal guard captain, his hard work, all for nothing, and in the end he'd been played. But seeing Yi Fan beside Gu Tang, he felt a bitter resignation. Yi Fan, the prodigy who'd toppled even Marquis Jean. A nobody like him stood no chance. Sigh. The mission from the city lord, left unfinished. Filled with rage, regret, and despair, Xiao Heng's eyes dimmed as he took his last breath. Meanwhile, the captains who had aided in killing Xiao Hong now sensed their looming doom. They'd just lynched their comrade. Their own fate seemed inevitable now. Damn it. Yeah, we played you. Got a problem? Stand up and say it, you coward. Gu Tang viciously kicked Xiao Heng's corpse, now empowered by Yi Fan to the martial saint realm. After unleashing his anger, he swept a cold gaze across the room. I gave you your chance. You didn't take it, so don't blame me for what comes next. Those words made the captains inwardly spit blood. Attack him now? Were they suicidal? With Gu Tang alive and this elaborate scheme in place, any further resistance meant not just their deaths, but their families erased from existence. Old Shan, arrest them. Gu Tang barked the order. Yes, General. Shan Lianshan acknowledged, then signaled his loyalists, rounding up every opposing captain. None resisted. Hearing Shan Lianshan still obeyed Gu Tang shattered their last hope. So even Shan had been in on it. Hell, they wanted to run, but the net was already closed. The outcome was undeniable. Standing beside Gu Tang, Yi Fan observed coldly, his gaze lingering on the box in Mike's hands. He'd noticed it the moment Yak and Mike entered, but the distance had kept its contents hidden. The demonic eye awakens. Yi Fan activated the power of his demonic eye, piercing through the strange outer shell of the box to peer inside. Once he clearly saw the device within, his expression darkened, turning grave. It was a bomb, but this was no ordinary explosive. This bomb was at least dozens of times more powerful than standard ordnance. Is it made from origin stones? If this bomb detonated here, it would likely flatten everything within a 1-kilometer radius of the tent. Humph, that bastard Ark really is ruthless. Yi Fan quickly assessed the situation. He could easily escape unscathed, and Song Yang, with his exceptional agility, would probably manage as well. But as for Guali, Keiko, Wang Fugue, and the others, even after Yi Fan had forcibly boosted their strength to the martial emperor level, they would likely suffer severe injuries even if they escaped. Of course, Yi Fan could simply teleport in, snatch the box away, and place it somewhere safe without breaking a sweat. But when he thought of the smug look on Ark's face, a new plan formed in his mind. If Ark wants to play, then we'll play, but we'll crush his spirit while we're at it. Let him dig his own grave. Yi Fan had already sensed Ark's presence earlier. The man was still fleeing the tent but had not yet escaped the 1-kilometer blast radius. Clearly, Ark knew the bomb's destructive range. The bastard probably intended to trigger the explosion only after he was safely beyond the danger zone, using the ensuing chaos to slip away unnoticed. Humph! Against anyone else, Ark's scheme would have worked. Too bad he was dealing with Yi Fan. Buzz! With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of psychic energy, forming an invisible barrier that spread outward. This was an advanced technique he had obtained from the ring treasury of the evil spirit after reaching the Foundation establishment stage. Using soul power, it created a mental blockade in the target's mind, effectively trapping them within an illusion of an impassable wall. The target believed the wall was real, making it impossible for them to move beyond it, even though nothing physically obstructed them. And the target of this mental prison? None other than Ark, the man currently scrambling to escape. Young Master Gu, can your teleportation array currently move objects? Yi Fan turned to Gu Changsheng and asked. His plan relied on transferring the bomb straight into Ark's arms. It can. But as you saw last time, young Master Yi, my aim isn't entirely precise. There might be some deviation. The last time Gu Changxing had used his teleportation technique, he had accidentally warped himself into Yi Fan and Yu Linglong's private moment. If I guide you, what's the maximum range you can cover? Specifically for that box. Around 2 kilometers. Gu Changxing looked at him skeptically. The teleportation array was his master's unique legacy. How exactly did Yi Fan plan to assist him? Before Gu Changxing could voice his doubts, Yi Fan had already slapped a talisman onto the box. Young Master Gu, just focus on activating the array. This talisman will guide the box to its destination. A mischievous smirk played on Yi Fan's lips as he vanished from the tent in a flash. There were still 2 people in the Red Tiger Domains camp he had to deal with, Ark and that hidden deity transformation realm expert. Earlier, under the pretense of using the restroom, Ark had slipped away from the tent and sneaked past the heavily guarded patrols. Now, he was just moments away from reaching the 1-kilometer mark. A sigh of relief escaped him. Once I cross this boundary, the bomb's explosion won't touch me. At that distance, even if Yi Fan tried to pursue him, it wouldn't be easy. And if the chaos of the explosion bought him extra time, all the better. Ark already had the detonator in hand. The second he stepped beyond the threshold, he would press the button without hesitation. 500 meters. 600 meters. Ark was swift, just 4 more seconds and he'd be clear. But when he hit the 800-meter mark, he suddenly felt a strange ripple in the air. and before him loomed an insurmountable cliff face, towering and solid. Ark was certain this area was flat. There was no way a cliff could just appear out of nowhere. Am I hallucinating? Did I run into a ghost wall? Shit, this wasn't good. Had his escape been noticed already? A chill ran down Ark's spine. Whoever had trapped him like this was no ordinary foe. To cast such lifelike illusions, they had to be incredibly powerful. But Ark wasn't just some lackey. As Prince Chris's right-hand man, he had his own tricks. Convinced the cliff was an illusion, he gathered his strength and charged straight at it, intending to smash through. Boom! To his shock, instead of breaking free, he slammed face-first into what felt like solid stone. A massive lump swelled on his forehead as he staggered back, clutching his throbbing skull. What the hell? Did I misremember the terrain? Since when was there a cliff in the middle of camp? The pain was all too real. Ark tried again, same result. Even though it had to be an illusion, the damage was physical. Damn it! If brute force wouldn't work, Ark decided to skirt around the obstacle. He sprinted along the cliff face, desperate to put distance between himself and the tent. 2 kilometers later, the cliff still barred his path. But from an outsider's perspective, Ark hadn't moved an inch. He was merely running in circles like a confused dog chasing its own tail, looking utterly ridiculous. Frustration boiled over. Who the hell is playing games with me? If I've wronged you, just say so. I'll compensate you, apologize. Whatever it takes. Oh, whatever it takes. A cold voice echoed beside him. In that case, how about compensating with your life? Ark's blood ran cold. A figure emerged from the shadows. Yifan, smiling with chilling amusement as he locked eyes with him. Ark, my dear general, what a coincidence. Yake knew all too well about Yifan's exploits. From Yunqin, Huadu, and Guangqing to the Miaojianggu sect, then to Anqing, where he took on the alias Fan Yi and wreaked havoc in Shangjing. Yifan was like a monstrous demon, leaving no trace of life wherever he went. Yake had guessed that if his sudden departure was part of a trap, someone would surely come after him. He had considered every possible pursuer from the Red Tiger domain except for Yifan himself. His legs instantly went weak, nearly buckling beneath him. He had no will to resist at all. Even the Gene Prince couldn't defeat him, and Prince Chris's physical body had been destroyed. Now that Yifan had intercepted him, what could he possibly do? Why shouldn't I be here? If I weren't, would I just let you ruin the Red Tiger domain and take over as its commander? Yifan smirked coldly at Yake. Coming to Britannia? By now Manhwa had already gathered all of Yake's information, which flashed through Yifan's mind. This guy was originally one of Chris's subordinates. You people really are everywhere, huh? A European country, yet you keep meddling in Daxia's military affairs. What exactly are you planning? Yifan was furious. Chris had infiltrated so deeply into the Vermilion Bird domain, and now he was causing chaos in the Northwest Red Tiger domain as well. Were there also moles in the Northern Sky Dragon army? The Sky Dragon army was Yifan's own territory. Considering the situations in the Red Tiger and Vermilion Bird domains, it seemed he would have to visit the Sky Dragon domain soon. If there were traitors inside, they needed to be purged. No. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. How about I kowtow to you? Yake's face twisted in misery. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and began knocking his head against the ground. Right now, all he wanted was for Yifan to spare his life. Dignity? Pride? None of that mattered anymore. Young Master Yi, you can make any demand. All my wealth, my treasures, I'll give you everything. Yake spoke frantically, afraid that if he didn't say it now, he'd never get another chance. Yifan chuckled lightly. Commander Yake, you seem to be mistaken. If I kill you, all your treasures and wealth will still be mine. Why go through the trouble? Besides, killing you is a permanent solution. No revenge, no more schemes against the Red Tiger domain. And after all the damage you've done, poisoning Gu Tang, trying to kill Commander Gu, do you really think I'd let you go? Yake's face paled with despair. He knew sweet-talking wouldn't work. But there was one thing he had to refute. Yifan. I admit I wanted the commander's position, and yes, I work for Europa. But one thing I won't admit, I didn't poison Gu Tang. That was someone else. As for today, Yifan, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, I'll take everyone down with me. Yake's grip tightened around a detonator in his hand. This is a source energy bomb designed to kill martial emperors. It's planted in the command tent. If I press this button, everyone within a kilometer will be caught in the blast. You can kill me, but not before I trigger it. My life for hundreds of the Red Tiger Domain's core members, including your brothers and your woman. That's a fair trade, isn't it? Holding the detonator, Yake finally felt a sliver of confidence. Especially when he saw Yufan hesitate, proof that he was afraid. Release the illusion and let me go. You have 3 seconds. If you don't, I'll blow us all up. He shook the detonator threateningly. A blatant, shameless threat. When had Yufan ever been threatened like this? Those who had tried were long buried under meters of weeds. Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan backhanded Yake across the face. You think you're in any position to bargain with me? Boom. The protective martial emperor-level energy around Yake shattered instantly. His face swelled grotesquely, turning him into a half-boar monstrosity, his speech slurred. Wah! You. Yake pointed at Yifan in shock. If Yifan could slap him this easily, then he could have just snatched the detonator. Damn it. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. If he couldn't escape, then at least he'd drag the Red Tiger Domain down with him. You forced this. Let's all die together. Seizing the moment, Yake slammed his thumb down on the detonator button. Fuck. He had to trigger the bomb now or he'd never get another chance. Ha ha. Yifan, suffer in agony. No matter how strong you are, you can't teleport back and save them all in time, can you? Ha. This feels good. Yake had already accepted his fate. His life in exchange for the Red Tiger Domain's core members worth it. More importantly, he'd make Yifan regret this. For once, Yake had won. But to his confusion, even after pressing the button, Yifan simply stepped back calmly, no panic, no fear, just a faint, mocking smile. Why aren't you furious? Why aren't you begging me to stop? This ruins the satisfaction. In Yake's imagination, Yifan should have been raging or pleading. But reality was the opposite. Yifan was too calm. Beg me. Go on, beg, though it's too late now. Boom. It's all ready. Yake grinned triumphantly, turning toward the command tent. But there was no explosion. No energy surge. Nothing. What the? He mashed the button repeatedly. Still nothing. Meanwhile, Yifan had already retreated dozens of meters. Huh? Why is he backing away? Yake frowned, utterly baffled. What's he playing at? Beg you? Yake, you're overthinking it. Yifan smirked. As for the bomb, maybe you should check what's in your arms. As he spoke, a talisman shot from his hand, embedding itself in Yake's chest. There was nothing in his arms, right? Yake frowned in confusion. Other than his combat blade, he hardly carried anything else on his person. Yet, driven by instinct, he glanced down anyway and spotted a yellow talisman plastered across his chest. Damn. What the hell is this? From the talisman, Yake sensed a dense, ancient aura. Most alarming of all, the fluctuations on it seemed to form some kind of array. The golden energy rippled outward in overlapping concentric rings, their center resembling a passageway. Ha! No! This is bad. Connecting the dots with Yifan's earlier words, a wave of foreboding surged inside Yake. A bomb. Could it be that origin energy bomb he'd handed to Mike? Did Yifan really manage to transfer something like that in an instant? Get this damn thing off me. He reached out to tear the talisman from his chest. But it was already too late. As his hand reached his torso, his fingers suddenly brushed against something familiar. The briefcase. The one he'd made Mike carry. It had materialized in his arms. The briefcase erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Click. The sound of the bomb's activation mechanism snapping into place. No. A helpless wail tore from Yake's throat. He tried to throw it away, but invisible threads had already coiled around him, binding him inextricably to the explosive. By now, Yifan had retreated dozens of yards away, watching with eerie amusement. General Yake. Bon voyage. No. Yake knew, better than anyone, the sheer destructive power of an origin energy bomb. At this proximity, anything below the martial emperor realm stood zero chance of survival. Boom. Boom. Kaboom. The explosion detonated in an instant, the sheer force sending a mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Though Yifan had deployed 3 layers of heaven and earth barriers to contain the blast, the shockwaves still ravaged the Crimson Tiger Domain's military base. Fortunately, when setting up his earlier ghost maze illusion, Yifan had already evacuated nearby personnel. Thus, despite the devastation, no Crimson Tiger soldiers were harmed. As for Yake, despite forcibly amplifying his strength to near martial saint levels, summoning barrier chi in a desperate attempt to withstand the explosion, it was futile. The origin energy bomb's power was too monstrous. His body was shredded to pieces in seconds. Even the remnants of his soul lingered briefly. Before a wisp of Yi Fan's ember flame flickered over them, snuffing Yake's dying scream into oblivion. And just like that, the highest-ranking mole planted by Prince Chris in the Crimson Tiger domain was eradicated. His remaining underlings? Not one would escape. Phew. With everything settled, Yi Fan exhaled silently in relief. Now, the second objective of his northwest expedition was mostly complete. With the Crimson Tiger domain purged, the northwest front would no longer be a concern. Yet, there was still that other lurker. A nascent soul-level expert lying in wait, coveting something unknown. Though Yi Fan had reached Foundation Establishment Tier 2, his grasp of immortal cultivation techniques remained unrefined. Many skills couldn't yet unleash their full potential. His awareness of that nascent soul expert flickered faintly, elusive as mist. Scouring the military base yielded nothing. Eventually, even that trace of aura vanished entirely. Just as frustration gnawed at him. Buzz. His phone buzzed. An unknown number. The message read, Yi Fan, I am no enemy. We'll meet soon in Sin City. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Not an enemy? Then what was a nascent soul powerhouse doing lurking in the Crimson Tiger domain? And how did they know he was headed to Sin City? His actions here had unraveled clues pointing inexorably to that lawless metropolis. The fragment of the Celestial Palace map, once in his fifth brother's possession, had reportedly surfaced there. Now it was set to be auctioned in an underground black market event. The auction's crown jewel. Happening in 2 days. That map fragment was part of a legacy left by Yi Fan's mother, a key to uncovering the Celestial Palace's secrets, entwined with the revival of the Divine Gate and the suppression of primordial evils. Retrieving it was non-negotiable. Moreover, his fifth brother's assassination bore ties to both the Crimson Tiger domain and Sin City. He had to move fast. Since the nascent soul expert's presence had already dissipated, Yi Fan shelved the matter for now. In a flicker of movement, he vanished toward the command tent. Inside, Elder Gu Tang had nearly completed mopping up loose ends. Yake, Xiao Hong, and other rebellious commanders, their remnants were purged. Replacements appointed. Traitors executed. With Gu Tang's full awakening and power restored, the Crimson Tiger domain thrummed with renewed vigor. All covert forces planted by the imperial family and Prince Jean had been eradicated. Young Master Yi. Gu Tang greeted him with deference. No issues on your end? Yi Fan nodded. Yake's dealt with. As for that nascent soul expert, he retreated. Couldn't track him down, but he seems harmless toward the Crimson Tiger domain for now. No need to worry. Good. Gu Tang sighed, then bowed deeply. Young Master, I owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, this domain would have spiraled into chaos. His gaze swept over the bound traders in the tent, heart heavy. He'd built the Crimson Tiger domain from the ground up. Yet, a few years of negligence had nearly destroyed it all. Young Master, walk with me? Gu Tang gestured toward a lakeside path beyond the tent. Once there, he cut straight to the point. The imperial family is rotten, persecuting loyalists ruled by incompetence. They nearly wiped out your entire lineage. What are your thoughts now? His voice hardened. If you have ambitions, this old man will stake his head on supporting you. The implication was unmistakable. Should Yi Fan seek to overthrow the throne, Gu Tang would back him without hesitation. And truthfully, the current landscape made it frighteningly plausible. The Black Tortoise domain already viewed Yi Fan as its future ruler. 30,000 elite cavalry in the Vermilion Bird domain swore allegiance to him, bolstered by his ties to Elder Ho. The Azure Dragon domain had always been the Yi family's stronghold. Add the Crimson Tiger domain to the mix? Against such consolidated might, the imperial crown would crumble like paper. Yi Fan's profound gaze was fixed in the distance, his expression complex. Elder Gu, though I hold grievances against the imperial family, my greater hatred is reserved for Prince Jean. After all, it was he who orchestrated everything. His goal was the fragments of the Heavenly Palace map in the Yi family's possession, all for his scheme to usurp the throne. If I were to do the same, to seize power for myself, how would I be any different from him? Yi Fan sighed inwardly before continuing. Besides, there are far more important matters in this world that demand my attention. The evil spirits, for one, and the traces of my mother's whereabouts, the secrets within my own body. As for the imperial family, we'll see when the emperor's wedding takes place next week. By then, an even greater challenge would present itself. Imperial consort Ji Ningxuan was already Yi Fan's woman, yet next week she was set to marry Ji Yuchen. If Yi Fan were to snatch his own wife from the emperor, how would Ji Yuchen react? This was the moment Yi Fan would force Ji Yuchen's hand. The imperial family had tacitly allowed Prince Jin's actions leading to the massacre of the loyal Yi family. They owed the Yi family an apology. Gu Tang's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yi Fan, a hint of self-reproach in his heart. He had underestimated the young master. Yi Fan's vision was far grander than his own. Then again, it made sense. Yi Fan's strength had already surpassed the nascent soul realm, reaching the standards of the immortal domain. A mere mortal world could never contain him. The upcoming Immortal Gate Assembly would likely be the stage where Yi Fan truly shone. Young Master Yi, rest assured, no matter what, I, Gu Tang, will stand firmly by your side. After a pause, Gu Tang added, by the way, regarding the matter of the fifth young master of the Yi family, we've uncovered some leads from interrogating the remnants of Prince Jin's forces. The fifth young master perished in Anqing in the northwest. According to their confessions, members of the Scarlet Tiger domain were indeed involved, primarily Xiao Hang and the forces under Prince Jin's subordinate, Vice Commander Zhu. However, the map fragment on the fifth young master's person did not fall into their hands. Instead, it was smuggled through other channels into the city of Sin, where it is said to be up for auction. The information Gu Tang had obtained aligned closely with what Han Yue had uncovered on Yi Fan's behalf. I've already learned some of this. Once matters in the Scarlet Tiger domain are settled, I plan to head to the city of Sin tomorrow morning. The map fragment belonging to my fifth brother must be recovered at all costs. Gu Tang nodded. Young master, though your strength is formidable, the city of Sin is no simple place. It exists at the convergence of three realms, the mortal world, ancient martial arts, and the immortal domain. There, neither law nor morality holds sway. Strength is the only rule. Worse still, the city of Sin harbors hidden experts from the immortal domain, rogue demonic cultivators, and even extraterrestrial beings, entities beyond our comprehension. You must tread carefully. Extraterrestrial beings? Yi Fan's mind flashed with fragmented memories. His true self's downfall in the past had been the result of a conspiracy between high-ranking members of the Star Alliance and higher-dimensional beings from beyond this realm. No matter. I have my ways. Yi Fan was no longer at the Foundation establishment stage's second tier. His spatial ring contained treasures accumulated by evil spirits over millennia, and the divine abilities he had gained from absorbing the fragments of a god's power would surely prove useful. The only question was whom to bring along. When word spread in the Scarlet Tiger domain's camp that Yi Fan intended to venture into the city of Sin, nearly everyone clamored to join him. Xiao Fan, the city of Sin is too dangerous. I must go with you, otherwise I won't be able to face the other sisters. Qing Rulan insisted. Brother Yi, we should go too. My sister and I share a unique connection, it might help you in some way, said Xiaoya, the holy maiden of the Goose sect, while the Yi beside her nodded eagerly. Though Yamada Keiko remained silent, her eyes conveyed the same desire. Big bro, take me with you. I feel ridiculously strong now. Just point me at whoever needs beating, and I'll make them regret being born. Wang Fugue flexed his fists, his intimidating demeanor enough to unsettle the uninitiated. Young master. Yu Chong and Pang Hai watched Yi Fan intently. As the heir of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, there were still unresolved matters within the organization. They couldn't afford for anything to happen to him. The women wished to accompany Yi Fan, both to spend more time with him and out of concern for his safety. The men, whether brothers or subordinates, all wanted to fight by his side. But Yi Fan knew this mission was perilous. Those who followed him needed to be resourceful, capable of holding their own even without his protection. Guoli and Pang Hai certainly had the ability, but Guoli was needed to oversee the operations of the Fan Alliance, while Pang Hai had to continue rallying the remnants of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Keiko, Shuiying, you two will come with me. Songyang, you as well. The rest of you, stay behind and follow Old Gua's orders. Next week, the Emperor's wedding will take place in the capital. We may have a major battle on our hands then. That will also be the final confrontation between Prince Jin and me. Who knows what hidden forces he might summon. The capital will be another crucial battleground. I'll need all of you to give it your all. As for the city of Sin, our primary objective is the map fragment. Even if we fail to retrieve it, I can ensure a safe retreat. There's no need for concern. Though Dia, Xiaoya, and Qiuwan were disappointed, they obediently accepted Yi Fan's decision. Then be careful, Xiao Fan. Qiuwan gazed at him with undisguised longing. Recalling their shared moments, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. In such a short time, his strength had reached unimaginable heights. Soon, he would ascend to the immortal domain, leaving little time to spend with his beloved in the mortal world. Wanjia, I will. Tonight, don't leave. As he spoke, Yi Fan pulled Qiuwan into his arms, his hands wandering mischievously, drawing a startled yelp from her. Ah, not here, you scoundrel. Xiaowan was mortified. Though she missed him dearly, being teased so brazenly in front of everyone was too much. Nearby, Dia and Xiaoya pouted. When would this infuriating man ever be so intimate with them? Go prepare a place for young Master Yi to rest immediately. The room must be large, especially the bed. It must be at least 5 meters wide. Understand. As an experienced man, Gu Tang took one look at the situation and immediately understood what was coming next. Yifan's feigned death had deeply affected the hearts of the women around him. Now that he had finally revived, wouldn't they demand double the compensation? Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko, who were planning to follow Yifan to the Sin City in the northwest, were one thing, but the others? Qiu Wan, Qing Rulin, Xin Mange, these women. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. Yet the blockhead Gu Chongqing still didn't get it. Father, young Master Yi sleeps alone. A 3-foot wide bed is more than enough. Why would he need a 5-meter wide one? This pedantic scholar. Sometimes he was adorably clueless. Gu Tang looked at his foolish son and nearly slapped him to the ground. His wrist twitched, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Adult matters. Children shouldn't ask. For Yifan, this night was a wonderful one. Qiu Wan, Qing Rulin, and even Xin Mange, who had rushed over, all shyly slipped into Yifan's bed in the middle of the night, but for others, tonight was far from a good day. Shangjing. In his residence tonight, Zhang Yu delivered a detailed report on the situation in the Northwest. The overall situation is this: the 8 great families of the Northwest have completely collapsed. Even their secret plan to release evil spirits has failed. In Chihu territory, all our operatives have been eliminated. The royal family's people have also been purged. Prince Jin, still seated in his secret chamber practicing formation techniques, listened to Zhang Yu's report with numb detachment. Sigh. That Yifan. Back when he was still an idiot, we should have killed him. Now he's caused so much trouble. Damn it. Yifan's existence felt like a natural counter to Prince Jin. From his rise in Yunqing, every place Yifan went, the forces Prince Jin had painstakingly built over the years were obliterated like rotten wood. When Yifan disguised himself as Fan Yi and came to Shangjing, 2 of Prince Jin's 5 core families were wiped out. The remaining 3 families, though they claimed they were only forced to cooperate with Yifan and still pledged loyalty to Prince Jin, were already compromised. The Gong family had transferred all of Prince Jin's assets elsewhere, and the Chao family had merged their intelligence network with Han Yoyue's under Yifan's command. Now Prince Jin was blind, broke, and powerless. What was left to play with? They were beyond hope. The only chance was next week, during the Emperor's wedding. Would Yifan dare come to Shangjing? Prince Jin had directly contacted the Soul Hall, requesting their strongest experts for support. If Yifan wasn't killed, not only would the mortal world remain in chaos, but even the Soul Hall in the immortal realm would never know peace. Your Highness, what should we do? Our forces in the Northwest are almost completely wiped out. If this continues, you'll truly be left with nothing. Zhang Yu pretended to be deeply concerned, though inwardly, he was delighted. Yifan had returned to the Northwest and flawlessly resolved everything. That meant Zhang Yu had made the right choice. In the battle between Prince Jin and Yifan, the odds favored Yifan. Is there even anything left to ruin? Sigh. That damned point system of Yifan's has already wiped out hundreds of my strongholds across Great Xia. Less than 1% remain. What's the point now? Forget it. If our operation during the Emperor's wedding succeeds, we might still have a chance. If it fails, then we're all dead. For a moment, Prince Jin felt utterly disheartened. National fortune, the Celestial Palace map, the Soul Hall's legacy. It all seemed like fleeting illusions. At this point, merely surviving seemed like a blessing. Prince Jin even briefly considered fleeing Shangjing, disappearing to some remote place to live out his days in peace. But things had gone too far, it was no longer up to him. Even if Prince Jin wanted to stop, the Soul Hall behind him would never allow it. They had invested too much in him, resources, cultivation techniques, wealth, all poured into building his influence across Great Xia. Now, if he just quit, how would the Seoul Hall's higher-ups explain that? Sigh. In the royal palace of Shangjing, on the second floor, Ji Yuchen leaned against the railing, chin resting on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly toward the northwest. From time to time, a faint smile flickered across her face. Hong Hai sighed behind her before stepping forward to report. Your Majesty, there's new intelligence regarding Prince Jin. Oh, Ji Yuchen responded indifferently, showing little interest. Hong Hai smirked and continued. It's from the northwest. Yifan has taken action again. What? Yifan is moving again? What did he do in the northwest? Report in detail. Instantly snapping back to attention, Ji Yuchen snatched the tablet from Hong Hai's hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Hong Hai gave a wry smile. Your Majesty, could you at least try to hide your expression? Ever since returning yesterday, the Emperor had been like this, her demeanor resembling that of a lovesick maiden in spring. Humph, why should I hide? I've hidden for 20 years. In a few days I won't have to anymore. Even if someone notices now, so what? The man I've set my heart on can handle anything. As she spoke, Ji Yuchen scanned the report. Learning that Yifan had dismantled the 8 great families of the Northwest, purged Prince Jin's forces in Anqing, and cleared Chihu territory, she inwardly sighed in relief. From the Black Cloak Society's operations in Xuanwu territory, to Prince Jin's collusion with foreign forces in Juke territory, to the cleansing of Chihu territory, and now the fall of the Mu family in Shangjing, Prince Jin's military influence across Great Xia had been completely eradicated. There might still be remnants, but they were insignificant. At this point, aside from his personal martial prowess, Prince Jin was nothing more than a toothless tiger, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. Yifan truly is remarkable. My judgment in men never fails. Letting Ning Xian get close to him was the best decision I ever made. Hearing this, Hong Hai nearly stumbled. Listen to this. Was this something an emperor should say? The supreme ruler of the land, actually considering handing her own imperial consort to another man, while also throwing herself at him. Sigh. Your Majesty, please take a closer look at the intelligence report. Even Deputy Commander Hu, whom our royal family appointed, has been taken down by Yifan. With this, our arrangements in the Scarlet Tiger domain have already suffered heavy losses. If things continue like this, if Yifan decides to rebel, who will be able to stop him? Hong Hai was deeply concerned. Hong Hai had always been loyal to the royal family, so he considered every issue from the perspective of the royal family's interests. But Ji Yuchen merely smiled faintly. Chief Steward Hong, it's just a Deputy Commander Hu. Humph, does Yifan even need to rebel? When the time comes, I'll marry him and bear him a son. The entire Great Xia will belong to his son. What difference does it make if it's his or not? If he really wants to rebel, even better. He won't even need to, I'll just marry him directly. I'll become a housewife and let him take the throne. Oh, and immediately notify all key military officials in the Northwest. If Yifan makes any moves, they must not obstruct him in any way. They must fully cooperate. Even if he attacks the capital, they must assist him. After all, the Mu family in the capital is already under Yifan's control anyway. Ji Yuchen had already prepared 2 wedding dresses, and the groom's attire was tailored to Yifan's measurements. It was already decided on the wedding day Yifan would receive an earth-shattering surprise. Not only would Ji Ningxuan openly marry Yifan, but Ji Yuchen would also reveal her true identity as a woman and marry Yifan alongside Ji Ningxuan. Just imagining the scene, Ji Yuchen felt an inexplicable excitement. The expressions of the martial family elites in attendance would surely be priceless, shocked at her true gender. Some martial families might even resist. But only Yifan could suppress them. With Yifan by her side, even if she tore the heavens apart, she wouldn't fear a thing. Yifan now commanded the 4 great military forces: Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Scarlet Tiger, and Celestial Dragon. With him present, who would dare cause trouble? After 20 years of disguising as a man, she would finally no longer need to hide. Ha! Ji Yuchen felt an indescribable sense of relief. Sigh. Beside her, Hong Hai could do nothing but sigh. Was this situation really for the best? If the young emperor bore Yifan a son to inherit the throne, how would the royal bloodline be determined? Sigh. Though Hong Hai was intelligent, his head was spinning now. Considering Yi Fan's terrifying power, a part of him resisted the idea of anything happening between Yi Fan and Ji Yuchen. But perhaps in these turbulent times for Great Xia, only under Yi Fan's overwhelming might could the empire safely weather the storm. On the surface, the only visible threats were Prince Jean and Chris, along with those Japanese dogs. But in truth, ever since the old emperor grew frail, countless forces had begun infiltrating Great Xia, all seeking to carve out their own benefits. Northwest, in the city of Xin, on the border of Great Xia. In a dimly lit underground chamber, several masked men in black reported to a middle-aged man in a black robe seated above them. City Lord, we've just received word, Xiao Hang and all our other operatives in the Scarlet Tiger domain have been wiped out. Moreover, Yi Fan has learned about the auction for the fragments of the Heavenly Palace map. He'll likely arrive in the city of Xin soon. City Lord, do you think we'll be in danger? Exactly. The commotion Yi Fan has caused in Great Xia recently is too great. So many martial experts have fallen to him, even Prince Jean and the Soul Palace behind him suffered heavy losses. If Yi Fan storms into the city of Xin, he'll turn this place upside down. Why don't we just retrieve the Heavenly Palace map and gift it to Yi Fan? Let's avoid provoking him. It's not worth it for just a map. The subordinates of the city of Xin were all visibly nervous. After all, rumors about Yi Fan had spread throughout Great Xia. His current strength was at least at the divine transformation realm or beyond. Though the city of Xin was a lawless land where the city lord dictated all order, it existed in a delicate balance. Immortal sects, ancient martial clans, the mortal world, and even some mysterious beings all restrained one another. But if Yi Fan arrived and shattered that balance, the entire city of Xin would be reshuffled. And they, the current beneficiaries, would suffer the consequences. Fools! What do you know? Humph! I have my own plans. After going to such lengths to lure Yi Fan here, you want to just hand over the map? Are you out of your minds? The black-robed man's words left his subordinates utterly baffled. City Lord, what do you mean? Currently, martial factions and mortal sects alike dreaded Yi Fan's arrival in their territories. Yet the City Lord was welcoming him? You don't need to understand my intentions. Just know this, do not obstruct Yi Fan in any way. Furthermore, amplify the auction's publicity. Reveal the secrets of the Heavenly Palace map openly and draw in more participants. Most importantly, ensure the hidden beings lurking in the city of Xin are informed. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto the City Lord's face. At this point, his subordinates seemed to grasp his scheme. The City Lord intends to use others to kill him? Brilliant. They all sighed in relief. The City Lord's expression remained unchanged, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes. If it were that simple, why go through the trouble of bringing Yi Fan here? Just announcing that Yi Fan possessed the Heavenly Palace map would be enough to get him killed. His ambitions were far greater. And the master behind him held another earth-shattering secret about Yi Fan. If they could capture Yi Fan alive and seize his bloodline and legacy, they would become invincible. By then, not just the city of Xin, but the entire immortal realm, even the 3,000 worlds, would bow before them. We obey the City Lord's command. The next morning, at the northwestern border, several off-road vehicles appeared at the edge of the desert, stopping atop a dune to survey the massive city in the distance. Young Master Yi, ahead lies the infamous city of Xin, a paradise for the wicked, but a hell for the righteous. Criminals from across the mortal world with nowhere else to turn, flee here. Survival depends on strength, only the strong can live. The city of Xin opens at dawn and closes at dusk. During the day, though chaotic, there's still some order due to trade between the immortal, ancient martial, and mortal realms. But at night, walking the streets means risking death at any moment. And the auction happens to be tonight. Gu Tang, who had personally escorted Yi Fan here, was still explaining carefully. Young Master Yi, are you sure you don't want my men to accompany you inside for protection? My elite guards are highly capable. Even if they can't do much, they can at least serve as shields in critical moments. Really, there's no need, Elder Gu. Please go back. Ah, I know what you mean, you just want me to take Gu Changsheng along, right? Fine, I agree. Let the young Master Gu come with us. As he spoke, Yi Fan glanced at the white-robed Gu Changsheng beside him, inwardly amused. Gu Tang, who dominated the northwest and ruled the Scarlet Tiger domain, was known for his unorthodox methods. But the problem was his son, Gu Changsheng. Though his strength had already reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, his personality had been utterly ruined by books constantly spouting benevolence, righteousness, and etiquette. Such scholarly airs, lacking the ruthlessness of a true leader, how could he command an army of generals who had crawled out of piles of corpses in the Scarlet Tiger domain? Gu Tang had seen Yi Fan's cunning, courage, and methods. From their conversation the night before, he knew Yi Fan's future would not be confined to the mortal world or even the ancient martial world. So he wanted Yi Fan to mentor Gu Chongqing. He didn't expect his son to reach Yi Fan's heights just to be capable enough to guard the Northwest. No. Absolutely not. Father, if I go with Yi Fan, what will you do? How can this be allowed? With such a grave matter at hand, the classics say, while parents are alive, a son should not travel far. It is utterly improper. Our bodies, hair, and skin are gifts from our parents. Hearing Yi Fan and Gu Tang's discussion, Gu Chongqing shook his head like a rattle drum, spewing a stream of archaic Confucian rhetoric. The entourage accompanying them all felt a headache coming on. Young Master Gu was excellent in every way except when he started spouting classical nonsense. It was unbearable. Bam! Gu Tang couldn't take it anymore. He kicked Gu Chongqing flying. Damn it all. How did I end up with such a pedantic son? You're driving me mad. I should have thrown you against the wall back then. Just go. If you keep yammering, I'll break your legs. How can this be, father? Bam. Father, your ass. Bam. Bam. Gu Tang, too furious to hold back, pinned Gu Chongqing to the ground and beat him until his face was bruised and swollen. Yet, even then, Gu Chongqing kept muttering, "This is utterly uncivilized. Father, you must not act this way." Gu Tang was on the verge of losing his mind. Damn it. Yi Fan was a rising star, a future powerhouse who might dominate entire star domains. Countless people dreamed of following him. Gu Tang had swallowed his pride to secure this opportunity, yet Gu Chongqing kept refusing. Beating and scolding had no effect. Gu Tang knew that if they missed this chance, the Gu family would lose their shot at greatness. Then, in a flash of inspiration, Gu Tang snatched a battle blade from one of his subordinates, pressed the tip against his own heart, and roared, "You wretched brat. Are you going or not?" "Ah! Father, what are you doing? You must not endanger your life. Put the blade down at once, we can discuss this properly." Gu Chongqing finally panicked, pleading frantically. Hey! So this was the way to get through to him? Unlike his son, Gu Tang wasn't bound by outdated principles. Realizing Gu Chongqing's weakness, he hardened his expression and barked, "Stay back. Answer me, are you going or not?" Squelch. The next moment, Gu Tang stabbed the blade deep into his chest. Blood instantly soaked his robes. "Ah! Father, you mustn't do this. You're breaking your son's heart." Gu Chongqing cried out in horror, his outstretched hand freezing midair, his face deathly pale. "Are you going?" Squelch. Gu Tang pulled the blade out and stabbed himself again. More blood gushed out. "Ah! Father, don't force me like this." Squelch. Squelch. Gu Tang kept stabbing, once for every demand. After the fifth strike, Gu Chongqing finally relented. I'll go. I'll follow young Master Yi for training, all right? But for a scholar to resort to such underhanded tactics." Defeated, Gu Chongqing knelt before Gu Tang. "But while I'm away, Father, you must take care. Elder Shan, I entrust my father's safety to you." Another round of weepy classical rhetoric. Yi Fan couldn't stand it anymore. "It's not like you're parting forever. We're just going to the City of Sin. If things go well, we'll be back by tomorrow. Must you be so dramatic?" With a wicked grin, Yi Fan leaned in. "Young Master Gu, have you ever been with 2 women at once?" "Ah! How could a gentleman do such a thing? The ancients said women and petty men are." Yi Fan cut him off with a wave. "Follow me and I'll make sure you experience it firsthand." "Haha. Come. Let's go wreak havoc." With that, Yi Fan flicked a surge of energy, sweeping Gu Chongqing into a car before speeding off in a cloud of dust. Song Yang, Ren Shuiying, and Yamada Keiko followed closely in another vehicle. Left behind on the mountaintop, Gu Tang, Elder Shan, and the Scarlet Tiger Domain's high-ranking officers stood in stunned silence, watching the departing figures. Sigh. I don't know if this was the right choice. History will judge. Gu Tang still felt a twinge of guilt toward the imperial family. But years later, looking back, he would realize that pledging loyalty to Yi Fan was the wisest decision he ever made. "Commander, your chest wound. Is it serious? Even though you're at the Martial Saint realm, you've lost a lot of blood." One of the Scarlet Tiger Domain's generals eyed the crimson stain on Gu Tang's chest with concern. Gu Tang burst into laughter, then ripped open his outer robe, revealing several pig blood pouches taped to his inner clothes, wrapped in balloons. Tossing the bloodied blade aside, everyone realized it was a trick knife. With a slight press, it retracted to just a foot long. Holy shit! The unsuspecting officers felt their hair stand on end. These old foxes had been playing them all along. Damn! They could have died without ever knowing the truth. Terrifying. Better obey without question. Who knew what other schemes they had? Old Gu, don't worry. Young Master Yi is no ordinary man. We won't regret today's choice. May their mission in the city of Sin go smoothly. This might just be the battle that propels him to fame, not in the mortal world or the ancient martial realm, but in the immortal domain above the 3,000 worlds. City of Sin. For massive characters, shimmering with a dark glow, loomed over the city gates. Even from a distance, one could sense the powerful martial energy fluctuations emanating from the entrance, the strongest among them reaching the divine transformation realm. When Yifan, Songyang, Yamada Keiko, and Gu Chongxing arrived at the city gates, the surges of martial energy that washed over them made Yifan's expression darken. It seemed the strength of this city of sin surpassed his expectations. Just as their vehicles approached the gates, Yifan noticed that all his phone signals had disappeared. They were being actively blocked. Even his private satellite communication channel with Han Yue had been disrupted. This city of sin had some tricks up its sleeve. Their methods were this formidable. In other words, once Yifan and his group entered, they would be stepping into a pitch-black night, cut off from all outside aid except for themselves. Young Master Yi, are we really going in just like that? There could be unseen dangers lying in wait. Gu Chongsheng, seated beside Yifan, shifted uncomfortably as he stared at the looming gates. He truly couldn't understand why his father had gone mad and insisted he follow Yifan into such a perilous place. Couldn't he have just stayed in the Crimson Tiger domain and trained diligently there? Yifan unleashed his own formidable power, sensing the ancient energy fluctuations at the gate, his brows furrowing. See those people lingering outside? Getting in might not be so simple, but we can still try. With his current cultivation at the Foundation Establishment, 3rd tier, Yifan remained cautious but far from intimidated. Birum, he slammed the accelerator, sending their vehicle roaring toward the gates. But the moment their car crossed the threshold, an overwhelming ancient force suddenly blocked them, while a chilling voice echoed in their ears. If you wish to enter the city of sin, you must abide by its rules. Whoosh! A pulse of energy surged, forcing Yifan, Songyang, Renshuiying, Yamada Keiko, and their 2 vehicles back 10 meters, leaving them still outside the yellow Jingjie line. To enter the city of sin, you must prove one thing, that you are truly wicked. Virtuous men are not welcome here. Hehehe. The sinister chuckle sent shivers down their spines. Yifan expanded his senses, scanning the gates. Even with his Foundation Establishment prowess, he couldn't pinpoint the voice's exact origin. What perplexed him more was the rule itself. To enter, one must be sufficiently evil. So, if visitors weren't vile enough, they wouldn't be permitted inside? Outside the gates, dozens of people had already gathered. One man shouted eagerly, "Last night, I killed 3 men and burned down my village. Am I evil enough to enter?" At his words, a holographic projection appeared in front of him, rapidly verifying his claim. After a pause, the invisible barrier rippled, and the chilling voice responded. "You are wicked enough. Enter." Another man hastily declared, I assaulted 8 girls yesterday. I'm being hunted now. Please let me in." But after his projection flickered briefly, a blast of energy sent him flying. His body instantly crushed into a bloody mist. Lies are not tolerated in the city of sin. Next, one by one, others stepped forward confessing their sins, yet most were denied entry. Meanwhile, Yifan hung back, quietly probing the area with his perception, and the faint threads of his red silk overlord physique, searching for the hidden powerhouse guarding the gates. Finally, he locked onto his target. This bastard is definitely crafty. Just then, it finally became Yifan's turn. I've personally slain over 100, and indirectly caused the deaths of thousands. If we're measuring evil, I doubt anyone here outdoes me. Yifan spoke with utter confidence. Since his rise in Yun City, battling Prince Jin and his allied forces, those who wished him dead, the lives he had taken, directly or otherwise, likely numbered in the tens of thousands. Though they all deserved their fates by raw body count, Yifan undoubtedly qualified as wicked. His projection flickered, then suddenly went black. The sinister voice faltered slightly. "Apologies. You are on our blacklist. The city of sin does not welcome you. What? Yifan was dumbfounded. He was on their blacklist? Since when? And what if I insist on entering? Yifan smirked coldly, addressing the crowd waiting to enter. Through his earlier probing, he had discovered that while most of the city's guardians stood atop the walls, the strongest, the Foundation establishment powerhouse, lurked among the crowd craving entry. From the moment he identified this strongest expert, Yifan had already decided he would kill that powerhouse. A message to the city of sin not to provoke him. Otherwise, after stepping inside, he'd be endlessly harassed. Humph. Then let's see what you're capable of. The chilling voice sneered, trembling slightly yet also laced with excitement. Next. Ren Shuiying went next, but her greatest sin was stealing a potted plant from her neighbor, which naturally disqualified her. Neither Song Yang nor Gu Chongqing were evil enough either. Thus, not a single member of Yifan's group met the criteria for entry. Young Master Yi, it's not that we don't want to go in. Their demands are just too bizarre. Maybe we should just leave. Gu Chongqing was desperate to escape, far from Yifan's reckless ways. While he admired and respected Yifan, witnessing his ruthless methods made Gu Chongqing fear he might be corrupted simply by association. Leave? Don't joke around. Yifan's gaze hardened. In the next instant, his shadow blade merged with 3,000 runes, unleashing Foundation establishment-level psychic force, smashing toward the city gates. Go big or go home. If no one stepped forward, Yifan was even prepared to tear down the entire Sin City. Boom. Boom. The power of the 3,000 runes on Shadow Blade, though only a dozen seals had been unlocked, amplified exponentially with Yifan's Foundation Establishment Stage 3 cultivation, nearly reaching the combat strength of the Golden Core realm. The city gates originally had defensive restrictions and formations, but under the overwhelming force of Yifan's attack, they instantly crumbled into ruins. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out as the towering 30-meter walls of Sin City, along with its gates, were blasted open, leaving a gaping breach over 300 meters wide. Several streets inside the city were reduced to rubble. The crowd inside was stunned, their faces filled with panic. Hiss! What the hell was happening? The survivors were utterly dumbfounded. Someone had smashed a massive hole in Sin City's walls? And toppled them? Holy shit! Was this even humanly possible? Sin City had stood for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and no one had ever dared or even had the power to do something like this. At least not in the mortal world. But now that person had appeared. Outside the city walls, those who had come to enter Sin City were also frozen in place, their gazes fixed on Yifan with awe. Earlier, they had been puzzled when they heard Yifan had been blacklisted. But now they understood. It's Yifan. That monstrous genius from Great Xia, the one who was once a fool but later rose to become a peerless prodigy. Hiss. So it's him. He's gone mad, completely lost it. The crowd erupted in chaos, but the most shocked was Jiang Chao, the hidden guardian of the city walls. He was losing his mind. The moment Yifan struck, Jiang Chao had sensed it, but Yifan's speed and power were beyond his ability to counter. By the time he mustered his energy, the walls had already collapsed. Damn it. As one of Sin City's 12 patrol envoys, Jiang Chao had guarded the most lucrative gate for decades without incident. But now, in a single stroke, the sky had been torn open? Fuck. What was he supposed to do now? Jiang Chao's mind raced as he tried to figure out how to handle the situation. But before he could react, Yifan struck again. 3,000 crimson threads surged from the ground, binding Jiang Chao's limbs. At the same time, Yifan activated his absolute domain, the exorcism array, infinite frost. All his martial techniques erupted at once, wrapping Jiang Chao up like a dumpling before freezing him into an ice sculpture. Jiang Chao's martial energy, which had only been halfway mobilized, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. It was like a rooster's crow being cut off mid-cry. His power was stifled before it could fully manifest. Damn it. Jiang Chao was so frustrated he wanted to explode, but Yifan's speed was beyond his ability to counter. Before he could react, his vital points had already been sealed. Worse, Yifan's bizarre exorcism array was purging his life force and martial energy, absorbing the purified energy into his own body. The stronger Yifan grew, the weaker Jiang Chao became. Suppressed by the absolute domain, Jiang Chao's strength was on the verge of dropping to the martial saint realm. Meanwhile, the crimson threads of the overlord physique infiltrated his body, locking down his organs, dantian, and other critical areas. Jiang Chao desperately unleashed his trump card, but all he managed was to shatter Yi Fan's infinite frost. Though he could now move slightly, most of his martial energy remained sealed. Yi Fan, how did you find me? Jiang Chao asked, his face a mix of terror and confusion. He had hidden his aura so meticulously, how had Yi Fan still detected him? Hey, because I'm at Foundation Establishment Stage 3, strong enough to crush you. Yi Fan leaned in and whispered into Jiang Chao's ear, sending a chill down his spine. What? You actually… Before Jiang Chao could finish, Shadowblade, the weapon that had just demolished the city walls, flew back and shot straight into his mouth. Boom. The explosive runic power detonated inside Jiang Chao's body, blasting him into pieces. Ugh. Jiang Chao wanted to say something, but the opportunity was gone forever. As one of Sin City's 12 patrol envoys, he had been a supreme powerhouse, second only to the city lord himself. Yet Yi Fan had killed such a high-ranking figure the moment he arrived. Outside the city, the would-be entrants to Sin City were frozen in shock. Upon realizing Jiang Chao's identity, they didn't rush through the breach as one might expect. Instead, they took several steps back before fleeing as far from Sin City as possible. They knew better than to approach now. While many rules in Sin City could be ignored, the authority of the city lord's enforcers was absolute. Yi Fan had just challenged the entire city single-handedly. If the city lord and his high-ranking subordinates decided to vent their fury on everyone who entered today, they'd die for nothing. Young Master Yi, how could you be so reckless? This is unthinkable. You've offended a patrol envoy before even entering the city. Gu Changsheng was practically jumping in panic. Ignoring him, Yi Fan turned and shouted into Sin City, am I sinful enough now? Do I qualify to enter? Is the blacklist still in effect? The gleaming shadow blade in his hand pulsed with energy, spinning ominously as if ready to strike at any moment. By now, a group of Sin City's law enforcers had gathered at the breach, but none dared make a move. Their eyes were locked onto Yi Fan's blade in fear. If Shadowblade could so easily demolish 100-meter stretch of the city walls, dealing with mere martial emperors and martial venerables would be child's play. Moreover, they had received direct orders from the city lord. If Yi Fan wished to enter Sin City, he was to be granted passage without obstruction. So why had Patrol Envoy Jiang tried to stop him? Why had he blacklisted Yi Fan? Wasn't this a direct violation of the city lord's command? A misunderstanding, young Master Yi. A misunderstanding. Your presence in Sin City is an honor. We welcome you with open arms. Please come in. A hearty voice echoed from the breach, followed by a rolling meatball. It was literally a spherical mass of flesh. Only when it stopped and a head popped out did it become clear this was a person. A very, very fat one. As they passed by the enforcement officers, the fat man scolded them. What the hell is Jiang Chao doing? Didn't the city lord already give orders? If young Master Yi comes to Sin City, no one is to obstruct him. Is he out of his mind, daring to defy the city lord's command? We don't know, Chief Shu. Deputy Envoy Jiang is hiding outside the city walls and we can't stop him. Damn it. The fat man didn't linger. After quickly approaching Yi Fan and his group, he immediately bowed deeply several times and gestured respectfully. Young Master Yi, please come in. A mischievous smile curled on Yi Fan's lips as he glanced at the ruined city wall. So, I'm no longer on the blacklist? Absolutely not. Young Master Yi, what happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. Our staff acted on their own to stop you. The city lord welcomes you with open arms. Please. Listening to the fat man's words, Yi Fan recalled someone Zhong Yuanqing had mentioned before, the Zhang family of Sin City. Could the Zhang family be the rulers of Sin City? Knowing he was coming, had they already begun pulling strings behind the scenes? Oh, really? So, I don't have to pay for damaging the city wall? Yi Fan pressed the fat man further. No, not at all. Our people will handle the repairs. You needn't worry. As the fat man spoke, he gestured to the side where Yi Fan saw a large group of martial arts experts carrying massive baskets, rapidly transporting materials to rebuild the wall. Their efficiency was astounding. Within moments, they had already repaired several yards of the structure. Yi Fan frowned inwardly. Their professionalism suggested this wasn't their first time doing repairs. Did Sin City's walls frequently get destroyed? And who was behind these repeated breaches? This place was clearly more complicated than it seemed. Yi Fan's heightened senses detected a strange energy lingering in the air around Sin City. It didn't feel human, something eerie like unseen eyes watching from the shadows. They could see you, but you couldn't see them. It gave Yifan an unsettling feeling. Let's go. Yifan motioned to Song Yang, Gu Changsheng, and the others before stepping past the city walls. The fat man exhaled in relief as he watched Yifan disappear inside. Jiang Chao had nearly ruined the city lord's plans. Sigh. That fool had brought this on himself. Who told him to provoke Yifan? Still, the incident made the fat man more wary of Yifan. Jiang Chao was a transformation realm expert, yet Yifan had effortlessly killed him. That meant Yufan's strength had to be at least beyond the transformation realm, not the martial saint level as previously reported. Would cooperating with those extraterrestrial beings really guarantee the city lord's success against Yifan? He'd have to be extra careful from now on. Young Master Yi, wait. There are a few more things I should tell you. Deciding to speak up, the fat man hurried after him. Young Master Yi, Sin City has no laws or morals, only the survival of the strongest. Here, everything is decided by strength. You can eat without paying, but merchants can also poison your food. If you die, no one will seek justice for you. And most importantly, do not go out alone at night. Strange things happen when darkness falls. People disappear without warning. Yifan raised an eyebrow, sensing the fat man's strength at least at the martial saint level, yet his fear when mentioning nighttime phenomena was palpable. What could terrify him so much? And what exactly happens at night? Yifan asked with keen interest. The fat man hesitated before lowering his voice grimly. I don't know the full details, but rumors say spirits appear. They prey on those without enchanted artifacts, harvesting lives. While speaking, he pulled out an ancient-looking object and handed it to Yifan. Something like this. Take this lantern, consider it a goodwill gift. Yifan accepted it, sensing an archaic aura radiating from the lamp. As he probed deeper with his soul perception, he detected faint golden immortal energy swirling within. Like a guide to the immortal path? The energy pulsated, forming an illusory barrier about 5 feet wide, invisible unless Yifan activated his demon eye. Now he understood. So-called artifacts were merely objects imbued with immortal energy for protection. If so, the divine fragments he carried emitted far stronger energy than this lantern ever could. With those, he and his companions should be safe at night. Still, this fat man had shared useful information. He seemed decent enough. What's your name? Yifan asked. Zhu Ming. The fat man bowed slightly, then hesitated before adding, Young Master Yi, one more thing. Once inside, trust no one's words. Remember that. With those final words, Zhu Ming vanished into thin air. Left alone, Yifan pondered his warning. Trust no one? Well, he'd deal with it later. Master Song, let's find lodging first. Then get details on tonight's auction. As you command, Young Master Yi, but please just call me Song Yang. The late patriarch left us to serve you. Such formalities make me uneasy. Song Yang, though not the strongest among the 4 guardian families of Tiankue base, excelled in agility and cunning. Moreover, after Yifan used divine fragments and treasures from his spatial ring to boost his allies' cultivation, Song Yang had reached martial saint rank. With his elusive techniques, he could hold his own even against transformation realm experts. Soon, the group settled into one of Sin City's most luxurious hotels, Dreams of the Drunken Moon. Yifan and his companions were given the prestigious heaven-class suites. Yifan shared a room with Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko, while Song Yang and Gu Changxing stayed next door. Upon entering, Yifan had specifically requested adjoining rooms. But the moment he stepped inside, he realized something was off. The room was moving. Brother Fan. Once inside the room, Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko showed no hesitation. Without any shyness, they immediately wrapped their arms around Yifan's neck, eager to get intimate with him. This time, Yifan had taken them along separately for the mission, which was a rare opportunity for the girls around him. Naturally, they didn't want to waste it, but Yifan held them both back with his arms. Wait, there's something off about this room. It's moving. Yifan carefully focused on the subtle movements of the room. Though they were faint, he could still feel it. The entire space seemed to be descending steadily, and the air around them grew colder by the second. The scent of damp earth and moisture was unmistakable to Yifan. Yet, when he glanced outside the window, to his surprise, the scenery remained unchanged. The same river stretched before him, complete with seagulls soaring and ripples shimmering on the water. Huh? That was strange. His senses clearly told him the room was descending. So why wasn't the scenery outside shifting at all? Something was definitely wrong. Yifan knew his perception couldn't be mistaken. He had already mastered the absolute domain, and his spatial awareness had reached terrifying heights, which meant the view outside the window was fake. With a thought, Yifan summoned his shadow blade and unleashed a powerful surge of energy toward the river outside the window. Whoosh! The overwhelming force blasted forward, but before the blade could travel even 3 meters, it collided with something solid. Boom! The hard surface blocked the shadow blade for a split second before shattering under its force, revealing that the flawless landscape outside had been nothing more than a massive electronic screen. As the screen shattered, a pitch-black wall emerged behind it, constructed from some unknown material. Even after being struck by the shadow blade, the wall only suffered a small dent, yet it continued descending steadily. Hiss! At the same time, streams of smoke began seeping through small vents in the room. It's knockout gas. Brother Fan, be careful. Yamada Keiko only needed one whiff of the air to recognize the danger and hastily warned Yifan. This was the strongest knockout gas in the martial world, capable of incapacitating even a martial emperor effortlessly. Keiko had learned about it back at the general's estate and was all too familiar with its effects. Yifan frowned, his expression darkening. Now at the 3rd level of core formation, he could easily hold his breath for an hour or 2 without issue. This gas posed no threat to him. Even if the fumes did enter his body, the flames of primordial fire within him could neutralize them instantly. However, Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko, who had only recently been forcibly elevated to martial saint level, might not be able to withstand the gas. Whoosh! Yifan flicked his wrist, releasing a surge of energy that formed an airtight prison-like barrier inside the room, sealing the 2 girls within a pocket of uncontaminated air. Now that they were temporarily safe, Yifan focused on a more pressing concern: how to stop the room from sinking further. A red gleam flashed in his demonic pupils, signaling extreme danger. He couldn't foresee what awaited them if the descent continued. If it were just a simple underwater trap or poison gas, it wouldn't be much trouble. But what troubled Yifan was the possibility of encountering unknown forces, just like the Blackwater Formation he had faced in the Vermilion Bird domain. Those ink-like waters nearly drowned him back then, and he had only narrowly escaped thanks to Jiang Jiwei's timely intervention. But this time, in this bizarre room, there was no one else to rely on except himself. Yifan, never thought you'd fall into my hands one day. Did you? Ha ha ha. Don't bother struggling, this is just the beginning. None of you will leave alive. It's useless. This place has special restrictions that suppress all your techniques. Just resign yourself to death. Humph. Do you have any idea how much effort we put into luring you here? And yet, you walked right into our trap like a fool. While Yifan was still strategizing, a sinister voice echoed from above, dripping with smugness. Unbeknownst to Yifan, the speaker was none other than the mastermind behind this scheme, the ruler of the city of Sin, Wang Lan. From the moment the fragments of the Heavenly Palace map were placed on the auction block, Wang Lan had been plotting how to draw Yifan into this snare. Even the intel that Han Yue had obtained had been deliberately leaked by him. Yifan, you made one fatal mistake, showing off your abilities too soon and revealing what you possess. Unfortunately for you, you've now fallen into my hands. Don't worry, though. I'll make sure your death is painless. Ha ha ha. This prison was built specifically for you. Don't bother trying to break through. The materials were imported from the immortal realm. Unless you've reached the golden core stage or higher, you'll be dead long before you crack them open. Sit tight and enjoy the ride. Wang Lan spoke as if victory was already his. This underground prison had remained unused for years, prepared solely for this moment. Yifan's 9 young meridians, his flames of primordial fire, countless had coveted them, and now they were within Wang Lan's grasp. Once he seized Yifan's fire and meridians, his strength would surge past the peak of core formation into the golden core realm. With that kind of power, even entering the immortal realm wouldn't be an issue. Any sect would welcome him with open arms. And with the immortal land's resources, finding opportunities for further breakthroughs would be effortless. Not to mention, aside from the 9 young meridians and the flames, Yifan's bloodline likely carried another terrifying inheritance. If Wang Lan played his cards right, Once he unlocked the dormant legacy of the Star Emperor within Yifan, he could rise as the unrivaled ruler of the starry skies, dominating 3,000 worlds, suppressing extraterrestrial threats, and crushing all opposition beneath his feet. Lost in his visions of grandeur, Wang Lan's face stretched into a grin. Meanwhile, trapped inside the shrinking room, Yifan relentlessly struck at the walls with bursts of energy. Even with the shadow blade and its engraved runes, the reinforced materials refused to yield. The walls pressed inward relentlessly, their immense force threatening to crush them into paste. To make matters worse, Yifan's strength was being suppressed by some inexplicable power, sometimes plummeting even below the martial saint level. Damn it! Was this how it all ended? Had he just arrived in the city of sin only to die here? Brother Fan, Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuiying, trapped within the cage of heaven and earth, were not in immediate danger. However, both women now realized that something was terribly wrong. The surrounding walls were closing in forcefully, and the entire room was under the crushing pressure of an invisible restricting force, suppressing their strength down to the martial venerable level. If even Yifan had been weakened by this suppression, then they would have no chance of escaping this prison. Was the city of sin truly this terrifying? Neither woman regretted following Yifan here, but they knew one thing: he could not die. Outside, so many women awaited his return, and there were still monumental tasks that only he could accomplish. The only thing gnawing at them was frustration. Frustration at their own weakness, at being helpless in Yifan's time of need. Brother Fan, let me help you. Ren Shuiying suddenly remembered. Her constitution was that of a support-type cultivator. She could continuously channel martial energy and spiritual waves to Yifan. Wouldn't that allow him to maintain a higher level of strength? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Ren Shuiying unleashed an ancient surge of energy, enveloping Yifan in its rippling glow. Instantly, Yifan's martial aura surged several levels, returning him to peak foundation establishment strength. Yifan's mind raced, testing the might of his sacred flame, only to find that this fire, capable of incinerating all things, could not even scorch the walls. Fear gripped him entirely. Since his rise in Yun City, Yifan had faced death many times, but never had death felt so close. Not even that battle in the capital against the mysterious which had unsettled him like this. Now the walls had compressed the room to a mere 10 square feet. Teleportation? Yifan activated another hidden card, whispering an incantation to teleport himself along with Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuiying out of the room. Their bodies did shift, but not far. Just before they could reach the walls, a deafening resonance shook the chamber. Above, Wang Lan's voice sounded, faintly surprised yet still composed. Yifan, you underestimate this place. These walls are reinforced with special restrictions that nullify movement techniques like yours. There's no escape left, except your fate. Haha. This room had been Wang Lan's masterpiece, prepared since the day Yifan was born. Today it had finally fulfilled its purpose. Wang Lan was ecstatic. Yifan frowned as he sensed the walls. Even his perception was being suppressed by the mysterious restraints. He couldn't even tell how Gu Chongqing was doing right now. Damn it, was today truly his last day? Yifan turned to Ren Shuiying, whose face had paled from exhaustion as she poured everything into fueling him. Yet she refused to stop. A warmth surged in Yifan's heart. If she wasn't giving up, why should he? There had to be a way. His mother had left him the divine gate and countless other legacies. Surely, salvation lay within them. Clearing his mind, Yifan's eyes locked onto the smoke drifting from tiny holes in the walls. And then it clicked. Those holes weren't just emitting smoke. They also had to be the pathways through which the poison was pumped in. Which meant, his 3,000 scarlet threads could slip through them, trace the passageways, and find the control mechanism for this chamber. At the very least, they could halt the room's descent. The moment the realization struck, Yifan acted without hesitation. His scarlet threads shot forth, weaving into the holes and probing deeper. Strangely, the threads seemed alive with urgency, transmitting everything they sensed directly to Yifan's mind. Beyond the winding smoke tunnels, He saw the control room. There were poison mixers, technicians operating mechanical winches, and these winches were responsible for the room's movement. Each full rotation compressed the chamber by another foot. Now understanding the mechanism, Yifan wasted no time. His threads lashed out like vipers, slaughtering every technician in the room. Then, his scarlet thread sovereign physique seized command of the gears, twisting the winches in reverse, sealing the poisonous vents. The room, which had shrunk to less than 10 feet, began to expand again. 15 feet, 20, 30. Within moments, the chamber returned to its original size. Minutes later, the entire structure slowly started rising. Brother Fan? What's happening? The room's opening up again, and we're moving up. Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko immediately noticed the shift. The poison's gone too? Clearly, Yifan had found a way to break through. Their gazes now brimmed with admiration. This man, no matter how hopeless the situation, always radiated invincibility, like a god among mortals. At that moment, Yamada Keiko made a decision. Tonight, no matter what, I'm sharing a bed with Brother Fan. She had to claim him. In doing so, she would gain more of his warming energy, boosting her own power, and etching herself deeper into his heart. That way, next time he was in danger, she wouldn't be useless. As the room ascended, Yifan finally exhaled in relief. He had been careless today. By the time he sensed something wrong, it was already too late. Meanwhile, Wang Lan, still atop the chamber, realized disaster was unfolding. What? Why is the room rising? What the hell are those idiots doing? I order you. Sink it back down. If Yifan escapes, we all die. Wang Lan was on the verge of madness. He knew Yifan's power all too well. In the entire city of Sin, apart from this specially crafted prison, few could stand against him. Well, except for those beings from beyond the realms. But summoning them was perilous. Their conditions were far too demanding. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lan wanted nothing to do with them. If Yifan really came up, Wang Lan would definitely be no match for him. Even though Wang Lan was now at the peak of the divine transformation realm, he had sensed clearly when Yifan was beneath the building. His current strength had likely already reached the foundation establishment realm. Fighting against Yifan? Wouldn't that be suicide? Besides, didn't Yifan also possess countless invincible trump cards? Damn it! Wang Lan quickly checked the surveillance feed from the control room on his phone, and the moment he saw it, every hair on his body stood on end. Inside the control room, all the subordinates he had assigned there had inexplicably died. From the footage, none of them showed any visible wounds, but none of the sealed stone doors had even been opened. How was this possible? What the hell? Could it be that Yifan was also capable of wielding the same eerie methods as those extraterrestrial beings? SHT. At this realization, how could Wang Lan still care about anything else? With a push of his foot, his body shot away from the rooftop in an instant. Then, grabbing the lean man guarding the side of the roof, he growled, "Everything that happened here was your doing. Got it? Wait, Lord City Leader. The man tried to protest, but Wang Lan just pinched his throat a few times. Instantly, the man's voice became identical to Wang Lan's. By the time the lean man processed what had happened, Wang Lan had already vanished without a trace. The lean man's name was Luo Yu. He was indeed one of Wang Lan's trusted followers, and his strength was at the peak of the martial saint realm. Managing this tavern, Luo Yu had once been a notable figure in Sin City. Since everyone knew he belonged to Wang Lan, nearly everyone in the city had addressed him with respect as Brother Luo. Over the years, while running the tavern, Luo Yu had skimmed countless treasures and top-tier cultivation techniques for himself, apart from those he was supposed to hand over to Wang Lan. His power had steadily risen as a result. And now, was it finally time to pay the price? Except, the price demanded was far too steep, his life. Luo Yu felt nothing but despair as he sensed the building rising beneath him. He tried to channel his energy to escape, but it was already too late. In an instant, something seemed to coil around his ankles, immobilizing him completely. No matter how powerful his martial energy was, it remained utterly useless. Luo Yu knew today he was doomed. This Yi Fan. In the mortal world, he was already a legend, an unstoppable force of nature. The power he had just displayed surpassed even the divine transformation realm. It was at the foundation establishment level. If death was inevitable, he might as well repay the city leader one final time. Once Luo Yu came to terms with this, he calmed down and stood composedly in place. Whoosh! When the building rose from the abyss and finally steadied, several figures dashed out. Yi Fan, Yamada Keiko, Ren Shuiying, and Gu Chongsheng from the adjacent room. Young Master Yi, what just happened? I felt like the room was trying to devour me. Even my teleportation formations had no effect. Gu Chongsheng had been terrified earlier. No matter how he tried to activate his defensive spells, he couldn't escape. The rooms were made of peculiar materials, and their walls were imbued with restrictive seals that suppressed formations and movement techniques. Naturally, Gu Chongsheng had been trapped. Yi Fan ignored Gu Chongsheng, instead rushing toward Luo Yu with a frown. Though Luo Yu's aura closely matched what Yi Fan had sensed earlier, something still felt off. Do it. I lost, that's all. I wanted your bloodline to devour your bones, but I failed. Kill me, and this tavern will be yours. Luo Yu calmly recited the words he had prepared, then activated an ancient energy swirling in his chest. In the next moment, that energy corroded his body like acid, reducing Luo Yu to nothingness. Ha! Yi Fan was stunned. His original plan had been to restrain Luo Yu and use soul-searching techniques to extract information. But before he could even act, this man had dissolved himself into oblivion? Was this even fair? Yi Fan stepped forward, releasing his vast spiritual sense to scan the area. The lingering traces of soul energy in the air bore similarities to the death chi he had encountered before, even resembling the scorching aura of his own primordial flame. Yi Fan's frown deepened. So, something akin to his primordial flame existed in this world. Something capable of complete annihilation like this? Sigh. Yi Fan remained suspicious, but without proof. He couldn't be certain whether the tavern owner who had just vanished was truly the mastermind behind the earlier attack. Still, Luo Yu had said that killing him would grant Yi Fan ownership of the tavern, meaning he could now profit from room rentals and commissions. That was the law of Sin City. Here, if you had the strength, you could take anything, wealth, treasures, women, property, by force. Of course, others could do the same to you. Forget about laws or morals imposing any restrictions. Yi Fan activated his demonic pupils to scan the tavern. There were about 30 rooms, a fairly sizable establishment. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single living soul left inside. All the staff must have been colluding with Luo Yu, helping operate the building's descent into the abyss to ambush and rob guests. Given how smoothly everything had gone, this was likely a routine operation for them. Well, considering that, their deaths weren't exactly undeserved. Knock, knock, knock. Anyone there? I need a room. Just as Yi Fan was pondering his next move, knocking sounded at the tavern's entrance. Sin City was a treacherous place, but larger taverns like this were at least relatively safer. Petty thugs wouldn't dare cause trouble here, so the Drunken Dreams had always been a popular spot. All right, open up for business. Young Master Gu, you're on reception duty. Yi Fan tossed a glance at Gu Chongsheng, casually appointing him as the temporary manager. What? No, young Master Yi, absolutely not. I'm just a fool. I don't know the first thing about hospitality. Gu Chongsheng protested frantically. Yi Fan rolled his eyes before delivering a sharp kick to Gu Chongsheng's rear. Stop whining. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll arrange 10 women for you. Believe me? Gu Chongsheng's teeth ached at the thought. Damn this Yi Fan. He never played by the rules. 10 women? The sages said. Do not look at what is contrary to propriety. How could he possibly endure such a thing? Though Gu Chongsheng was utterly exasperated, he knew he was no match for Yi Fan at all. Moreover, his father had sent him to follow Yi Fan precisely to learn how to be a little worse. If he complained to his father now, he'd probably just get kicked again. Helpless, Gu Chongsheng prepared paper and pen, then awkwardly asked, Young Master Yi, what should we charge per night for the rooms? Yifan smirked. According to that fat guy earlier, ghosts haunted the streets at night. And tonight, the Sin City happened to host its biggest auction in a decade, with fragments of the Heavenly Palace map as the main attraction. That meant the city would be packed. No one would dare sleep on the streets after dark, unless they wanted to become targets for those specters. So naturally, the rooms should be expensive. Charge as much as you want. All right. Gu Chongqing blinked, then nodded and swung open the inn's doors. Hello. We'd like a room. What's the rate for one night? Outside stood a pair of young women. The one speaking was a ponytailed girl in a JK skirt, bright, youthful, and slightly spoiled. She eyed Gu Chongqing up and down, her interest unmistakable. Intrigued, she even leaned in to sniff him. Miss, please don't. Gu Chongqing, raised on rigid scholarly morals, recoiled in panic, retreating several steps. As for the room, it's, 5 billion per night. His hesitant response left everyone stunned. Even Yifan was floored. This guy actually dared to quote that price. Sure, he'd told Gu Chongqing to charge high, but he'd assumed 1 million per night would be the upper limit. Yet Gu Chongqing casually demanded 5 billion? This was blatant robbery. It wasn't like this was the only inn in Sin City. Guests could always stay elsewhere. Are you insane? That's outright robbery. 5 billion a night? Is your hotel plated in diamonds? The spoiled JK girl stomped in frustration, raising a fist as if to punch him. The older girl beside her, veiled in silk, quickly pulled her back. Xiao Chan, behave. 5 billion it is. Remember why we're here. Then, turning to Gu Chongqing, she asked calmly, how would you like payment? Card or scan? The sister's reaction left Yifan and Gu Chongqing utterly speechless. Gu Chongqing had tossed out the number randomly. Yet they actually agreed and were ready to pay. Instinctively, Gu Chongqing glanced at Yifan. The veiled girl did the same. From the moment the door opened, she'd sensed that Gu Chongqing wasn't the one in charge. It was the silent Yifan. Transfer. Yifan smirked, already calculating. If 5 billion per night wasn't enough to deter them, tonight's business prospects looked very lucrative. Just how terrifying were these so-called ghosts? And who was it that tampered with the house just now, trying to kill him? Wang Lan sped away like lightning, putting several kilometers between himself and the inn until he was finally out of Yifan's sensory range. Only then did he dare to exhale. Damn it! So close, yet still a failure. He gritted his teeth. If I want to deal with Yifan, I'll have to team up with those bastards after all. With a resigned glance toward a shadowy building in the distance, he strode into a dark passageway. Less than 300 meters underground, the passage opened into a sprawling, dimly lit subterranean fortress. A dark mirror of the city above, yet draped in perpetual gloom as if its inhabitants shunned the light. This was the domain of the outsiders, a closely guarded secret to most, but not to Wang Lan. The ghosts haunting Sin City's nights? They were these very creatures. Their forms defied human comprehension. Trouble again, City Lord Wang? A deep voice echoed as Wang Lan entered the fortress. Behind a wall emerged a snow-white donkey. On its back sat a golden-furred weasel, lounging backward, legs crossed, gnawing on an apple. A talking weasel? In the ordinary world, this would have caused pandemonium. But Wang Lan barely batted an eye. Lord, Yifan has arrived in Sin City. Tonight, we may need your forces to capture him. Wang Lan's tone was reverent. Yet the weasel's gaze turned icy. Humph, you weren't so forthcoming earlier. Yifan's been here for a while, hasn't he? Could it be? You failed on your own and only now come begging for help. And were you planning to keep his treasures for yourself? A cold sweat drenched Wang Lan. And no, of course not. Inwardly, he reeled. Yifan had arrived barely half an hour ago. His own moves had been perfectly covert. How had the outsiders learned so quickly? Then it hit him. Sin City had other factions collaborating with these creatures, feeding them intel. Otherwise, with the outsiders inactive during daylight, there was no way they'd know this fast. Good. We wouldn't want misunderstandings. The weasel grinned sharply. Our master and you have worked well together all these years. We've harvested plenty of sinful souls. Tonight, our master may act personally. Your job? Handle the aftermath. As for Yi Fan's treasures, the weasel's eyes glinted slyly. Any requests, city lord? Wang Lan's hair stood on end. Request? He wouldn't dare bargain now. He knew one wrong word, and this creature would reduce him to dust. Wang Lan had personally witnessed the methods of these extraterrestrial beings. It was absolutely terrifying. Their strength was even greater than that of the exiles from the immortal realm, unfathomable. From hundreds of meters away, they could kill without a trace. Even with his peak divine transformation realm cultivation, Wang Lan still couldn't comprehend how they did it. Not at all. I have no objections. I'll follow the boss's arrangements. If I can get even a small share, I'll be endlessly grateful. Wang Lan sighed inwardly, but he had no choice but to respond this way. Once the extraterrestrials made their move, any hope of obtaining the treasures on Yi Fan's body would be lost. Yi Fan's bloodline, the legacy within his body, the mysterious primordial flame, countless treasures coveted by both the immortal realm's powerhouses and the extraterrestrials. Wang Lan would likely never even get a glimpse of them. Good. That's the attitude you should have. Don't worry, the boss will take Yi Fan's bloodline and legacy, but the pills and cultivation techniques on him, you'll get your share. The weasel-like man gave Wang Lan a cold glance. As the city lord of Sin City, you don't need overwhelming strength. Even if major trouble arises, we'll help you. These rewards will be more than enough for you. After a pause, he continued, however, as a gesture of goodwill, the boss has decided to enhance your strength. Tonight, at the Sin City auction, things won't be peaceful. Boom! As the weasel spoke, a surge of immense spiritual energy rippled through the underground chamber. A vast, majestic force poured into Wang Lan's body. Amidst the fluctuations of spiritual energy and golden immortal power, Wang Lan felt his martial energy surge. His cultivation instantly broke through from the peak of divine transformation to the first level of foundation establishment. What? Sir? This? Wang Lan stared in shock at the extraterrestrials. He knew they had methods to enhance strength, but he never imagined they could directly elevate him from divine transformation to foundation establishment. Didn't this mean they had bypassed all the usual steps? Enough. Return and prepare for tonight's auction. The weasel sneered. The boss will have quite the enjoyable time tonight. Yes. Outside the Drunken Dreams Hotel, Song Yang returned from gathering intel. Young Master Yi, many powerhouses have arrived in Sin City, martial arts experts, hidden families from the secular world, exiled masters from the immortal realm, and rumors say extraterrestrials will make their move tonight. Most importantly, there are whispers that ghosts will raid the entire city. Only the safe zones designated by the city lord will be protected. Apparently, those extraterrestrials consume souls. It's horrifying. Yi Fan frowned, piecing together Song Yang's report with the fat man's earlier words. Everything connected. The so-called ghosts tonight weren't spirits. They were the extraterrestrials. But clearly, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. A thought crossed Yi Fan's mind. What exactly are these beings? Will they fear my primordial flame and evil-slaying array? I see. Yi Fan nodded, then turned to Gu Changsheng at the reception. Gu, raise the room rate to 10 billion per night. What? That's outright robbery. Gu Changsheng, who had nearly closed a deal with a guest, nearly choked. 10 billion for one night. Was Yi Fan insane? Even a diamond-encrusted suite wouldn't cost that much. And that's just the starting bid. Final price will be determined by auction. Highest bidder wins. Gu Changsheng was speechless. An auction for a hotel room? This shattered all his principles. His father had told him to learn Yi Fan's ruthlessness, but this was borderline deranged. Still, he had no choice but to comply. Understood. Gu Changsheng apologized to the guest, who spat, "Disgraceful," before storming off. Other potential customers, hearing the price, also left. Once they were gone, Gu Changsheng complained, "Young Master Yi, 10 billion is absurd. You've scared everyone away. At 500 million per night, with 30-plus rooms, we could have made billions. Now we get nothing." Song Yang added worriedly, "My intel says there are hundreds of protected hotels in Sin City. At this price, we'll lose all demand." Even Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuiying were baffled. But Yi Fan only smiled. "Understand the core need. Do they book hotels for comfort? No, it's to escape the ghosts. Other hotels charge exorbitantly because they offer protection. But what if they fail to protect their guests? Then ours becomes the only safe option." The moment he finished, Song Yang and Gu Changxing's eyes gleamed with realization and dread. Gu Changxing paled. "Why, young Master Yi, you mean? Was Yi Fan planning to attack rival hotels? Create panic? Make everyone believe only Drunken Dreams was safe? Then they could charge any price. This wasn't just cunning. It was diabolical." After a stunned pause, Song Yang grinned. "Master Yi, brilliant. In Sin City, only the truly sinful thrived. Here, killing carried no guilt, only profit. However, the people entering Sin City were no weaklings. At the very least, they were all experts above the Grandmaster level, with most reaching Martial Venerable or higher. Martial Emperors were as common as dirt, and there were even Martial Sage-level experts. Not to mention, one might even encounter Divine Transformation experts. With so many hotels, relying on Yi Fan alone to carry out the attacks would be a massive undertaking. Young Master Yi, these attack plans would be a heavy burden for you to handle alone. But with our strength, I'm afraid we aren't capable enough to achieve the same results." Song Yang glanced worriedly at Yamada Keiko, Ren Shuiying, and Gu Changsheng. Though the two girls had advanced to the Martial Emperor level, they were too beautiful. Letting them act alone in Sin City was out of the question. In a lawless world without moral constraints, beautiful women who lacked sufficient strength would immediately become cauldrons for the powerful. As for Gu Changxing, that bookworm would struggle just to rob and kill. He probably wasn't ready for that yet. Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Patriarch Song, there's no need to worry about the attack plans. If we had to personally carry out every single one, we'd exhaust ourselves. Some things can be handled by substitutes, such as these." As he spoke, Yi Fan reached into his robes and pulled out a thick stack of paper figures. Easily over 100, the paper effigies shimmered with a faint yellow glow, engraved with ancient patterns. These were Yi Fan's corpse puppet papers, each infused with a trace of his spiritual energy and consciousness. Back when Yi Fan was only at the Divine Transformation stage, these puppet papers could unleash Martial Emperor-level strength. Now that he had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, they could easily match Martial Sage-level power, and if necessary, briefly reach Divine Transformation. The paper figures moved swiftly and silently, like ghosts operating in broad daylight. This was part of Yi Fan's plan, using them to throw Sin City into chaos. At the same time, he was still waiting for Han Yue's report. If she could locate the hideouts of the true ghosts, the extra-dimensional creatures, before the operation ended, the effect would be even better. Based on Yi Fan's speculation, those creatures only acted at night due to some inherent trait, likely photophobia. They were probably hiding in sealed buildings or underground chambers. Once confirmed, the puppet papers would draw the enraged martial experts to those locations and let them fight among themselves. Yi Fan wanted to see, would those extra-dimensional creatures still dare to emerge at night and devour souls after suffering attacks in broad daylight? Seeing the corpse puppet papers, Song Yang and Gu Changsheng smacked their foreheads in realization. They'd been so preoccupied that they'd forgotten about this trick up Yi Fan's sleeve. These paper figures could act simultaneously without interference, wield formidable strength, and leave no traces behind, perfect tools for the job. Let's begin the operation. Patriarch Song, young Master Gu, each of you will be responsible for 30 taverns. All you need to do is release the papers inside. The rest, leave to them. Understood. Song Yang complied readily, but Gu Changxing hesitated. Young Master Yi, isn't killing and arson immoral? Xiaopatian nearly face-bombed. Again, back in the Vermilion Bird domain, why hadn't he noticed how naive Gu Chongqing was? This guy had clearly never suffered the harsh realities of the world. Young Master Gu, have you forgotten where we are? This is Sin City. Nearly everyone here is a criminal, utterly wicked. Most are fugitives who came here as a last resort. Without extreme sins, they wouldn't even be allowed in. Here, walking down the street could invite an attack at any moment. Why care about others' lives? Song Yang was still trying to reason with Gu Chongqing when a young man approached the entrance of the Drunken Dream Tavern, brandishing a battle blade and eyeing Gu Chongqing. Hey brother, mind lending me that jade pendant on your chest for a few days? Without waiting for a reply, the stranger lunged for Gu Chongqing's neck. Impossible. This was left to me by my late mother. Cannot lend it to anyone. My apologies, friend. Still oblivious, Gu Chongqing responded politely, even bowing slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Song Yang immediately understood. This was an outright robbery. The attacker wanted the pendant. Gu Chongqing retreated a step, dodging the grasping hand, only to anger the youth. FCK, you dare dodge me? I said to lend it nicely, complimenting you by asking. Now hand it over, or I'll take your life. With a furious roar, the young man thrust his blade forward, pressing it against Gu Chongqing's throat. My dear sir, this is most improper. The sages taught us that humans are born good-natured. Gu Chongqing continued rambling about morality, attempting to reason with the assailant. Good-natured my ass. Die! Bellowing, the stranger stabbed straight for Gu Chongqing's chest. Though Yi Fan saw through the situation, he made no move to intervene. This was an intentional lesson for Gu Chongqing to learn the cruelty of the world. What? How could you? Realizing the murderous intent, Gu Chongqing dodged, but too slowly. His robes were torn open by the blade's edge. The attacker, a martial emperor, albeit slightly weaker, showed no signs of stopping. Still dodging? Fine then, if I can't have it, neither can you. Snarling, he flung a handful of black orbs directly at Gu Chongqing's pendant. Boom! 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 Though Gu Chongqing avoided the explosions, his mother's jade pendant was instantly blasted to dust, scattering in the wind. What? Finally, Gu Chongqing snapped. Screw you, you son of a bitch. At this moment, Gu Chongqing's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body erupting with explosive energy. With a powerful martial force, he delivered a fierce kick straight to the young man's chest. Boom! Before the young man could even react, he was sent flying. Crack! Crack! His body slammed into the ground, his ribs shattering on impact. The force was so violent that he plowed through the earth, carving a trench several feet long. Ah, damn it, fuck! The young man who had initiated the attack was numb with pain, but his shock and terror were even greater. So, this guy is the real deal? He can crush me so easily? Was he toying with me earlier? Struggling to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the young man barely managed to stand. I can't stay here any longer. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he channeled his martial energy and desperately tried to flee. But from the shadows of the street, he could already feel the predatory gazes of hidden figures. In the city of Sin, such hunters lurked everywhere. If you were injured, they would seize the opportunity to strike, to kill and loot. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing carefully gathered the shattered fragments of the jade pendant from the ground, wrapping them with utmost care. His mother had died young, and this pendant was the only thing she had left him, something he treasured more than his own life. Yet, upon arriving in the city of Sin, some random fool had shattered it in an instant. The last remnants of patience inside Gu Chongqing crumbled. Ah! With a furious roar, his body erupted with energy once more. His eyes swept the surroundings, instantly locking onto the fleeing young man. Though injured, the young man still retained the strength of a martial venerate-level cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away, finally out of range. I can escape now. But before he could exhale in relief, whoosh, when he turned his head, he saw Gu Chongqing standing right in front of him. What the hell? The young man rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. But no, it was really him. How did he cross such a distance in an instant? Dare to destroy my mother's memento? You're dead. With a cold snarl, Gu Chongqing sheathed his brush and drew his battle saber, slashing wildly at the young man. Boom! Boom! One strike, then another. In the span of a blink, 7 or 8 slashes had already landed. The young man managed to dodge the first 2 with nimble footwork, but soon enough, Gu Chongqing's overwhelming aura engulfed the battlefield, locking him in place. Crack! Crack! Blade after blade struck. An arm severed, a leg split apart, until finally, his entire body was reduced to a bloody pulp. Hiss! The hidden hunters who had intended to prey on the young man instead gasped in horror. This young ruffian had been a notorious figure in the city of Sin, notoriously backed by a powerful faction, one that allowed him to act with impunity. And yet, despite his own formidable strength at the peak of the martial emperor realm, he had been utterly annihilated by Gu Chongqing. That means, Gu Chongqing must be at least at the martial saint level. Without hesitation, the lurking hunters silently retreated into the shadows. And yet, it seemed Gu Chongqing wasn't satisfied. His gaze swept toward a nearby Hilton hotel several hundred meters away. Without pause, he raised his blade and cleaved straight through its grand entrance. Boom! The lavishly decorated doors collapsed into rubble. From within, countless martial experts surged forth, including peak martial emperors and even martial saint-level warriors. The sheer scale of the counterattack made Yamada Keiko uneasy. Master, do you think young Master Gu will be all right? After all, this was the city of Sin. Every establishment here had powerful backers. Wasn't Gu Chongqing recklessly kicking a hornet's nest? But Yifan merely smiled faintly. Don't worry, this much is nothing for Chongqing. As one of Yifan's core subordinates, Gu Chongqing had already reached the martial saint realm during their time in the Scarlet Tiger domain. Not to mention, his mystical painter's brush allowed him to conjure formations, illusions, and even phantom fighters, letting him battle far above his own level. And if that still wasn't enough, Yifan had equipped him with paper puppet talismans, each boasting divine transformation-level combat power. Who in this wretched city could possibly stand against that? Still, the true purpose of this was to temper Gu Chongqing, to forge him into a ruthless force of his own. Boom! Boom! The first hotel was demolished with sheer brute force. Then the second. The third. By the fourth, Gu Chongqing finally unleashed his paper puppets, tearing through everything in sight. Only then did his fury begin to subside. But as he progressed, Gu Chongqing noticed something. The owners of these establishments were all true scum of the city of Sin. Some even slaughtered children in broad daylight. These people deserved to die. A realization dawned within him. In this world, mere righteousness wasn't enough to uphold order. Sometimes violence was the only language they understood, and it was far more effective. Watching from afar, Yifan smirked. Looks like Chongqing's finally getting it. Turning to Yamamoto Yang and Yamada Keiko, he said, since he's made progress, it's time for us to begin. As for Gu Chongqing's safety, Yifan wasn't worried in the slightest. His formations allowed instant teleportation if needed, and if things truly went south, Yifan could always transfer his own power directly into the paper puppets, or even his true body. What was there to fear? Songyang nodded at Yifan, then swiftly moved in another direction with the puppet paper figurine he had been assigned. Thus, a scene of utter chaos erupted across the Sin City. Almost simultaneously, every operating hotel in the city was attacked by mysterious, powerful assailants. According to eyewitness accounts, these assailants appeared and vanished without a trace. Their strength was at least at the divine transformation realm, and their killing methods were ruthlessly efficient, almost invisible. The crucial detail was that these attackers exclusively targeted guests inside the hotels, never harming anyone outside. In less than half an hour, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. Over 100 hotels had been attacked, leaving the powerful figures who had entered the city in a state of panic. None dared seek lodging anymore. Not that there were any hotels left to stay in, as those with defensive formations had been utterly demolished by the mysterious assailants. "It's the ghosts!" A rumor quickly spread through the Sin City. Martial artists active in the city began gathering, discussing the information they had gathered. Since when have those ghosts gotten so bold? Acting in broad daylight now. Damn it! Last month, when I was here, I heard all the hotels in Sin City had paid protection fees to the ghosts, so we wouldn't be attacked at night if we stayed there. But now, has their protection expired or something? It's terrifying. Those ghosts are practically invincible, though I heard one of them was burned to death. Apparently, they're afraid of fire. Seriously, we're humans, and here we are, getting bullied by a bunch of ghosts in broad daylight. Can you tolerate this humiliation? I say we band together and raid their lair. This is Sin City, a human stronghold. How can we let them run wild? Here's the thing, those ghosts have been active here for so long. They must have collected a ton of treasures. Why not pull off a big heist? If we don't act now, once night falls, we'll either be forced to leave or end up as their victims. Makes sense. Let's do it. Let's move together. Death's just another day. What's there to fear? Charge. In the central plaza of the Sin City, the gathered martial artists exchanged intelligence. Their bloodlust quickly ignited. Encouraged by a few survivors, they rallied to take the fight directly to the ghosts. Over there, just saw a ghost darting away. Brothers, grab torches and chase it down. I refuse to believe we can't take them down. Are we gonna let fear control us? Boom! In an instant, countless martial artists activated their martial energy and charged wildly toward where the ghost had appeared. Most were at the martial emperor realm, with several even reaching the martial saint realm. Hidden among them were a few divine transformation experts, the true power players of this operation. They stayed silent, but when the time came, they'd swoop in for the spoils. The ghost was, of course, the paper puppet controlled by Yifan. But this puppet was under Yifan's direct control. The strength attached to it was at least at the peak of divine transformation. Yifan deliberately maintained a speed that kept the pursuers just within reach but never close enough to catch it. Yifan had already received intelligence about an underground fortress in the Sin City, frequently visited by high-ranking figures. That was likely the extraterrestrials' hideout. His plan was simple. Use the puppet to lead the enraged martial artists straight into the underground fortress. Whether or not the fortress housed extraterrestrials, letting both sides tear each other apart was a win. After all, everyone in this city was scum. None of them deserved mercy. Meanwhile, inside the Sin City's government mansion, Wang Lan had just returned from the extraterrestrials' base, testing his newly acquired strength. Foundation establishment. First layer. At this level of power, aside from a few wandering immortals, no one in the entire Sin City could rival him, right? His position as city lord should be secure, for now. Though he was still a dog to the extraterrestrials, being a dog at this level wasn't so bad. Wang Lan was quite satisfied with his current status. If he kept cooperating with the extraterrestrials, breaking through to Golden Core, even Nascent Soul, wasn't impossible. Once he reached Nascent Soul, it'd be like gaining a second life. Snapping back to reality, Wang Lan focused on tonight's mission. Even at Foundation establishment, he still lacked the confidence to face Yifan. Damn it, dealing with Yifan is still up to those extraterrestrial freaks. Tonight's auction had to be flawless. Lord City Governor, disaster. Everything's fallen apart. The city is collapsing. Before Wang Lan could call for his secretary, a middle-aged man staggered in, panic-stricken. Lord, over 100 hotels in the city were attacked. They're saying the ghost struck in broad daylight. All the hotels are destroyed. Every guest inside was slaughtered. Only the Drunken Dreams Hotel escaped unscathed. Now, the martial artists are furious and hunting down the ghosts. And worse, the ghosts seem to be gathering at one location. The secretary's voice trailed off. Wang Lan's face darkened. Where are they gathering? Spit it out. The fact that only Drunken Dreams, avoided destruction immediately made Wang Lan think of Yi Fan. He had personally orchestrated an assassination attempt against Yi Fan there, but it had failed. Was this Yi Fan's retaliation already? Yet Wang Lan couldn't fathom how Yi Fan, powerful as he was, could attack over 100 hotels simultaneously. This is insane. Sure, hundreds had died, but Wang Lan couldn't care less about them. Everyone in this city could rot for all he cared. But the bigger issue was that the order of Sin City had been challenged. Those hotels were under the protection of the city lord and the extraterrestrials. Having them destroyed was a direct slap in the face to both authorities. They're gathering at the entrance to the underground fortress. Clunk. The secretary's words sent the cup in Wang Lan's hand crashing to the floor. What? The fortress entrance. Holy shit. What are they trying to do? Those extraterrestrial beings seemed to harbor an inexplicable fear of daylight. For all the years they had resided in Sin City, they had lived underground in their subterranean fortress. Now, in broad daylight, so many martial experts had stormed into the underground fortress. What if they discovered the extraterrestrial beings? Others might not know, but Wang Lan was aware that while the extraterrestrial beings feared daylight, it wasn't fatal to them. Even if exposed to sunlight, they possessed enough strength to slaughter anyone who dared cause trouble. During Wang Lan's rule over Sin City, a few years prior, several powerful families had grown discontent with the extraterrestrials' secret control over the city. They had secretly plotted a rebellion intending to strike during the day and wipe out the extraterrestrial beings. The outcome was clear: all the families involved were effortlessly crushed by the extraterrestrials. Though some of the extraterrestrials had perished, their core strength remained intact. Now, with so many experts suddenly attacking the underground fortress and with only Wang Lan's Drunken Dreams hotel left untouched, what would the extraterrestrials think? Would they suspect that Wang Lan had secretly incited the martial experts to act? Damn it! Realizing the possible implications, Wang Lan grew furious. Before he could even make a call, his phone rang. It was the leader of the extraterrestrial beings. Wang Lan, are you trying to rebel? What the hell are you scheming in broad daylight? Thinking you can overthrow the order of Sin City? You're far too naive. Boss, please calm down. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. It was Yi Fan. It must have been Yi Fan. At the Drunken Dreams hotel, I planned an ambush against him, but it failed. This must be his retaliation. But I don't understand why he suddenly attacked 100 hotels at once. Terrified out of his wits, Wang Lan confessed everything without holding back. I knew you wouldn't dare. We've already received word that it was indeed Yi Fan's doing. Just some mundane trickery, paper puppets and illusions, yet they caused such a stir. It seems he does have some skill. But since Yi Fan wants to make his move early, our master won't mind facing him personally. Soon, the entire Sin City will be plunged into darkness. Tell your men to stay put and not act recklessly. Before Wang Lan could respond, the call ended. Sin City would be shrouded in darkness? Frowning, Wang Lan glanced outside the hall. The sky was clear, not a single cloud in sight. How could it possibly turn dark? But recalling the terrifying abilities of the extraterrestrials, Wang Lan didn't dare take any chances. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stand by and prepare for the auction that night. Yi Fan had come to Sin City for one purpose, the Celestial Palace map. He would undoubtedly appear at tonight's auction. As for the conflict between the extraterrestrials and Yi Fan, Wang Lan wasn't entirely confident in the extraterrestrials. He had a gut feeling that their daylight limitations might make them no match for Yi Fan. If the extraterrestrials failed to defeat Yi Fan and instead suffered heavy losses, Wang Lan wouldn't mind seeing that outcome. The auction tonight wasn't just about Yi Fan. Other forces were eyeing the Celestial Palace map, wandering experts from the immortal realm, supreme martial artists from ancient sects, and other mysterious powerhouses. Even if Yi Fan won the auction, others would surely ambush him to steal the map. Even if they didn't kill him, they'd leave him severely wounded. In the end, Yi Fan would still meet his doom. At the entrance of the underground fortress. Thanks to Yi Fan's control over the 100 paper puppets across Sin City, nearly all the martial experts had been lured here. The building above the underground fortress had already been demolished. Boom. Boom. Martial saints unleashed their power, shattering the structure and revealing the massive fortress beneath. So this is where they've been hiding all along. Damn it, we've been deceived for years. The Sin City authorities must be in league with them. I've heard these ghosts attack people at night, absorbing their souls to strengthen themselves. Bastards. No wonder they test our sin levels before letting us into Sin City. We must destroy them, justice must be served. These martial experts, each with blood on their hands, now spouted righteous rhetoric which was almost laughable. They had gathered here partly out of years of pent-up rage and fear of the nocturnal attacks, but more importantly, they coveted the treasures the ghosts had amassed. If they could wipe out the extraterrestrials and plunder their hoard, the rewards would be immense. Whoosh! Whoosh! These desperados used to living on the edge didn't hesitate. The first wave of experts charged recklessly into the underground fortress. Just as they were about to breach the entrance, there was still no reaction from below. The attackers began to smirk in triumph. But in the next instant, a golden light surged from the fortress, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire structure. Any expert who touched the barrier, whether a martial master or a martial saint, instantly began to rot, their flesh corroding at an alarming rate. In mere moments, they melted into pools of blood. Ah! Ah! Screams echoed above the underground fortress. The first wave of attackers was nearly wiped out. Those who survived and tried to flee were swiftly cut down by black-clad specters, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. Gasp! The remaining hundreds of martial experts shuddered in horror. Were the extraterrestrials really this powerful? Weren't they supposed to fear sunlight? The sun was blazing right now, how could they still fight so fiercely? A tense standoff ensued. Unless someone could break that mysterious barrier, charging forward would be suicide. Time for me to act. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Fan activated his demon eye and smirked. A miniature exorcism array materialized around his wrist. With a flick of his hand, he hurled it toward the glowing barrier below. Yi Fan had secretly followed along, using shape-shifting techniques to alter his appearance and conceal his aura while blending into the crowd. Today, he had orchestrated such a huge commotion using his puppet paper talismans, all to provoke a fight between them. If they didn't fight, all of Yi Fan's carefully planned actions would be meaningless. The moment Yi Fan made his move, a sinister voice echoed through the castle. You fools! Do you even know who manipulated you into coming here looking for trouble? Forget just you worthless trash. Even if the entire Sin City came charging in, it'd still be a death sentence. You think you've really figured out our weakness? That we fear light? That we can't act in daylight? Get lost now, or die on the spot. The icy tone of the voice carried an oppressive chill, as if piercing straight into the souls of those present. Among the shadows of the castle, the black-clad wraith squad still hovered in the air, their sinister aura radiating from the eerie blades in their hands, silently intimidating everyone. Despite hundreds of martial elites present, not a single person dared to make a sound. If even martial emperors could be effortlessly slaughtered like vegetables in front of these wraiths, martial saints didn't dare act rashly. And the divine transformation experts hiding in the crowd? They were even craftier, already planning their escape. The golden barrier below was impenetrable, and even if it could be broken, there were still those black-robed wraiths, not to mention the ones that had previously attacked the hotel. Could they really kill everything? Had they been too reckless? The crowd grew restless. Some even tossed their torches experimentally at the barrier. At the same instant, the flames made contact. Yi Fan's evil-dispelling formation also struck the shield. SSSS. The barrier emitted a sharp hiss, like scalding water hitting iron, before thick white smoke billowed upward. Then, in the next instant, the golden shield shattered into nothingness. Ah! It worked. The barrier's destroyed. Damn it! They really are afraid of fire. It's really gone. Brothers, throw all your torches at them. Whoosh! 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 The martial artists, who had been on the verge of retreating, now surged with excitement as they hurled their torches forward. Arg! Some of the flames landed near the black-clad wraiths, burning them into agonized screeches, with several reduced to ashes on the spot. This sight instantly boosted the morale of everyone present. Brothers, charge! There are treasures buried down there. Thousands of divine transformation pills. If we get in, we'll all break through to divine transformation. They fear light. If we rush in, smash the underground castle open, we can wipe them out. Burn this whole place to the ground. Spurred by the rallying cries, the martial artists erupted with battle energy, surging forward in a frenzy. With the barrier destroyed and the wraiths forced back by the flames, the castle's defenses crumbled instantly. Within moments, the invaders had stormed inside and discovered piles of elixirs and treasures. Holy shit, there's thousand-year snow lotuses here, and spirit mushrooms. Damn, there really are ready-made divine transformation pills. We're gonna be rich. The martial artists inside scrambled like frenzied beasts, greedily snatching up whatever they could grab, completely forgetting they were in the domain of extraterrestrial beings, and in mortal danger. Meanwhile, in the darkest depths of the underground castle, a weasel riding a donkey frowned at the chaos, its gravelly voice uneasy. "Boss, what's going on? How did these mortals break our barrier with just torches? Sure, we're weak against light, but normal fire shouldn't be enough to destroy it. And our black robe guards got burned alive? That makes no damn sense." The weasel's sharp eyes darted across the crowd, searching for any clue, but found nothing. In the shadows, lounging lazily on a velvet chair, sat a girl dressed in a white fur coat and a skimpy leather skirt. She stretched lazily, her flawless curves on full display. Yet the overwhelming murderous aura around her kept the grotesque creatures nearby frozen in obedience. "No need to waste your energy looking." Her voice was soft, sugar-sweet. "There's definitely an expert behind this. Ordinary means couldn't have broken our barrier. Let them all come in first. We harvest when they're all inside. These souls are high quality. With this batch, we won't need nightly hunts anymore. Once we absorb them, we can move to the next location." Despite her delicate appearance, the invisible fluctuations of spiritual power around her hinted at least foundation establishment strength, possibly even golden core. A butterfly-like creature beside her, with glowing bulb-like organs on its abdomen, fluttered its wings attentively. The girl smiled. "Moonbug, take to the skies later. Envelop all of Sin City. Oh, and pay special attention to Yi Fan. If we find him, I suspect his soul alone might be worth this entire city's combined." "Understood, boss," the butterfly creature replied. Outside the castle, Yi Fan remained still, but saw and heard everything. They were singling him out. Ha! So this was the leader of the extraterrestrials? He frowned. Why was she a human girl, when her subordinates were wraiths, weasels, and other monstrosities? There were too many unanswered questions. Even for someone as sharp as Yi Fan, the full mystery eluded him. Just then, another wave of martial artists flooded into the castle. Now that the main hall was packed, more began pushing deeper into the shadows for loot. The girl smirked. "Now, slaughter them all." Buzz. With a command from the young girl, the foreign beings of unknown origin in the chamber instantly released countless glowing tentacles, lashing toward the martial artists in the hall. Whoosh! The dimly lit underground castle brightened slightly as those eerie tentacles unfurled, emanating a cold, ghostly glow. Like hollow pipes, they stretched endlessly, coiling around the warriors. Huh? What is this? The martial artists initially assumed it was some hidden weapon and swung their blades instinctively, attempting to sever the tentacles. Yet, to their shock, their weapons had no effect. The severed tendrils immediately regenerated, as if capable of infinite regrowth. Within moments, the glowing appendages had stealthily ensnared several fighters, penetrating their skin and burrowing into their veins and meridians. Ah, no, what's happening? Something's draining me. My head hurts. As the tendrils infiltrated their bodies, the horrified onlookers watched as the martial artists' blood and martial chi surged through the tentacles, flowing rapidly into the shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. The once crimson blood turned golden after passing through the tendrils' purification. Those who had been drained withered instantly, their bodies reduced to desiccated husks as all vitality vanished. A mere gust of wind then reduced them to dust. Gasp! Such a sight made the remaining martial artists suck in sharp breaths of terror. They scrambled desperately for the exit. Holy hell! This was horrifying. Was this how those specters killed? In the shadows, the faint outlines of the foreign beings became visible, some wolf-like, others rodent-shaped, and even feline or canine in form. Every one of them bore countless writhing tendrils, hungrily devouring the warrior's souls and martial essence. Behind them, thick tendrils extended from each creature, converging into the hands of a skirt-clad girl. The golden liquid flowed into her body. Boom! Boom! Martial energy erupted violently as countless fighters tried to force their way out. But these entities had no intention of letting anyone escape. At the shattered entrance, an invisible web, like a spider's, had been woven unnoticed. Those who charged forward became ensnared mid-air, trapped helplessly between advance and retreat. A massive spider emerged from the side, its razor-sharp legs impaling several warriors stuck in the web. Just like the tendrils, it drained their souls and martial power in an instant. Ah! Aya! Screams echoed through the hall as the glowing tentacles endlessly reaped lives. Meanwhile, the foreign being's strength skyrocketed, reaching unprecedented levels in mere moments. The girl in the fur-trimmed skirt experienced an especially dramatic leap in power. Her eyes rolled back, as if entering deep meditation. Even divine-level martial artists proved powerless against these tendrils. Soon, even they were reduced to husks. Among the fallen were warriors who had just seized treasures, barely clutching them before meeting their doom. Death was inevitable for all. It was only a matter of time. However, something bizarre soon became apparent. Though the glowing tendrils attacked randomly, they seemed fearful of one person, a young man in the corner. They refused to approach within 10 feet of him, swerving away as if repelled. In the blink of an eye, every other warrior in the hall had been slaughtered, except for those standing near this man. Nearly a few dozen survivors huddled around him, miraculously unharmed. Even they were bewildered. Had they truly escaped by sheer luck? The young man was none other than Yi Fan, disguised alongside Shan Tianhuizi and Ren Shuang. Watching the carnage, the women clung to him anxiously. Brother Yi, these tendrils are horrifying. Will we be okay? At first, even Yi Fan had tensed up. But then, the red thread overlord's bloodline within him stirred, and he instantly relaxed. These tentacles belonged to the same kind as his own bloodline power. Judging by their reaction, the evolved state of Yi Fan's overlord bloodline seemed vastly superior, almost like their progenitor. The tendrils outright feared him. So this was the foreigner's method? If he unleashed the overlord bloodline, could he dominate them too? Don't worry. With a faint smirk, Yi Fan wrapped an arm around Shan Tianhuizi and sidestepped, clearing the path toward the remaining warriors. Whoosh! The moment he moved, the tendrils lunged like starving beasts, coiling around the exposed fighters and draining them dry. Within minutes, the hall stood empty, save for Yi Fan and his two companions. The hundreds of martial artists who had charged inside earlier now lay as nothing but scattered ashes. Perched on her throne in the shadows, the skirt-clad girl frowned when the influx of soul essence ceased. Scanning the hall, her gaze landed on Yi Fan's trio, unharmed and staring back defiantly. Why are there survivors? Her displeasure was evident as she glared at her underlings. Boss, something's off. None of us can get close to him. It's like he has something terrifying within him. A rat-wolf hybrid stammered before demonstrating, "Look!" It hurled its tendrils toward Yi Fan, only for them to recoil mid-air, veering away in terror as if fleeing a predator. Huh? The unexpected sight instantly shocked the young girl, sending a wave of intense fear surging through her heart. What was going on? Since escaping the 3,000 realms and fleeing to the mundane world, over 1,000 years had passed. The girl in fox fur, leading a group of extraterrestrial beings, had entrenched herself in this city of sin. Using their unique methods, they had been silently harvesting the soul liquid of martial arts experts, quietly strengthening themselves. All these years, whenever their parasitic tendrils took action, they had encountered almost no resistance. In both the mundane world and the ancient martial realm, they were virtually invincible. Those symbiotic tendrils could effortlessly devour even cultivators at the soul transformation realm, even those from the immortal domain who had reached the foundation establishment realm. They could absorb their soul liquid, mental energy fluctuations, and even immortal power with ease. Yet now, they were afraid of this young man? Humph! The fox-furred girl let out a cold snort and flicked her wrist. From her arm, a golden tendril unfurled against the wind, swiftly shooting toward Yifan's location. As the tendril lashed out from the girl's arm, the surrounding creatures, the weasel and the other extraterrestrial beings, all bowed deeply in reverence, their expressions filled with devout worship. Clearly, the tendril within the girl's body was far more powerful and of a higher rank than those of the surrounding beings. As if sensing the threat of the golden tendril, the red silk overlord body within Yifan's veins surged forward without his conscious control, bursting forth from his skin. 3,000 crimson threads soared into the air, forming an eerie pattern around his body while radiating a chilling, oppressive aura. The sheer intimidation forced the golden tendril to halt abruptly a mere 3 meters away from Yifan, trembling violently. What? The primordial red silk. The moment the fox-furred girl recognized the manifestation of the red silk overlord body, her face twisted in horror, an involuntary cry escaping her lips. Acting purely on instinct, she frantically tried to retract her golden tendril. Protect me! Retreat! The red silk overlord body was an ancient parasitic entity rumored to possess limitless evolutionary potential. Despite traversing the 3,000 realms for centuries, the girl had never personally encountered such a creature. Yet here it was, appearing in the mundane world. Could it be? Was the rumor about the reincarnation of the Star Emperor in the mundane world actually true? It was said that even the Black Witch clan had secretly infiltrated this world, yet their plans had failed. Throughout the 3,000 realms, the Black Witches were notorious, clinging like stubborn parasites. Yet the only one capable of culling them was the Star Emperor. Combined with the previous rumors about Yifan, even if this man's appearance didn't match his supposed identity, this had to be his true form. Those puppet paper effigies were undoubtedly Yifan's handiwork. If not him, then who else in the entire mundane world could possibly possess such power? Even the wandering cultivators from the immortal domain cowered like beaten dogs. None of them had the audacity for such bold actions. The fox-furred girl moved swiftly, desperate to escape, but it was already far too late. Whoosh! The crimson threads of the red silk overlord body erupted from Yifan's body, shooting straight at her. The girl's martial aura fluctuated wildly, far surpassing the peak of Foundation establishment, even bordering on the Golden Core realm. Instinctively, she summoned her mental energy to erect a protective barrier. Yet the red silk overlord body emitted a shrill, ultrasonic screech, a sound wave beyond human endurance. The air itself vibrated violently, visible ripples spreading outward. Though Yifan, Yamada Keiko, and Rin Shuiying were not the red silk overlord body's primary targets, even standing outside its direct line of attack, their skulls pulsed as if about to split open. Even with the protection of divine fragments, Yifan felt his blood churn and his soul shudder under the assault, nausea rising uncontrollably. So this was the true power of the red silk overlord body. Aside from its previously demonstrated abilities of absorption and devouring, it could also attack on a psychic level. Thankfully, when Yifan had first absorbed the red silk overlord body, the flames of destiny had purified its original consciousness, leaving it devoid of independent will. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he would never have withstood such a devastating mental assault. Ah! No, stop it. Please. The overwhelming psychic backlash forced the fox-furred girl to crumple to her knees, clutching her head in agony. Any thought of defense was abandoned entirely. Hiss! Seizing the opportunity, the crimson threads of the red silk overlord body slithered into the girl's flesh, intertwining with the golden tendrils within her. In an instant, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded before everyone's eyes. The fox-furred girl, once invincible, lost all traces of her fury and arrogance, replaced instead by meek submissiveness. As the crimson threads merged with the golden tendrils, the soul liquid and mental energy stored within her body surged violently into Yifan's form. Within moments, Half of her harvested soul, liquid, and mental reserves had been drained away. Only when Yifan's body reached its saturation point did the red silk overlord body cease its absorption. Yet, in that brief span of time, the girl's hard-earned golden core realm cultivation had destabilized, almost collapsing back to foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Yifan's strength soared, jumping from the second tier of foundation establishment straight to the fourth tier, his soul power now vastly reinforced. But more importantly, Yifan sensed something unusual lurking beneath the red silk overlord body's control. "Master, I bow before you." Shua Fong greets her lord. Before the stunned expressions of the extraterrestrial beings, the fox-furred girl dropped to one knee in homage, extending her palm in a gesture of fealty. As fragmented memories surfaced in Yifan's mind, he realized this was a unique form of submission among their kind. He lightly touched her palm. "I accept your allegiance." "Boss? You?" The weasel seated atop the donkey stared in disbelief, its voice shaking. "Weren't we supposed to kill Yifan? Why are you—" Before it could finish, the girl's foot lashed out, sending the weasel flying. "Silence! All of you, bow before our new master. From this moment forward, young Master Yi is your sovereign." Her voice dripped with lethal finality. "Anyone who dares disrespect him, death." As she spoke, her golden tendrils whipped out once more, entangling with those of the surrounding beings. Bzzzt. As pulses of psychic information surged through the tendrils, the extraterrestrial creatures trembled in revelation. The red silk overlord body within Yifan's veins was the progenitor, a being of incomparably higher lineage than their own parasitic strains. "We greet our lord. All hail the master." Hiss! Not only could these tentacles collect rent and transmit psychic energy, but they could also convey information. They acted as a sort of shared consciousness. The moment the girl's tentacles made contact with the otherworldly creature's appendages, she instantly transmitted all information about Yifan to them. Along with this transfer of knowledge, deep within the minds of every otherworldly creature, soul imprints were carved, forcing boundless fear and worship toward Yifan upon them. Phew! Seeing this scene, Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuiying finally exhaled in relief. Their hearts no longer weighed down by anxiety. These otherworldly creatures wielded terrifying methods. They had feared that Yifan alone wouldn't be enough to handle so many enemies. Yet unexpectedly, the red silk tyrant body within Yifan subdued all the otherworldly beings, turning them into his subordinates. These creatures were the true ruling force behind the city of Sin, the apex predators of its entire food chain. With their support, wouldn't Yifan's operations in the city of Sin proceed effortlessly? Rise! With a casual wave of his hand, fragments of forgotten memories flickered once more in Yifan's mind, lending an extraordinary aura to his every movement. His eyes now carried an indomitable, world-dominating brilliance. "Thank you, Master." Shua Fong rose respectfully, standing before Yifan before speaking again. "Master seeks the fragments of the Celestial Palace map. This subordinate knows their location. Should I retrieve them for you?" The otherworldly creatures controlled the city lord's mansion. Even Wang Lan obeyed Shua Fong. The entire auction plot for the Celestial Palace map fragments had been Wang Lan's scheme to lure Yifan into the city of Sin. The auction itself was real, but its true purpose was to draw Yifan here. The original plan, hatched by the otherworldly beings and Wang Lan, was to use the auction as bait, coaxing Yifan into the city. Wang Lan's subordinates would then mobilize the city of Sin's forces to ambush him. If that failed, they would turn the auction into a two peaches, three slayers trap, pitting Yifan against the wandering immortals of the celestial domain and hidden elites from the 3,000 worlds, sparking mutual slaughter over the map. If Yifan still survived, the otherworldly creatures themselves would step in to finish him. However, their well-laid plans crumbled. Before the auction could even begin that evening, Yifan had already uncovered their nest. By using puppet paper corpses to attack the hotel, he provoked the martial artists into confronting the otherworldly creatures, then subdued them all with the red silk tyrant body. Unnecessary. After a brief pause, Yifan calmly replied, "Proceed as planned." The auction tonight stays on schedule, but ensure the fragments fall into my hands. Understood. The Celestial Palace map fragments belong to his fifth brother, left behind by his mother. They concealed secrets tied to the Divine Gate's supreme power. Losing them was impossible. Yes. Shuafeng hesitated before asking, and City Lord Wang Lan? Should we eliminate him? At the Drunken Dreams Hotel. His assassination plot nearly cost you your life. So, it wasn't the hotel owner after all. A wry smile flickered in Yifan's heart. Though he had killed the hotel proprietor upon escaping, he had suspected the true mastermind remained at large. From the moment he stepped into the city of sin, Wang Lan had been marking him. Every scheme launched since every trap was meant to kill him. Had his own abilities been weaker, anyone else would have perished here long ago. Leave him be, for now. With you under my control, where could he possibly flee? Yifan smirked. Let Wang Lan live. He may still draw out the other factions lurking in this city. The city of sin needs a new ruler. Though this was a lawless land beyond morality's reach, it was also a convergence point, where martial artists, the mundane world, the celestial domain, and exiles from the 3,000 worlds gathered. Now that he commanded the otherworldly creatures, Yifan intended to seize absolute control. A glint of shrewd resignation flashed in Shuafeng's eyes as he sighed deeply, glancing at Yifan with mixed emotions. This young master Yi, not only was his strength overwhelming, his mind was equally formidable. Would following such a man lead to fortune or ruin? Alas! Meanwhile, Wang Lan remained oblivious to the truth. As he rushed toward the underground fortress, he repeatedly demanded updates from his subordinates. Report. What's the situation? Fantastic news, City Lord. We've just learned. The otherworldly overlords have already slaughtered most of the invading martial artists. The first wave was annihilated instantly. The rest were drained dry by the other's tentacles. Phew! Wang Lan exhaled in relief. Yet a pang of disappointment lingered. His emotions were tangled. On one hand, the otherworldly beings were his ultimate shield, granting him unmatched authority. But this power came at a price. He was their dog. Yet another part of him had hoped that the martial artists might weaken the creatures enough for him to break free. Move faster. Though the overlords don't need our help, we must at least display our loyalty. By the time Wang Lan arrived, Yifan had already left with Yamada Keiko. The otherworldly beings were busy repairing their underground stronghold. Though they no longer feared sunlight as severely, brightness still discomforted them. Darkness was their domain. My lords! Spotting the weasel on the donkey and the miniskirt girl, Wang Lan bowed deeply. About today. Wang Lan! Roared the weasel, its voice thundering. You dare incite martial artists to attack us? Wang Lan shuddered violently. Though Yifan had ordered Wang Lan kept alive, every otherworldly creature now harbored visceral hatred for him. At the very least, they could terrify him. No, I swear, this wasn't me. Wang Lan dropped to his knees trembling. While pleading, he studied the leader's expressions, only to freeze in dread. As soon as he mentioned Yifan, their eyes turned murderous. Had he misspoken? Humph! Still trying to shift the blame onto others? Yifan just arrived in Sin City. How could he possibly know the entrance to the castle? Wang Lan, you've been getting a bit too bold lately. The short-skirted girl seated at the head of the room spoke up coolly. Boss, I swear it wasn't me. Heaven and earth bear witness. All my subordinates know I'd never dare deceive you. Please, have mercy. Wang Lan knelt on the ground, forehead pressed to the floor in desperation, his mind racing. What the hell is going on? Given the intelligence of these extraterrestrial leaders, they should have guessed that this operation was orchestrated by Yifan. Besides, earlier that morning, Wang Lan had planned an assassination attempt against Yifan at the hotel, and the extraterrestrial leaders had known every detail. So how could they be unaware of Yifan's large-scale operation in Sin City? Even if they hadn't known at first, enough time had passed. If Wang Lan had gotten word, Surely the extraterrestrial leaders must have too. Yet they didn't suspect Yifan at all. This could only mean one thing: Yifan had already struck and subdued them. If that were true, it would be horrifying. If the extraterrestrials had been taken down by Yifan, what hope did Wang Lan have? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he quickly turned his head, unleashing his perception to scan the entire underground castle. But he detected no trace of Yifan. Wang Lan had survived this long as the city's ruler precisely because of his cunning. He hadn't witnessed everything firsthand, yet his deductions had led him alarmingly close to the truth. What the hell are you looking at, Wang Lan? Trying to get yourself killed? The short-skirted girl's furious roar sent a wave of energy slamming into Wang Lan, knocking him flat. And no, boss, I wouldn't dare. Wang Lan kowtowed frantically, his forehead striking the ground. Boss, I swear I had nothing to do with today's operation. If I've made any mistakes, please enlighten me. I'll correct them immediately. Humph, the girl sneered. Fine. Today's operation was indeed planned by Yifan, but he's already come and gone. And he's remarkably powerful. Call off all your men hunting him. Focus on tonight's auction. I'll deal with Yifan myself. Follow my orders. Huh? Her words left Wang Lan even more confused. The boss knew Yifan was behind it? She was going after him tonight? What the hell? Had Yifan subjugated her, or not? Damn it! Wang Lan stole a glance at the short-skirted girl and the weasel-like extraterrestrial shrouded in darkness, searching for hints in their expressions, but found nothing amiss. Sigh. All he could do was resign himself to fate. A terrible premonition gnawed at Wang Lan. Ever since Yifan arrived in Sin City, everything had spiraled out of control. Breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm had initially filled him with joy, but suddenly, none of that mattered. What good was power if he ended up dead? Understood. Wang Lan bowed in obedience, but privately he was already scheming. Despite the boss's claim that she'd handle Yifan, Wang Lan decided to prepare an escape plan. He'd show up at the auction, but the moment anything felt off, he'd bolt, even if it meant abandoning Sin City. If Yifan had already taken over the extraterrestrials, staying would be suicide. Meanwhile, when Yifan, Yamada Keiko, and Ren Shuiying returned to the Drunken Dreams Hotel, Gu Changsheng and Song Yang were already waiting. Young Master Yi, the room rates have skyrocketed to 20 billion per night. Should we just lease them out? Gu Changsheng frowned at the bidding tokens in his hand. With the shadow puppet papermen wreaking havoc across Sin City, nearly every hotel had been destroyed, leaving Drunken Dreams as the sole survivor. Those desperate to attend the auction had no choice but to compete at outrageous prices. As a scholar, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but feel guilty. No rush, Yifan smirked. There's still time before nightfall. We'll finalize the list 1 hour before. Every one of these guests has blood on their hands, so don't hesitate to squeeze them dry. Consider it redistributing their ill-gotten gains. His gaze swept over the crowd of martial artists outside. Some of you may recognize me. Yes, I'm that idiot genius from Dacia, the one who's been shaking things up lately. This hotel is now under my name, so behave. Unless you'd like to meet the same fate as those ghosts wandering the streets. Though his tone was light, the threat was unmistakable. Gasp. Many martial artists who hadn't recognized him earlier now stiffened in terror. So this is Yifan. Recent rumors painted him as a monster, the man who had humiliated King Jin, defied immortal realm experts, and possibly even reached the late-stage divine transformation realm or beyond. And now, within an hour of his arrival, every hotel in Sin City except his had been reduced to rubble. Coincidence? Yeah, right. We'll follow the rules. The crowd retreated hastily. A few even wondered, were those ghosts connected to him? Regardless, nobody dared cause trouble here. By nightfall, the hotel's 30-plus rooms had each fetched an average of 30 billion. Alongside priceless treasures, rare herbs, and elixirs. In the mortal world, this wealth could rival a nation's treasury. But in Sin City, those who wanted to live had no choice but to surrender it. At 6 p.m., The auction would begin in the underground exhibition hall of the Central Tower, a venue capable of seating 100,000. Upon entering, however, Gu Chongqing immediately noticed a problem. Young Master Yi, we're stuck in the back of the general admission area. We can't even see the stage properly. How are we supposed to bid? The auction hall spanned 3 levels with private boxes lining the top. Despite securing entry, their seats were among the tens of thousands crammed into the lowest tier, too far back to even glimpse the stage clearly. Yifan chuckled. Easy. We'll just take one of the boxes upstairs. His gaze locked onto Gu Chongqing. You're handling this. What? Gu Chongqing stammered. Steal a VIP box. Those are reserved for Sin City's elite and exiled immortals. This is madness. Gu Chongqing immediately shook his head like a rattledrum, frantically waving his hands. Even now, Gu Chongqing was still baffled. A hotel room priced at 30 billion for one night? That was utterly absurd. Even more outrageous was the fact that someone had actually paid that exorbitant price to rent it. Young Master Yi was truly ruthless, and those people must have been out of their minds. Who, in their right mind, would willingly spend that much money and even offer their most prized treasures as collateral? It was just an auction, wasn't it? If they missed it this time, they could always come back later. To this day, Gu Chongqing still didn't understand the significance of the Celestial Palace map, the ruins where gods had fallen, concealing the ultimate secrets of countless star realms, eternal life, cosmic laws, the myriad worlds, the abyss. If one could enter the Celestial Palace, even just once, and survive its trials, they would inevitably emerge as an absolute ruler, dominating an entire world. Perhaps even a star domain. What's there to fear? I'm here, aren't I? Yifan smirked as he grabbed Gu Chongqing's shoulder. In a flash, they appeared outside the exclusive VIP room 888 on the uppermost floor. Without hesitation, Yifan kicked the door, sending it flying inward. The door struck a middle-aged man squarely on the forehead, instantly swelling a massive lump on his head. Huh? The sudden outburst left the men in the room momentarily stunned. They were powerful wanderers from the immortal domain, each at least at the divine transformation realm. Securing VIP room 888 wasn't just about wealth. It took absolute strength to earn the auction house's deference. Their attendance wasn't just for the auction. They'd also received a veiled directive from City Lord Wang Lan. If Xia's Yifan dared compete for the Celestial Palace map, they were to rob him outright. The City of Sin wouldn't interfere. In fact, it would even offer them protection. The message was clear. The City of Sin wanted Yifan dead. Given that the map fragment had been stolen from the 5th son of the Yi family, this entire affair seemed like bait tailor-made for Yifan. For Wang Lan to make such a bold promise, it must have been on orders from the extraterrestrial overlords backing him. What they didn't know, however, was that due to the Scarlet Thread Tyrant body, the extraterrestrial leader had already surrendered to Yifan, becoming his subordinate, and now someone had the audacity to kick down their door? Had they lost their minds? Where were the auction house's guards? What the hell were they doing? Ah! Damn it! Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man clutched his head and roared, leaping up in fury. In an instant, he lunged toward Yifan and the others. The dim auction hall lights made it hard to recognize Yifan's face at first glance. My young master has taken a liking to your private room. Move out now. Yifan's tone was casual as he shoved Gu Chongqing forward, pinning all responsibility on him. Eh? Gu Chongqing's mind went blank. Holy crap. Young Master Yi, you're truly shameless. What? You want to steal our room? You asking for death? Do you know who we are? We're from the immortal Dom. The middle-aged man's tirade was abruptly cut off by a seemingly young nobleman behind him. Leave. Or die. The youth's chilling voice carried an overwhelming aura. Within a 10-meter radius, the very air seemed to freeze. His murderous intent was almost tangible. A master. An absolute master. Even Yifan's eyebrows twitched slightly. That power fluctuation suggested the young man was at least at the Foundation establishment realm. But Yifan didn't flinch. Ha! With his plethora of trump cards, the evil-slaying array, primordial flames, scarlet thread tyrant body, phantom shadow form, and divine fragments. There was no way he couldn't handle this noble brat. Besides, Yi Fan had already subdued the extraterrestrial leader using the Scarlet Thread Tyrant body. If he were in real danger, they wouldn't stand idly by. And no, I didn't mean it. I was just... Gu Chongqing panicked, bowing repeatedly in apology. But Yi Fan hadn't dragged him out here to cower. He was here to cultivate ruthlessness. There was no backing out now. Wrapping an arm around Gu Chongqing's shoulder, Yi Fan silently sealed his voice with a pulse of energy. Though Gu Chongqing's lips moved, no sound escaped. Then, Yi Fan smirked and declared, "What my young master actually meant was, all of you here are trash. Either he beats you to death, or you beat him to death." Gu Chongqing's pupils trembled as he stared at Yi Fan in horror, nearly jumping out of his skin. What the hell? Since when did I say that? But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from Yi Fan's grip. All he could do was watch as the immortal domain experts' faces darkened, their auras surging violently. Good. Very good. The middle-aged man touched the lump on his head. Let's see who's really trash. Whoosh! Energy pulsed around the man's wrist as he shot toward Gu Chongqing and Yi Fan. Oh God! Gu Chongqing nearly screamed. His opponent was at least at the divine transformation realm, while he was merely at the martial saint realm. Winning was impossible, but what stunned him most was that Yi Fan made no move to help. Instead, he shoved Gu Chongqing forward. Go on, young Master Gu. Handle them. You've got this. With a nimble step, Yi Fan retreated, though not before flicking 2 puppet talismans onto Gu Chongqing's back. Imbued with Yi Fan's soul essence, these paper effigies wielded power close to the peak of the divine transformation realm. Even if they couldn't defeat these experts, they'd at least ensure Gu Chongqing survived unscathed. Gu Tang had entrusted his son to Yi Fan to toughen him up, not to get him killed. Gu Chongqing was on the verge of mental collapse. I really don't got this. A martial saint against a divine transformation expert nearing the 9th grade? How could he possibly win? Yet with the enemy's fist already hurtling toward him, hesitation wasn't an option. Clenching his teeth, Gu Chongqing channeled his martial energy and threw a desperate punch. He even shut his eyes, bracing for the impact. But the moment his fist shot forward, he froze. Suddenly, it felt as though divine assistance had kicked in. His strength magnified beyond reason, as if he'd soared to the divine transformation realm's pinnacle. Was this an illusion, or was he hallucinating? Boom! Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, accompanied by the faint stirrings of psychic force. In that instant, Gu Chongqing felt as if he were ascending to a higher plane. The force in Gu Chongqing's hands clashed with the middle-aged man's, creating visible ripples in the air within the private room. Though the ripples seemed harmless at a glance, only those in the know understood that they harbored an immense destructive power. Had that energy been allowed to disperse unchecked, it wouldn't just have destroyed the private room. The entire auction venue might have been leveled to rubble. Weaker martial artists would have likely been crushed to dust on the spot. The underground auction of Sin City had long anticipated such a scenario when it was first established. Those who could attend this auction were no weaklings. What if fights broke out and threatened the entire venue? Therefore, the auction organizers had long since enlisted the help of formation masters from the immortal realm to lay down arrays and restrictions throughout the private rooms and the auction hall. The moment the ripples from Gu Chongqing and the middle-aged man's clash struck the walls of the private room, a pale white immortal energy surged along the surface, silently neutralizing their martial force until not a trace remained. Though some residual energy still spilled out, shattering lights and overturning tables and chairs in the main hall, the commotion was minor compared to the devastation it could have caused. But while the external impact was negligible, the consequences for the middle-aged man inside the private room were immediate and brutal. Crack, crack. As the violent martial energy began to settle, crisp snapping sounds erupted from the man's arm. Before their eyes, his limb shattered inch by inch until his entire arm exploded into nothingness. Ah! The middle-aged man gasped, not in pain but sheer shock. How is this possible? What the hell? His face twisted in horror as he stared at Gu Chongsheng. Before attacking, he had clearly sensed Gu Chongsheng's strength. Only at the martial saint level, someone he should have easily crushed. Yet now he was the one getting wrecked. Fearing further retaliation, the man swiftly retreated behind the young nobleman at his side. Young master, these people, they're no joke. Meanwhile, Gu Chongsheng himself was stunned by his own power. He had felt himself grow stronger beforehand, enough that he wouldn't simply be blasted away, but he never expected to shatter his opponent's arm in a single punch. What the hell? His opponent was a divine transformation expert. For a mere martial saint like him, surviving against such a powerhouse should have been miraculous enough. How could he have wounded the man like this? It had to be young Master Ye's doing. Gu Chongsheng glanced at Yi Fan before turning back to the middle-aged man and offering a polite, apologetic bow. My apologies. I wasn't quite in control of my strength just now. I accidentally broke your arm. Truly, my deepest regrets. He even clasped his hands in a courteous salute. The middle-aged man's jaw dropped in disbelief. Was this bastard serious? Not only had he demolished his arm, but now he was rubbing salt in the wound. Not in control of your strength. What kind of excuse was that? What would have happened if he had held back? Fuck you, the middle-aged man roared, his remaining arm spasming as he prepared to charge Gu Chongsheng in a desperate counterattack. But before he could move, a skinny elder gripped his shoulder. Calm down. All eyes shifted to the young nobleman, awaiting his decision. The nobleman's brows furrowed as his gaze landed on Yi Fan. His face twitched before he forced out a cold laugh. So it's you, Yi Fan. His killing intent instantly thickened, pressing down on the room like suffocating fog. Yet Yi Fan merely flicked his wrist, dispersing the oppressive aura with ease. That's right, Yi Fan replied casually. Any objections to me taking this private room? Dominant, bold, pure, unapologetic robbery. The nobleman's face twisted again with barely restrained fury. He might be a fallen scion of an immortal realm family, but his ancestors had once dominated the 3,000 worlds. And now, even trash from the mortal realm dared to humiliate him. Yet, remembering Sin City's greater schemes, the nobleman forcibly swallowed his rage. None at all. If young Master Yi desires this room, then it's yours. He gestured gracefully toward the exit, his smile icy. His severed-armed subordinate gaped. Young Master, we're just letting them off like this? By now, the commotion had drawn the attention of spectators from the second and third floor seating. Though Yi Fan and the nobleman's exchange hadn't been loud, every martial artist present had sharp enough senses to catch every word. The moment they realized it was Yi Fan who had come to seize the private room, murmurs erupted below. Could he really afford to provoke the immortal realm elites like this? But the outcome left them dumbstruck. The nobleman had actually yielded and surrendered the room. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Yi Fan, the once idiot of Great Xia, had risen to such heights in just a month? Even immortal realm experts feared him? Just what kind of monster was he? Many present knew the truth behind tonight's auction, the fragments of the Celestial Palace map. The late Prince Jin's assault on the Yi clan had largely been motivated by those very fragments. Now that Yi Fan was here to reclaim them, what chance did anyone else have? Even if they somehow outbid him financially, could they possibly withstand Yi Fan simply taking the map by force? In an instant, half the auction-goers who had come for the map abandoned hope. Staying any longer was pointless. Upon hearing the one-armed man's words, the young noble scoffed coldly. If we refuse to give up the private room, how about you fight him again? After all, I can't win. This is Yi Fan we're talking about. Do you really think you can defeat him? As he spoke, a trace of gloom flashed in the young noble's eyes. It's just a private room. Fine, we'll give it up. As long as he could capture Yi Fan and seize his bloodline and opportunities, perhaps he could restore his family to the pinnacle of the immortal realm's myriad clans. Of course, he would deal with Yi Fan, but not here. Unfortunately, the one-armed man failed to grasp the young noble's deeper intentions. What's so special about Yi Fan? Young master, Haven't you already broken through? Before the man could finish his tactless remarks, the thin man beside him hastily covered his mouth and dragged him away from the private room. Heir, you're drunk. Shut up. The group quickly retreated from the scene. Songyang entered the private room, tidied it up, and then respectfully gestured to Yifan, Yamada Keiko, Ren Shuiying, and the others. Young Master Yi, esteemed ladies, please. Huh? Though Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuiying were somewhat embarrassed by Song Yang's address, their hearts secretly swelled with delight. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing stood dumbfounded, repeatedly examining his fists in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. How did I suddenly become so strong? Have I really grown this powerful? Heh! I feel terrifyingly strong now. Young Master Yi, if we can't win the auction for that map later, maybe I should just rush over and take it by force, Gu Chongqing said excitedly. I think I can do it. Yifan was speechless. He had brought Gu Chongqing along to toughen him up, not to turn him into an idiot. This idiot, all he had done was stick 2 corpse puppet paper talismans on Gu Chongqing's back, and the guy was already getting full of himself. Sigh. With a helpless glance, Yifan signaled Songyang. Immediately understanding, Songyang stepped behind Gu Chongqing and peeled off the 2 paper talismans. Lord Gu, stop basking in delusions. It was Lord Yi who secretly intervened using these puppet charms. Thud. Without the talismans, Gu Chongqing lurched forward and crashed to the ground, landing hard on his backside. Ah, paper talismans. I should have known, Gu Chongqing muttered dejectedly. Yet, recalling the sheer dominance he had displayed earlier, the way he had made his enemies cower, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. Unconsciously, he was already becoming addicted to that sensation. Without realizing it, just a single day with Yifan had begun cultivating a ruthless edge within him. Clang! Gu Chongqing struggled to stand up, but his limbs felt boneless, causing him to stumble repeatedly. What's happening to me? He panicked, turning to Yifan. Yifan replied calmly, Relax. Those puppet talismans drained your martial energy. You're just exhausted. You'll recover soon. Songyang quickly helped Gu Chongqing up while Yifan channeled a wisp of divine fragment energy into him, aiding his recovery. The 3rd floor VIP rooms were reserved for the auction house's most distinguished guests. Under normal circumstances, security here should have been the strictest, with elite patrols ensuring order and safety. But today was strange. Despite all the commotion on the 3rd floor, clearly caused by Yifan, the auction organizers didn't intervene. They just let it slide. For fuck's sake. Even the organizers don't dare provoke Yifan. Teske. As expected, might makes right. The crowd below murmured in disbelief as minutes passed with no enforcement action taken. Unbeknownst to them, the auction's security team had indeed noticed the disturbance earlier. When City Lord Wang Lan saw Yifan's group stirring trouble in VIP room 888, he immediately prepared to dispatch the guards, but his superior, Shuafang, stopped him. Do nothing. Huh? Wang Lan frowned in confusion. Ever since meeting his boss that afternoon, he had sensed something off. Weren't we supposed to deal with Yifan? Why does it feel like the boss is shielding him at every turn? Shuafang wasn't sure why Yifan had spared Wang Lan's life, but since no further instructions had been given, he saw no reason to dispose of the man. Are you an idiot? Do you actually think they'd fight to the death? Even if they did, who wins or loses makes no difference to us. His words gave Wang Lan pause. The boss has a point. Regardless of who dies, it's no loss for Sin City. Fine, let them fight. Still, something felt amiss. Boss, I suddenly don't feel well. I need to use the restroom, Wang Lan said cautiously, deciding it was best to slip away and assess the situation first. If the boss has really sided with Yifan, sticking around would be suicide. Best to make myself scarce. However, Shuafang, being an extraterrestrial entity, saw right through him. You're a Foundation establishment cultivator. If you're unwell, just circulate your chi to recover. What kind of immortals take toilet breaks? Humph. You're staying right where I can see you. Wang Lan's heart sank. Understood. Shit. This is really bad. I just pray nothing goes wrong. As night fell, the highly anticipated auction officially commenced under the host's opening announcements. True to Sin City's reputation, every item showcased was a priceless treasure. Elixirs capable of breaking through to Martial Saint realm, advanced cultivation techniques. As long as one had enough wealth or valuable items to trade, they could obtain nearly anything here. However, another unspoken rule applied. Even if you won an auction, you still had to survive long enough to keep it. Yifan paid no attention to the earlier lots. His sole target was the fragment of the Celestial Palace map left behind by his fifth brother. This single map scrap had already plunged the Jin family into a genocidal war against the Yi clan. Now, not only was Sin City involved, but factions from the Immortal Realm, and even the Outer World powers were also fiercely competing for it. This only confirmed how crucially important the map fragment was. Yifan had to secure it no matter the cost. For our final auction item, a fragment of an ancient map, rumored to lead to the ruins of the Gods' War, starting bid, 100 billion. Hiss! While the previous treasures were also quite expensive, most of them were in the range of a few billion to tens of billions. But now, a mere fragment of a map has a starting bid of 100 billion. In the auction hall, many powerful figures who didn't understand the significance couldn't help but gasp. They grew curious. Just what kind of value did this map hold? However, the auctioneer's introduction was rather limited, because she herself didn't know much about it. All she revealed was that this map fragment originated from northwest Anqing and came from the great Xiaoyi family. It was said to be connected to a heaven-defying secret. If one was lucky enough to enter the Celestial Palace, they would undoubtedly obtain unimaginable benefits. After an initial wave of murmurs, most people eventually grasped the supreme value of this map fragment through various channels, including boastful commentators. Soon, everyone sharpened their metaphorical knives, eager to start bidding. Though they knew such a valuable artifact would attract fierce competition, many clung to a sliver of hope. What if they managed to secure it? If they did, wouldn't they be able to dominate the starry realms? Step into the immortal domain and pursue the strongest Tao? Young Master Yi, should we make a bid? Song Yang, standing nearby, held the bidding paddle and turned to Yifan for instruction. Bid, of course. Then, how much? 1 trillion. PFFFFFFT. Gu Chongsheng, who had been sulking nearby, staggered again, nearly collapsing to the floor. This young Master Yi never does things the normal way, does he? Damn it. The starting bid was 100 billion, which meant you were supposed to raise it gradually, by increments of 1 billion or 10 billion. But this guy, he immediately multiplies it by 10. 1 trillion straight out of the gate. How were the other auction participants supposed to even compete? But Gu Chongxing didn't know that every single bidder here was no ordinary figure. These were superpowered drifters, either hunted by the secular world, the ancient martial realm, or even the immortal domain. If not, then they were peak-tier experts like Yifan. For them, a mere few trillion wasn't even worth mentioning. At this level, money no longer mattered. What truly mattered? Resources, rare treasures. Number 888. 1 trillion. Before anyone else could even react, Song Yang raised the bidding paddle and declared the price in a booming voice. His announcement echoed through the auction hall via the microphone, plunging the entire venue into stunned silence. What? Excuse me? 1 trillion. Who the hell was this madman? No one had even started the bidding war, and someone dropped 1 trillion right off the bat. For a long moment, the crowd froze in shock. When they finally snapped out of it, all gazes turned toward the source of the voice, VIP room 888. Realizing it belonged to that freak of nature, that lunatic Yifan, those who had been grumbling immediately swallowed their words. Not a single shred of resistance remained. For one, rumors claimed that this Celestial Palace map fragment had originally come from the Yi family. Now, Yifan was just buying it back, fair game. Secondly, Yifan's strength was terrifying enough to contend with immortal domain elites. He even openly seized a VIP room from another powerful bidder, and that person hadn't dared utter a single complaint. Who else here had the guts to challenge him? Whoosh! After a brief pause, the hall exploded into murmurs. Mother of heaven! This guy's the real deal. But how the hell does a mere secular family like his have that kind of money? Humph! Did you forget? Just today, all the hotels in Sin City were attacked, except for the one under Yifan's control. With just 30 rooms, he already netted $1 trillion right there. You really think he'd struggle with money? Plus, in the secular world, he inherited the legendary Divine Gate, with its subsidiary Tiankue base producing spiritual weapons. He also absorbed the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and the Guardian Martial Division supports him. His foundation definitely doesn't lose to any immortal domain magnate. Seriously. Then tonight's gonna be wild. There are dozens of big shots in those boxes. Even if he fans strong, he can't possibly drive them all out. Right? AI. The ordinary participants in the main hall sighed in resignation. Once Yifan set the price at such a terrifying level, everyone on the first 2 floors was effectively out of the game. Their measly hundreds of billions or even a few trillion were child's play compared to the real players. This was now a battle among the 3rd floor VIPs. After Song Yang announced the bid, Yifan's eyes flicked toward VIP room 666. According to Shuafang's intelligence, there was something interesting about that room. It belonged to the faction of his mortal enemy, the Gene Prince. By now, Yifan had obliterated almost all of the Gene Prince's forces in Great Xia, whether military, economic, or martial, left with nothing but his own enhanced combat strength. The Gene Prince was like a tiger with its fangs pulled. Yet, knowing that Yifan would never spare him after the Yi family massacre, the Gene Prince had no choice but to cling to the Soul Palace's power for a final stand. Back then, one of the motivations for slaughtering the Yi family was to seize their Celestial Palace map fragments. Upon hearing that one had surfaced in Sin City, the Gene Prince begged the Soul Palace to mobilize vast funds, dispatching a trusted subordinate to bid for it. Before, he could have relied on the Gong family's financial backing, but Gong Shu had already defected to Yifan. All of the Gong family's wealth had been transferred to the Yi Corporation. VIP room 666. 1.1 trillion. After only a few seconds of hesitation, room 666 fired back, raising the bid by another 100 billion. The Gene Prince knew exactly how valuable this map fragment was. According to Soul Palace elders, their founder had once retrieved a divine artifact from the Celestial Palace, which allowed him to establish the Soul Palace and dominate countless realms for generations. Though the Gene Prince currently served them, he harbored ambitions of future independence. Hiss! Now, the entire auction hall had fallen silent, utterly captivated by the high-stakes duel unfolding among the VIP boxes. Though they could no longer compete, watching these top-tier powerhouses go at it was entertainment enough. They had thought 1 trillion was already insane, yet someone actually dared to raise it further. This was getting interesting. Song Yang glanced at Yifan, who silently raised 5 fingers and nodded. Song Yang instantly understood. VIP room 888. 5 trillion. Boom! Like a bomb detonating mid-auction, this staggering bid sent shockwaves through the crowd. Have you lost your damn mind? Yes, the Celestial Palace map was priceless, but this was just one fragment. 5 trillion. Was this Yifan mentally ill? If I had strength like his, why waste money? I'd just rob the winner later. Such thoughts, what ordinary bidders could conceive, Yifan surely could deduce as well. At first, Gu Changsheng, Song Yang, Yamada Keiko, and Ren Shuiying hadn't grasped Yifan's intention. But when they saw someone actually continuing to bid, they realized Yifan was deliberately driving up the price, waiting for others to raise their offers, only to back out at the last moment, forcing them to foot the bill. Because beyond Yamada Keiko and the others, no one else knew the colossal secret that Shuafang, the extraterrestrial ruler of Sin City, had already submitted to Yifan. In other words, this auction was now effectively Yifan's own enterprise. Every penny spent by the bidders would ultimately flow into Yifan's pockets. Why not squeeze them for more? After a brief stir in the hall, silence fell. Eyes darted across the 3rd-floor private suites, awaiting the next moves of the elite bidders. 1 trillion? Even 10 trillion, those in the VIP suites might have hesitated but still joined the fray. Yet Yifan's opening gambit of 5 trillion left them fuming. It wasn't that these powerhouses lacked funds. To them, such sums were mere national-level expenditures. Centuries-old martial and cultivation clans could easily muster the resources. But was it worth it? 5 trillion for a map fragment? Did they look like fools? Why obsess over it like Yifan? Was it even necessary? Moreover, Yifan's aggression signaled his absolute determination. Bidding now, win or lose, would irrevocably antagonize him. Several figures peered from their suites, eyeing Yifan, but none dared raise their placards. In one suite, a shadowy leader sneered after glaring at Yifan. If Prince Jean could rob the Yi clan once, others could do it again. Some had never planned to bid fairly, their presence was solely to track who'd claim the prize. After a tense silence, Suite 666 broke it. 6 trillion. Today, this heavenly palace fragment will be mine. The black-robed speaker's voice was icy but laced with hesitation. His gaze flickered defiantly toward Yifan's direction. Boom! The bid soared again. Holy shit! The crowd erupted. In the entire mortal world's history, no transaction had ever reached such staggering sums. What kind of map fragment could command this madness? Whispers spread like wildfire. Who's in Suite 666? What's happening? Young Master Yi made his stance clear. Why is Suite 666 defying him? Are they hellbent on courting death? Rumors say they're from Prince Jin's faction in Shangjing. Prince Jin? The doomed prince? No wonder. His allies must be desperate. With his forces purged across Xia, next week's imperial wedding will be his final stand. Yifan versus Prince Jin and the immortal backers behind them will clash then. On the auction stage, Shuofeng and Wang Lan were stunned. Even without Yifan, their projected ceiling was 2 trillion. Post-battle looting wasn't their concern, yet Yifan had catapulted the price into the stratosphere. Shuofeng instantly understood. Yifan was padding his own coffers since Sin City now belonged to him. Wang Lan, however, remained naively gleeful. Fool! Spend all you want, you think you'll leave with that fragment today? Below, in the chaotic ground floor crowd, the disgraced young master observed the chaos, baffled. Young lord, is Yifan insane? Bidding billions for his own map? The one-armed aide smirked. Let's mock him with a fake bid. No. The youth hissed. Don't you notice? Yifan stole our suite yet the auction house ignored it. Either they're plotting something or Wang Lan's faction has already surrendered to him. Today, whispers say ghosts led cultivators to the alien's lair, yet nothing followed. Plus, Yenruyu's in Shangjing now, cozy with Yifan. He rubbed his temples. Was Yifan truly this untouchable? Should he strike or retreat? Infuriating. 10 trillion. Come on, fight me, you cowards. Song Yang's roar from Suite 888 detonated the room. History in the making. Phones flashed, recording this insanity. 10 trillion for a map scrap. This wasn't about value anymore. It was pride. Suite 666 fell quiet. The black-robed man and his cohorts were paralyzed. Their orders from Seoul Palace had been clear: secure the fragment at all costs. It was bait and a shield. But against Yifan's reckless bids, even Seoul Palace's mortal world assets would buckle under 10 trillion. What should we do, boss? In room 666, the black-robed man turned to look at the masked man standing beside him, his eyes brimming with urgency. 10 trillion. This was already pushing past their limit. Should they really go all in for the Heavenly Palace map? The masked man, another envoy sent by the Soul Hall, grew conflicted upon hearing the black-robed man's question. 10 trillion. He did have the authority to mobilize such funds. But this was nearly all the liquid assets the Soul Hall had in the mortal world. If they spent it here, their operations would face severe repercussions. But if they didn't bid and allowed Yifan to seize the Heavenly Palace map outright, trying to snatch it back afterward would be problematic. Damn it! They had witnessed Yifan's tactics and strength today. Even that young master from the immortal domain had willingly surrendered his private booth to him. Several envoys from the Soul Hall had already fallen to Yifan. The masked man had no intention of joining them. Keep bidding. The masked man gritted his teeth, glaring hatefully in Yifan's direction. This was truly a dilemma. Now, the masked man finally understood why. When the meeting at the Jin Palace had discussed sending someone to the Sin City auction, everyone had shaken their heads like rattling drums, hastily making excuses to avoid the task. So this Yifan was this much of a headache. How much? Asked the black-robed man. 10 trillion and one. Huh. The black-robed man couldn't hold back his shocked gasp. Boss, this. Hadn't they been raising bids by 100 billion at a time? What was the point of adding just one? Humph. The masked man smirked darkly. I want to piss Fan off. Isn't he determined to win? Fine, let him have it. I'll raise by just one. If he dares to counter with another 5 trillion, he can take it. He had his own little scheme in mind. But what he didn't realize was that Fan had already anticipated this move from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in the Jin Palace, Shangjing, Jin, now freed from his earlier restraints, had fully recovered. After inheriting the Soul Hall's legacy, his strength had soared to the peak of the deification realm, even capable of matching Foundation establishment cultivators in combat. Confident and unshaken, Jin was ready. Next week, when the Emperor held his grand wedding, if Fan dared to show up, Jin would challenge him directly. Right now, Jin was watching a live broadcast of the Sin City auction through a secret channel. When he saw Fan's bid of 10 trillion, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Ack. He slammed his fist down furiously on the table. Fan's ruthless bidding left no room for competition. And those shrewd big shots in the third-floor VIP rooms? They were all playing it safe, refusing to engage. 10 trillion. Did Fan actually intend to pay that much? Jin's mind raced. Fan certainly had that kind of money. But knowing him, would he ever actually spend it? The remnants of the Heavenly Palace map belonged to the Yi family in the first place. Fan paying for them? Unthinkable. If Fan wouldn't pay yet still bid so aggressively. Why? To trap someone. Yes, exactly that. Quick! Call the Soul Hall envoy in Sin City. Jin practically jumped up in alarm. Tell them to stop bidding. Fan won't counter. If they raise it again, they'll be the ones stuck with the bill. Jin's own economic forces had already been handed over to Fan by Gong Shu. From now on, all of Jin's operations relied entirely on the Soul Hall's financial backing. If they went bankrupt too, what the hell was he supposed to do then? Room 666, bids 10 trillion and one. At the auction site, the black-robed man in room 666 sneered triumphantly as he announced the new bid. He stared provocatively at Fan's room 888, his expression screaming, "Go on. Keep bidding if you dare." The entire venue erupted. Holy hell, this was outright taunting. They were already at 10 trillion, and now they were raising by just one? This was a blatant middle finger to Fan. Ring ring. Just as the masked man finished placing the bid, his phone buzzed urgently. Stop bidding now. You're walking into a trap. What? The masked man frowned, confused. That can't be. How are we the ones getting trapped? Too late. You already placed the bid. Damn it. The voice on the other end let out a long sigh. The upper echelons of the Soul Hall in Shangjing trusted Jin's instincts. After all, in their long-running battle against Fan, the Soul Hall had never come out on top. Fan's methods could be summed up in one word: ruthlessness. He would squeeze you dry without spending a single cent himself. Elder, Fan is desperate for this item, the masked man argued. I raised by just one to provoke him. How would we be the ones trapped? Fan had been so decisive earlier. Would he really back out now? At this point, if Fan didn't counter, wouldn't he lose face? But face? What was that worth? Could you eat it? For Fan, face meant absolutely nothing. As soon as the bid from room 666 was confirmed, Fan stood up slowly. With a devilish smirk, he cupped his hands toward room 666 and said loudly, "You win. I concede. No more bids from me." He chuckled lazily. "Unless someone else challenges you, that Heavenly Palace fragment is now yours." Silence. Then, an uproar. What? Fan was giving up? Room 666 had just raised by one, and he was already folding. Bro, you were throwing down 5 trillion raises without blinking earlier, and now one extra makes you bail. Holy shit, boss. Why did he stop? He plotted this. Damn it. He drove the price to 10 trillion just to screw us over. In room 666, the black-robed man was hopping mad, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. If not for his companion holding him back, he might have charged straight at Yifan. 10 trillion. They had never planned to actually pay that. Their original scheme was simple. Push the bid just a bit higher, let Yifan take the map, then ambush him later and steal it. But now, the roles had completely reversed. They were the ones left holding the astronomical bill. Shut up. I'm not an idiot. Stop yapping. The masked man rubbed his temples, his head pounding. Now, he finally understood the urgency in that phone call. Damn it all. Yifan's schemes were impossible to guard against. Life was full of traps, and he had just dug his own grave. Boss, can't we just not pay? Let's just forfeit. The black-robed man spoke like a naive child. Forfeit? Have you lost your damn mind? Or are you high on toxic milk powder? The masked man's voice dripped with fury. The Sin City auction is backed by extra-dimensional entities. You go provoke them. See what happens. The extraterrestrial beings of Sin City have been lurking here in secret for so many years. Using their formidable power, they have turned Sin City into a hub between the mundane world, ancient martial arts, the immortal realm, and the myriad realms beyond, reaping endless benefits. Did you really think no one has set their sights on this place? But even if they did, they still failed to wrest control from the extraterrestrial beings. What does this tell us? It proves that the great powers of the immortal realm, the demonic forces from beyond, and even the hidden experts of the 3,000 realms are no match for the extraterrestrial beings. Given that, how would those high-ranking figures from the Soul Palace, who have infiltrated the mundane world, dare to openly provoke the extraterrestrial beings? If the Soul Palace truly had no fear of them, they wouldn't be scrambling meekly to participate in this auction, playing by the extraterrestrial beings' rules. If they really had the strength, why not just confront the extraterrestrial beings directly and seize the fragments of the Heavenly Palace map by force? Bid from VIP room 666. 10.001 trillion. Any higher offers? This is the Heavenly Palace map, the key to ruling an entire world. Does no one else want it? Feel free to bid higher. On stage, the auctioneer was still hyping up the crowd in excitement. A bid of 10 trillion was unprecedented and unlikely to ever be surpassed. Even if the auction ended now, it would be something this auctioneer could boast about for the rest of his life. But since VIP rooms 888 and 666 were locked in a bidding war, the auctioneer naturally hoped they'd escalate it further. Perhaps even drive the price higher. Or, if some other fool jumped in with a bid, that would be just as good. Yet, no one in the audience was stupid enough. 10 trillion was an astronomical sum. And this was Sin City. Many wandering immortals, demonic invaders, and powerhouses from the myriad realms weren't here to pay. They planned to take what they wanted by force. So naturally, they all remained on the sidelines, watching. The auction hall fell silent for 2 full minutes. No further bids came. With no other choice, the auctioneer reluctantly announced, "Since there are no higher bids, tonight's Heavenly Palace map fragment will go to the gentleman in VIP room 666. 10.001 trillion, first call. 10.001 trillion, second call. 10.001 trillion, third call. Sold." Afraid that the bidder from room 666 might back out, the auctioneer hammered the gavel immediately after the third call, locking in the sale. But that sharp thud against the podium echoed like a blow to the hearts of the masked men in room 666. It stung. Gods, how am I supposed to explain this to the higher-ups when I get back? Meanwhile, in the Prince Jin's residence in Shangjing, an elderly man with a gaunt face clutched his chest in distress as he watched the live broadcast. As an elder dispatched by the Soul Palace to support Prince Jin's operations, especially with the upcoming imperial wedding, he had expected this auction to go smoothly. Yet, Yifan had just swindled the Soul Palace out of 10 trillion. That loss was agonizing. Elder, if we execute our plans flawlessly next week, if we kill Yifan in Shangjing, everything can still be salvaged. Whatever he's taken from us, We'll take it all back, Prince Jin declared confidently. Though Gongshu, Mu Wubai, and the Chao family had already surrendered their resources, the powerful clans still loyal to Prince Jin remained obedient, for now. The old man sighed deeply, giving Prince Jin a meaningful look. Kill Yi Fan? Do you really think it's that easy? We'll see when the time comes. Since arriving in the mortal world, the elder had thoroughly investigated Yi Fan's background, and the more he dug, the more horrified he became. Holy hell, Yi Fan had awakened from being comatose just 1 month ago. Yet in that short span he had risen from obscurity in Yunqing, swept through Huadu, then the Vermilion Bird Domain, the Gu cult, Shangjing, and the Northwest. He had practically torn through the entire Great Xia Empire. Immortal realm overlords dared not confront him directly. Ancient martial arts masters weren't strong enough. He had reduced them to ash with a single flame. Even Soul Palace envoys had met inexplicable deaths at his hands. And those forbidden horrors the Soul Palace had struggled so hard to unleash? Yi Fan treated them like trash, emerging one after another, only to be annihilated without a trace. To put it simply, Yi Fan was invincible. Even when overpowered, he still flipped the tables, slaughtering his enemies in the end. So, tell me, how do you even fight that? Oh, bang! The auction hall erupted as the gavel struck. The entire crowd rose to their feet, their gazes, and even the spotlights, fixated on VIP room 666. Everyone was curious. Just who was inside that room, capable of such astronomical spending? Though many also wondered, even if this mysterious bidder won the Heavenly Palace fragment, could they truly escape Sin City with it? The city's gates closed at dusk, not reopening until dawn, meaning, throughout this long night, besides the infamous phantom that stalked the streets, the winner would also have to fend off covetous immortals, demonic invaders, and hidden clans seeking to seize the map by force. Impossible odds. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in VIP room 666. Please proceed to the designated desk to finalize payment and participate in the official transfer ceremony for the map fragment. With that, Wang Lan, acting as the auction's public host, stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. She bowed respectfully toward room 666, though her smile seemed strained. Internally, however, her mind was in turmoil. She knew full well that VIP room 888 belonged to Yi Fan, yet she couldn't comprehend why, after all the effort to seize that room and drive bids up to 10 trillion. He had suddenly backed off the moment his opponent raised the bid by just 1 coin. What was his game? Wang Lan prided herself on her cunning, but even she couldn't unravel Yi Fan's intentions. Still, at least tonight's auction had concluded peacefully. No major disasters yet. She understood the real battle would begin once the map fragment changed hands. But that was no longer her concern. Now, she could sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Her master had promised to deal with Yi Fan personally. Yet the way he looked at Yi Fan, even disguised as a beautiful human woman, was far too unusual. Was it possible? Could an extraterrestrial being, especially one wearing a human guise, actually fall in love with him? City Lord Wang, I have a request. Could the map fragment remain in the auction house's custody until dawn? I would prefer to collect it tomorrow. From within VIP room 666, the masked Soul Palace elder spoke with palpable bitterness. Taking the fragment of the Heavenly Palace map now would undoubtedly make him the target of everyone's hostility. The moment he stepped out of the auction building, he would likely be besieged by countless attackers. Although the Soul Hall leader's strength had already reached the 7th or 8th tier of the Foundation establishment realm, he still didn't dare to be careless. This place was filled with so many powerhouses from the immortal domain, as well as extraterrestrial demons and hidden experts from the 3,000 worlds. Any one of them making a move would be enough to give him a hard time. This Soul Hall leader was named Yi Shirsan, a trusted subordinate under the elder of the Soul Hall's expedition into the mortal world. In terms of strength, he was the second most powerful figure in the group, just below the elder himself. Yi Shirsan was deeply puzzled. There were restrictions and rules between the mortal world, the immortal domain, and the 3,000 worlds. Those whose strength surpassed the martial saint realm shouldn't have been able to pass through the barriers or channels to enter the mortal world. Yet, for some reason, those restrictions now seemed non-existent. In a small place like the City of Sin, there were actually so many nascent soul and foundation establishment realm experts gathered. In fact, Yi Shur-san even suspected that there might be Golden Core realm masters hiding in the city. That was why Yi Shur-san had decided to temporarily leave the fragment of the Heavenly Palace map with the auction organizers while he urgently summoned the Elder to escort him. Once the city gates opened at dawn, they would immediately transport the map away. With the Elder overseeing things, there shouldn't be any major issues. Besides, the Soul Hall had already gathered many of its experts in Shangjing this time. If those immortal domain powerhouses or extraterrestrial forces dared to make a move, they would have to consider the consequences. Just what would happen if they provoked the Soul Hall? Absolutely not. Wang Lan's plan for today's operation was precisely to use the map fragment to kill Yi Fan. If the fragment remained with the auction house, how would Yi Fan and the other immortal domain powerhouses have a chance to act? Moreover, if the map fragment stayed with the auction house, everyone already knew its significance and its location. If some impatient experts decided to attack the auction house directly, wouldn't that just be inviting trouble? Without hesitation, Wang Lan refused. Sir, the City of Sin is a place that values credibility. I hope you will honor your word and make the payment immediately. If you refuse to cooperate, we have ways to make you comply. This was an outright threat. Wang Lan, fearing that the person in VIP room 666 might not pay, openly threatened him. After all, it was 10 trillion. Wang Lan wanted that money badly. Once the funds were transferred, he would receive a hefty commission. I wouldn't dare. Sigh. I'll go make the payment right away. Yi Shur-san didn't dare delay. He responded quickly and swiftly moved toward the transaction counter. The payment and handover proceeded without incident. Everything went smoothly. However, even though the auction had ended, none of the 100,000 people in the hall showed any intention of leaving. They all watched as Yi Shur-san completed the transfer of the Heavenly Palace map. When Yi Shur-san tucked the scroll into his robes, everyone's eyes locked onto it. If those gazes could materialize, the collective stares of 100,000 people would have turned into threads, forcibly yanking the scroll out of his grasp. Everyone, behave yourselves while inside the auction hall. Of course, once you step outside, it's a free-for-all. Do as you please. Seeing the growing tension in the room, Wang Lan immediately shouted to suppress the chaos. When Yi Shur-san heard this, he wanted to die. Damn it! Wang Lan, you bastard. You might as well have kept your mouth shut. By saying that, weren't you just pouring oil on the fire? Everyone already knew they shouldn't act inside the auction hall, but outside was fair game. You didn't need to remind them. Clutching the map fragment, Yi Shur-san hurried toward the exit while whispering to his subordinates. Have our men assembled yet? Tell them to cover me at all costs. We must get this map out of the City of Sin. If we can just make it to our other base, we'll be safe. That's right. Although the City of Sin was controlled by extraterrestrial forces, the power dynamics here were complex. No matter how strong the extraterrestrials or Wang Lan were, they couldn't maintain absolute control. As a major faction from the immortal domain, the Soul Hall had secretly established its own base within the city. They've already gathered, but according to the latest report, the area outside the hall is swarming with forces from other factions. Our formation has already been broken up. Hearing this, Yi Shur-san felt a deep sense of foreboding. Instinctively, he wanted to turn back and retreat into the auction hall. Even if he had to sleep on the floor, he'd rather stay inside. But when he glanced back, he saw Wang Lan staring intently at him, flanked by several other powerhouses radiating formidable martial energy. There was no way back. Yi Shur-san took the VIP exit, but countless eyes and spiritual senses remained locked onto him. The moment he stepped out, the experts on the first, second, and third floors all began to move. Some followed him slowly, while others rushed ahead to set up ambushes outside. Though everyone in the hall tried to suppress their aura, the ripples of martial energy in the air were all at least at the martial emperor level. Those below that simply weren't strong enough to compete, so they wisely stayed back. They knew that if they charged out now, they'd just be throwing their lives away. VIP room 888, third floor. Gu Chongqing was growing impatient. Young Master Yi, they've already taken the item. Shouldn't we act now? After just one day with Yi Fan, Gu Chongqing's refined speech had already started to change. When agitated, he now cursed like a ruffian. Proof that Yi Fan's influence was taking effect. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. Yi Fan smirked. With Feng Shuo, the mastermind behind the City of Sin, now under his control, how could the prey possibly escape? So many people were eyeing the map fragment. Let them fight it out first and thin their numbers. Profound glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The reason he had allowed the auction to proceed was to observe just how many of the gathered experts were here for the map, and how many were here for his life. Boss? Why isn't Yi Fan in a hurry to make his move? At the side of the stage, in the work area, Wang Lan, after sending off Night 13, glanced up at the VIP room 888 on the third floor. Seeing that Yi Fan was still standing there unmoved, he turned to Shuofang beside him in surprise. According to their earlier plan, all the arrangements tonight were aimed at Yi Fan. If Yi Fan didn't act, wouldn't everything be for nothing? Shuofang's lips twitched slightly as he recalled Yi Fan's earlier market manipulation, which had effortlessly netted him 10 trillion. It was practically free money. That was the greatest financial play of all time. If he had known Yi Fan was capable of such schemes, Shuofang would have regretted not arranging a few shills to drive the bidding even higher. It would have counted toward his own performance, wouldn't it? Humph. If he's not in a hurry, why are you? The City of Sin doesn't open its gates at night. That fragment of the Heavenly Palace map isn't going anywhere. Shuofang shot Wang Lan a cold glance, feeling a twinge of pity for the man. This fool still didn't realize that, in Yi Fan's eyes, he was already a dead man. The only reason Yi Fan kept Wang Lan alive was to use him and the map fragment as bait. Sai! Stop spacing out. Come with me, let's go see the show. Shuofang beckoned to Wang Lan and strode outside. Huh? Boss? I still have things to handle here at the auction. And shouldn't we keep an eye on Yi Fan? What if he runs? Wang Lan had a terrible feeling everything seemed to be spiraling out of control. He had no idea what Shuofang was planning, and that infuriated him. The worst part was that Shuofang insisted on dragging him along everywhere. What was the point? It almost felt like he was being watched. Damn it. Was Shuofang afraid he'd flee? I've assigned someone else to handle the auction. You don't need to worry about it anymore. As for Yi Fan, hey, he's after the Heavenly Palace map fragment. Wherever the fragment is, he'll be there. No need for you to concern yourself. With that, Shuofang left without another word. Wang Lan was still frozen in place when a 2-meter-tall, buck-toothed brute walked over, slinging an arm around his neck with a sinister grin. Hey, City Lord Wang, let's go. This was Shuofang's mindless enforcer, a man who followed orders without question. If the boss commanded it, he'd cut down anyone without hesitation. Wang Lan forced a bitter smile. Do I even have a choice? Though Shuofang had used secret techniques to boost Wang Lan's strength to the foundation establishment level, Wang Lan didn't dare act out in front of him. Helpless, he could only follow along. Meanwhile, in the third-floor VIP room, Yi Fan, attended by Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuiying, casually nibbled on the fruit provided in the suite. The taste isn't bad. Young Master Gu, want a piece? He pushed the fruit platter toward Gu Chongqing, who was pacing anxiously beside him. Gu Chongqing was practically frantic. Everyone else had already rushed out. Wasn't Yi Fan here for the Heavenly Palace map fragment? Why wasn't he moving? You're still eating. The map, no, the fragment is about to be taken by others, brother. Gu Chongqing was genuinely panicking. Yi Fan sighed and patiently explained, Young Master Gu, let me ask you something. If these people get their hands on the map fragment, will they stay in the City of Sin, or will they go home? Of course they'll go home. Most of the bidders are from the secular world or the ancient martial arts sections. If they don't leave after securing the fragment, they'll be under constant attack here. Gu Chongqing didn't understand why Yi Fan was asking such an obvious question. So they have to leave the City of Sin, right? But have you considered this? Does the City of Sin open its gates at night? Yi Fan winked at him. The City of Sin's rule is that once night falls, the gates stay shut. No one leaves. Anyone who dares to defy that faces only one fate, death. Wait, As the young marshal of the Scarlet Tiger domain, Gu Chongqing wasn't stupid, he'd just been too bookish, making him a bit rigid. With Yi Fan's slight hint, the realization hit him. Right? Those people wouldn't be able to leave until morning. No matter how chaotic the city of Sin became tonight, the map fragment would remain trapped inside. Whoever seized it would immediately become a target for every other martial artist. And on top of that, they'd have to deal with the ghosts that roamed at night. Hiss. Understanding this, Gu Changsheng looked at Yifan with awe and a hint of fear. This young Master Yi is terrifying. He calculated everything with such precision. Anyone who opposed him was doomed to a fate worse than death. Young Master Yi, the boss requests an audience. Awaiting your orders. The moment Gu Changsheng finished speaking, a donkey suddenly materialized at the VIP room's entrance. Perched on its back was a yellow weasel bowing respectfully to Yifan. What the hell? Gu Changsheng, who had been deep in thought, nearly leaped out of his seat at the sight, his words stumbling. Holy shit! Was he seeing things? A talking weasel? What kind of supernatural nonsense was this? Though Song Yang had expected the so-called extraterrestrial beings to be unusual, even he was stunned. However, Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko, having accompanied Yifan to the extraterrestrials' lair earlier, were far less shocked. No need for an audience. Tell your boss to keep an eye on the map. Let the others fight among themselves. Yifan waved dismissively before turning to Gu Changsheng. Now, young Master Gu, can you relax? Who are they? Could they be? Gu Changsheng's pupils dilated as he watched the yellow weasel's appearance cause all the bodyguards on the third floor to drop to their knees in reverence. A terrifying possibility struck him. Were these creatures the mysterious rulers behind the city of Sin? The so-called ghosts that emerged at night? Young Master Gu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the great immortal Huang. Boss Shuafang is our leader. Most know us as extraterrestrial beings, but as of today, young Master Yi is our new master. In other words, from this moment on, he is the true ruler of the city of Sin. The yellow weasel glanced at Yifan for approval before delivering the bombshell. The revelation left Gu Changsheng and Song Yang exchanging stunned looks. The ruler of the city of Sin. Since when? Just how godly is this young Master Yi? Particularly Gu Changsheng, who was grabbing his own head in utter disbelief. Damn it! What kind of nonsense is this? Just moments ago, Gu Changsheng had been worrying about why Yifan would place such a high bid. Turns out, he was just funneling money back to himself. There wouldn't be anything wrong with bidding $1 trillion if he wanted to. It's all just moving money from the left pocket to the right. Sigh. He had still underestimated young Master Ye's schemes. Young Master Yi, our boss has just finished investigating and summarizing the situation. Here's a list. They are truly targeting you. If you have any needs, you can call for help at any time. All of us Outer Realm beings are ready to charge into battle. While speaking, Huang Daxian handed a list to Yifan. On it were detailed records of several groups. Wandering powerhouses from the immortal realms, hidden organizations from the immortal realms infiltrating the mortal world, forces of demonic entities from beyond, groups of elite vagrants from the 3,000 worlds. There were also some reclusive mortal world families eyeing Yifan. Noticing several familiar names, Yifan vaguely recalled them being affiliated clans from the Tiankue base. Had they already betrayed him now? Were they planning to make a move against him? Did they want to force him from his position as young master of the Divine Gate, or did they covet something else on him? Others might not know, but Yifan himself was well aware. Even that spatial ring he had seized from the evil abomination was nearly equivalent in value to the ruins of the heavenly palace. The treasures accumulated within that spatial ring represented tens of thousands of years of the evil abomination's hoarding. Martial techniques, elixirs, rare herbs, talismans, everything imaginable. The escaped evil abomination from the Miaojianggu sex base had been a kind of omniscient scholar among their ranks. Knowing the hiding place of that treasure-filled ring, it had attached itself to the Blazing Sun Saint's envoy after regenerating, secretly retrieved the ring, only for Yifan to ultimately seize it by chance. Though with the Omniscient One's death, this information should have become a cold case. But since the Omniscient One had visited that secret base in the northwest before the spatial ring vanished, word was bound to leak sooner or later, whether from the evil abomination faction or other powerhouses eyeing their trove. They would inevitably trace the truth back to Yifan. A dark flicker passed through Yifan's eyes. At his current strength, he feared no opponent. Beneath the Foundation establishment realm, meaningless. Even at the peak of the Golden Core stage, he had no reason to hesitate. With his arsenal of treasures, Even a nascent soul powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be impossible to challenge. That said, how many nascent soul experts could there possibly be in the entire immortal realm? Moreover, according to established rules, golden core cultivators entering the mortal world wouldn't face backlash from the laws of heaven, but those surpassing nascent soul would completely disrupt the world's balance. The cosmic rules would retaliate, potentially stripping such experts of their power, or even claiming their lives. After all, nascent soul experts were terrifyingly powerful. Beyond cultivating a second life in the form of their nascent soul, their sheer combat strength alone could annihilate entire planets with a single strike. Good, Yifan responded simply. Then, motioning to Gu Changsheng and Song Yang, he said, "Let's head back and rest for now. We'll deal with things when the time comes." As he spoke, his lips curled into a wicked smirk while his gaze swept across the auction hall. Following the list Shuafang had provided, the powerhouses lying in wait were all eager to make their move. But since Yifan remained within the auction house, protected by the neutral territory of Sin City, none dared act recklessly. By leaving, Yifan would give them the opportunity they sought, and he, in turn, wanted to discover what exactly they were after. Was it his bloodline as heir of the Star Emperor? His 9 young dragon veins? Or perhaps the divine fragments hidden upon him? Meanwhile, chaos had already erupted in the plaza outside the hall. Jin Wang and Knight 13, the representative dispatched by the Soul Temple, had just stepped out with the fragment of the Heavenly Palace map when a swarm of martial experts fanned out to surround them. Manager Knight, pleasant evening. Acquiring such a treasure yet refusing to share. That's rather ungenerous, don't you think? At the forefront stood experts from reclusive mortal clans, alongside elites from ancient martial superfamilies, forces far surpassing even the Fang clan or the Nangong family. Those intercepting them were all at the martial saint realm, with a few divine transformation experts lurking in the shadows. And these were just the visible ones. Within the surrounding darkness, Knight 13 could sense even greater presences eyeing them covetously. A bitter smile tugged at Knight 13's lips. So soon? He had expected martial factions to target them. After all, a map fragment worth 10 trillion would spark a frenzy anywhere. This was especially true in Sin City, a lawless land devoid of rules. Yet he hadn't anticipated they would strike so swiftly. No patience to wait and let others weaken them beforehand? Clan leader Zhang, Knight 13 said, forcing diplomacy into his tone. If you wish to examine this, how about visiting Jin Manor in the capital? I assure you, His Highness will treat you as an honored guest and prepare generous gifts. He kept his stance humble. Now wasn't the time for pride. Delay was the only option. Elders from the Soul Temple, informed of the situation, were already rushing towards Sin City. The temple had ties with the outer realm beings. Once they arrived, negotiations could be opened. Moreover, the elder's strength had reached the golden core stage, verging on nascent soul. His presence alone would deter many. But the men before him were desperados. No words would sway them. Enough jokes, Manager Knight. Hand it over. We're all growing impatient. Heh. My Wang clan will take the first look. On the other side, a brawny man resembling a walking mound of muscle discarded all pretense. Without even bothering with an excuse, he stomped forward, swinging his warblade alongside a dozen clan warriors straight at Knight 13. Boom! The air itself split apart with a howl. Space itself trembled under the force. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. With the Wang clan striking first, the other factions couldn't hold back either. My Li clan is equally curious. The Shao family demands a look as well. Dozens of experts surged forth with one unified goal: eliminate Knight 13 first. Don't be impulsive. Yi Shisan had barely opened his mouth when Patriarch Wang threw a punch from the side, sending one of Yi Shisan's subordinates flying and knocking Yi Shisan himself off balance. Again! Before Yi Shisan could utter another word, more martial arts experts charged forward, each fearing they might miss their chance if they hesitated. Boom! Boom! The entire square erupted with explosive martial energy as the elite fighters Yi Shisan had arranged beforehand joined the fray. In the blink of an eye, Dozens of corpses littered the ground. The battle raged on. San was already injured but still clung stubbornly to survival. Not far from the square, Fan walked away with Yamada Keiko and the others. As they passed by, Fan couldn't resist taunting, "Fight harder! Those heavenly palace map fragments are priceless. If you slow down, someone else will snatch them." "You!" San nearly exploded with rage at Fan's words. "You despicable! You screwed me over!" Regret now consumed San. If he had known the situation would escalate like this, he wouldn't have recklessly pushed the bid so high. How much better would it have been to let others win the auction first, then seize the fragments later like a cunning predator? If he had the strength, he could take it by force. If not, at least he wouldn't be suffering like this now. "Listen to me," San shouted desperately. "This is all Fan's scheme. Don't be fooled. Once you get your hands on the fragments, he'll make his move." Swish! Before his words could settle, Fan and Yamada Keiko's group vanished instantly, leaving the square as if they truly intended to go back to sleep. "Don't listen to Chief Yi," someone yelled. "Keep fighting." The hesitation among the leaders dissipated the moment they saw Fan leave. The slaughter resumed. "Fine. I don't want it anymore. Just take it." Realizing he could no longer protect the fragments, San flung the scroll case containing the map outward, hoping to divert the attackers and spare himself. "Chief Yi, do you think we're fools?" a martial artist sneered. "Trying to trick us with this decoy? Dream on. Kill him first." Whoosh! Whoosh! 8 clan leaders attacked simultaneously. Holy Realm warriors unleashed their full strength, while Transcendent Realm fighters joined in. Within seconds, San's body was riddled with stab wounds. Covered in blood, he collapsed to the ground. The crowd frantically searched his body, only to freeze in disbelief. "What the hell? There's nothing here? Did he really throw it away? Damn it! Where did that scroll land?" Their eyes darted around until they spotted another group of martial artists, shielding a figure clutching the coveted prize, attempting to flee. "There! Attack!" With a furious roar, the fighters abandoned San, now barely breathing, and surged toward their new target. The map's been taken by them. Now it's with clan leader Lu. Kill! The square descended into utter chaos. The crowd surged like a turbulent tide, shifting wildly in pursuit of the fragments. Blood hung thick in the air as the map exchanged hands countless times. Watching from the shadows, the hidden elites of the immortal domain and outer demonic forces couldn't help but sigh. Those heavenly palace fragments are nothing but a curse. Driving men to madness, is it really worth it? Ha! Don't pretend you're above it. Aren't we all eyeing the same prize? Elsewhere, Shuo Fong observed the carnage with his subordinates, deeply impressed. The master's brilliance is unmatched. He deliberately set them against each other. By the time they're done, barely any of those craving the fragments will survive. "But, boss," Huang Daxian frowned. "Fan has so many experts targeting him. Could there be problems?" Shuo Fong smirked. "Relax. It's under control. Besides, I've already sent Moonfiend and Succubus to assist. If the master faces real trouble, they'll intervene." Moonfiend and Succubus were 2 of Shuo Fong's most formidable subordinates, outer realm entities whose eerie abilities unnerved even the top powers of the immortal domain. Back when Fan acted, it had been pure coincidence that neither monster had gotten a chance to engage. Had they entered the fray, subduing them would have been far more difficult. "Boss, do you really not care that I'm standing right here?" Wang Lan's bitter voice cut in, his face a picture of anguish. "Young Master Yi? Master. Boss, you hid this from me too well. So Fan is already your sovereign? Why didn't you just tell me? What was the point of all my efforts? Damn it!" Wang Lan felt like his head was exploding. He finally understood. Why had Shuo Fong's attitude shifted so drastically after the raid on the outer demon's base? Why had he been ordered to stay clear of Fan affairs? It was because Fan had already subdued the entire outer demonic force by then. Even though Wang Lan didn't know how it had happened, He vaguely recalled that the demons' deadliest weapons were their tendrils, and rumor had it that Yifan possessed something similar with his crimson silk overlord body. Could it be? Yifan was the progenitor of the outer demons. Boss! Wang Lan's voice trembled with despair. For old time's sake, just tell me. How do I die? Resistance? Preposterous. His foundation establishment cultivation had been granted by Shuofeng himself. One wrong move, and he'd be annihilated instantly. His transgressions against Yifan spanned from Red Tiger Domain to Flower City, then to the capital, each easily traceable. And worst of all, he had personally orchestrated the ambush in the City of Sin. Yifan would never let him live. Your fate isn't mine to decide, Shuofeng remarked coldly. That lies with the master. But for now, I'll take your powers, lest you cause unnecessary trouble. With a flick of his sleeve, Shuofeng's tendrils coiled around Wang Lan, draining him dry in an instant. Wang Lan's cultivation, his foundation establishment aura, mystic energy, and martial prowess, vanished without a trace. Within seconds, he aged decades, shriveling into a feeble old man struggling even to stand upright. Sigh. Wang Lan gazed at the distant martial artists locked in fierce combat, and in that moment, it felt as though the meaning of life had suddenly become clear to him. If he didn't pursue the highest realms of martial arts, if he chose instead to live an ordinary life, safe, uneventful, wouldn't that be a perfectly acceptable choice? But now Wang Lan had no other options left. Even if he wanted to die, it was no longer his decision to make. Now everything depended on Yifan. What would he choose to do? Meanwhile, on the other side, as Yifan, along with Yamada Keiko, Ren Shuiying, Gu Changsheng, Song Yang, and the others, headed swiftly toward the Drunken Dreams Hotel. They were being followed by several tails. 1, 2, 3, 8. And in the blink of an eye, the number swelled to nearly 20. And these martial artists trailing them were overwhelmingly powerful. Most were at least at the divine transformation level, with many even surpassing the foundation establishment realm. Yi Xiao, the cultivators tailing us are far too strong. And there are so many of them. Song Yang, a master of movement arts, was acutely aware of the looming threat. Shouldn't we seek help from the mastermind behind Sin City? Here, we're completely isolated. Most of these pursuers were stronger than Song Yang. Even though he had already reached the martial saint realm, he doubted he'd be of much use in a fight. Gu Changsheng could contribute by deploying teleportation arrays, while Ren Shuiying could offer healing support. But when it came down to the real battle, could Yifan truly hold his own against so many? Yifan smiled faintly. It's fine. Although these martial artists were formidable, as long as no excessive Golden Core experts appeared, he had nothing to fear. Besides, he had already laid out annihilation arrays and absolute domains around the Drunken Dreams Hotel and the entire stretch of road outside. If these pursuers dared to attack, he had methods to deal with them. Moreover, Yifan could already sense the presence of Shuofeng's subordinates, moonworms and succubi, lurking in the shadows. No big deal. Later, all of you will retreat into the hotel first. Shuiying, stay ready to provide support if necessary. As he spoke, a profound glint flickered in Yifan's eyes. Over the past few days, his scattered memories had gradually pieced themselves together, revealing more clarity about another facet of his identity, Stellar Emperor. This identity might be crucial in ascending beyond the immortal realm, entering the 3,000 worlds, and reaching the Cosmic Alliance. Perhaps, in the forgotten eras spanning millions of years, he had once achieved even greater feats. Back in the capital, that dark sorceress had already fixed her gaze upon him. Now, the cultivators in Sin City, even though they knew the Heavens map fragment had been taken by Yishur-san, were still fixated on him. This meant they had likely deduced his other identity. There was no running anymore. Yifan intended to face them head-on because sometimes a single crushing blow could deter hundreds. Tonight, he would establish his supremacy, letting those who sought to exploit him know that even if his memories weren't fully restored, he was not someone to be trifled with. With a cold sweep of his gaze, he scanned the pursuing cultivators. Every single one of them would die today. Among the pursuers, what just happened? It felt like I was stared down by a wolf. Damn. That look seemed to pierce my soul. Terrifying. Should we really attack him? Don't be an idiot. The secrets hidden within Yi Fan are beyond priceless. Whether it's the dragon vein or his emperor's bloodline, just one of those would grant dominion over entire star systems. Shoo, keep it down. Some still haven't figured it out. We strike quietly later. Unlike the group pursuing Yi Shirsan, these experts were well aware of Yi Fan's true strength. None dared to strike blindly. From his feats in the mortal world, to tonight's coordinated attacks on over 100 hotels in Sin City, to the chaos within the city itself, they all suspected Yi Fan was pulling the strings. Even when he disrupted the auction house, the extraterrestrial beings behind Sin City remained silent, likely due to some prior agreement. But them being outright subjugated by Yi Fan? None had even considered such a possibility. If that were true, the sheer scale of power Yi Fan controlled would be horrifying. The extraterrestrials represented massive strength. Even though Shuafang led only a branch faction that had separated from the 3,000 worlds, if Yi Fan could subdue these beings, then conquering more extraterrestrial factions wouldn't be impossible. What if even their ancestral lineage fell under his rule? With their unparalleled abilities and strength, who in the immortal realm or even the 3,000 worlds could oppose him? Just as Yi Fan and his group reached the hotel entrance, the lurking cultivators could wait no longer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of Hidden Clan experts flashed in front of them, blocking the doorway. Yi Xiao, said Yi Wentian, patriarch of an S-rank family under the celestial Kuei base. We wish to borrow something from you. Yi Fan barely spared him a glance. Yi Wentian, wasn't your family once a vassal to the Divine Gate? His voice was ice. Shouldn't you kneel before your young master? As he spoke, he casually flicked out a Divine Gate command token. The token radiated an archaic, overwhelming presence. One that even seemed to carry echoes of his mother's aura. Yi Wentian's legs buckled instantly. Ji Grand Master, you're alive. Though Yi Wentian didn't fear Yi Fan personally, the mere recollection of that peerless woman, who once dominated the heavens, made his soul tremble. But when he realized the aura merely emanated from the token, his fear dissipated. With a sneer, he straightened. Humph, so it's just a mere token. His tone turned mocking. Yi Fan, I know you activated the celestial Kuei base, though barely at its initial stage. So what? That base was left behind by the Grand Master, yes. But its future depends on those who wield it. Yi Wentian's voice hardened. Let me be blunt. You are unfit to bear its burden. You are destined to fall. He gestured at the surrounding assassins. You see these people? Tonight, we are all here to borrow one thing from you. Your life. Exactly. We're all here to take your life. Young Master Yi, or to put it more bluntly, we might not necessarily kill you. You could voluntarily hand over your bloodline and surrender the cultivation talent within your body. Haha. Young Master Yi, these things are far too dangerous to remain with you. It'd be much safer if we took care of them for you. I've also heard that you've gathered many fragments of the Celestial Palace map. Why not hand those over as well? That way we can resolve all our troubles in one go. The gathered powerhouses at the scene made no effort to conceal their greed. Among these figures, aside from a few reclusive clans privy to insider information, the rest were all major players from the immortal realm, top-tier experts from the 3,000 worlds, and even extraterrestrial demons. These were true powerhouses, and what they coveted was not the superficial treasures on Yi Fan's person. What they truly desired was the 9 yang dragon veins within Yi Fan's body, the bloodline legacy of the Star Emperor. Obtaining even a fraction of these would be enough to dominate the entire immortal realm. Thus, despite knowing that Yi Fan was no easy opponent, they had all followed him here. Yi Fan stared coldly at the greedy crowd before him and shook his head in resignation. Have you ever considered whether you're even capable of taking anything from me? Humph. I'd worry more about whether you'll live long enough to enjoy it. I suggest you abandon this foolish notion. BEZT. Without holding back, Yi Fan unleashed the flame of primordial fire, instantly engulfing Yi Wentian and reducing him to nothingness in the blink of an eye. This is the fate of traitors under the Tian Kuei banner. His sharp gaze swept over the members of several reclusive clans. Yifan had deliberately entered the fray, revealing himself in the city of sin and exposing his secrets, all to stir up a storm. He knew that while the Tian Kue base had been initially activated, many within its ranks still refused to submit to him. Now was the perfect opportunity to make an example of a few. Hiss. Ewentian and several other martial saint-level experts were incinerated into nothingness by the flame of primordial fire. The sheer brutality of this move sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding powerhouses. Many couldn't help but take a step back. They had heard rumors of Yifan's terrifying strength, his countless hidden cards and techniques, but they never expected him to strike with such overwhelming force right from the start. A martial saint was already an invincible existence in the mortal world, yet in Yifan's hands they were slaughtered like mere cabbages? Too terrifying. However, only the reclusive clans retreated in fear. The immortal realm experts, those at the divine transformation peak or foundation establishment, remained unfazed. As major figures from the immortal realm, even if they were fugitives and slightly weaker than the true elites of their realm, they were still confident in dealing with mere trash from the mortal world. After all, they possessed high-tier martial techniques and divine abilities that mortals could never hope to comprehend. Yifan, you are indeed formidable. The flame of primordial fire in your hands is a top-tier treasure even in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, you understand far too little about it. You can't even unleash 1% of its true power. I suggest you surrender obediently. A young master in white robes stepped forward, his gaze icy as he spoke. If you cooperate willingly, handing over your treasures and bloodline, I, as a representative of the immortal realm, can spare your life. I might even allow you to retain some of your cultivation, enough to live comfortably in the mortal world. This young master was none other than the same man whose private room Yifan had seized earlier. But now his strength was no longer as weak as before. He had reached foundation establishment, matching Yifan's level. Beside him stood the one-armed middle-aged man, glaring at Yifan with undisguised hatred. At first, the man hadn't understood what had happened. He had believed that Gu Chongqing truly possessed the power to sever his arm. Only later, after leaving, did the young master uncover the truth. Yifan had used a special technique to empower Gu Chongqing, making him the true culprit behind the severed arm. Ha! Your offer sounds quite generous, but you've miscalculated. Since you yielded your room to me earlier, I'll give you one chance. Disappear from my sight right now, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Yifan's voice was frosty as he locked eyes with the young master. Though their cultivation levels were equal, with the Crimson Tyrant body and the evil-slaying array, Yifan could annihilate him in an instant. You dare? Yifan, you're pushing your luck. Do you really think my young master fears you? My young master is... The one-armed man tried to speak again, but the thin man beside him quickly covered his mouth. Brother, shut up. The young master also shot the man a warning glare before turning back to Yifan. So, there's no room for negotiation? Yifan's gaze swept over the encircling predators, his thoughts dark. Does this look like a negotiation to you? You're here for my life. BEZT. Without hesitation, Yifan struck first. He immediately activated the evil-slaying array and absolute domain, suppressing the crowd's strength while simultaneously draining their vitality and spiritual energy. In the mortal world, this technique had already purified countless experts. Even Qin Tang of the Nine Nether Holy Land had been mentally cleansed, willingly accepting Yifan as his adoptive father. What the hell? Why has my cultivation dropped from divine transformation to martial saint and it's still falling? Damn it. Something's absorbing my spiritual energy. My martial power. We're trapped. Yifan set up an ambush. Our movements are restricted. Before leaving the hotel, Yifan had already laid down dozens of evil-slaying arrays and hundreds of smaller formations along with the absolute domain. This was his true confidence in facing so many experts alone. The moment the two major arrays activated, their effects were immediate and devastating. Half of the martial artists present collapsed instantly. Anyone whose cultivation fell below divine transformation was incinerated by the flame of primordial fire, reduced to ashes in seconds. However, while the flame was formidable, it struggled slightly against divine transformation experts whose spiritual barriers provided some resistance. Just as Yifan began to relax, his eyes locked onto the young master and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ha! His two major arrays had no effect on this man's cultivation? Foundation stage 4th tier. The young master before him was still only at the foundation stage 4th tier. But what shocked Yifan most was that an ancient and archaic aura radiated from this man, one that could neutralize the forces unleashed by his two formations. The purifying power of the demon-slaying formation was ineffective and the suppressing force of absolute domain was being blocked. Yifan's heart pounded and his expression turned grave. Having relied on the demon-slaying formation and absolute domain for so long, this was the first time his techniques had failed so abruptly. Even worse, as Yifan swept his gaze around, he realized this wasn't limited to this young master. Dozens of other hidden experts, immortal realm cultivators, and extraterrestrial demons were similarly emitting a strange mental energy that nullified the formation's effects, allowing them to retain their original strength unhindered. This was bad. A single foundation stage, 4th-tier opponent wouldn't be an issue. Yifan had plenty of hidden cards to deal with that. But with dozens of foundation stage experts surrounding him, Yifan still had instant teleportation, his Crimson Thread Tyrant body, and the Death Chi Devourer at his disposal, but now he hesitated. Would his trump cards, techniques he once considered invincible, even work against these elites from the immortal realm and beyond? If their effectiveness was diminished, this could be fatal for him. Stop looking around, Yifan. You've sorely underestimated the techniques of the immortal realm. The young master smirked disdainfully. I told you, you've barely scratched the surface of our methods. What you consider supreme techniques may indeed be treasures, but you can't unleash their full potential. To us, they're still trash. He paused, his gaze hardening. Still, I must admit your talent is astonishing. Even in the immortal realm, you'd rank among the very best. Given time to grow, none of us would stand a chance against you. But now, you won't have that chance. His eyes turned frigid as he barked an order. No more mercy, kill him now. We split his bloodline. If he escapes today, he'll slaughter us all in the future. Yes. Boom. At his command, the hidden experts launched their assault simultaneously. Transcendent realm cultivators, foundation stage powerhouses all erupted with terrifying mental energy, sealing the entire space at every angle as they crushed down on Yifan. They held nothing back. The air itself was sliced apart, dark voids forming like miniature black holes. Ordinary martial artists who even brushed against these spatial rifts were instantly shredded into nothingness. Even at the foundation stage, 4th tier, under suppression from dozens of experts, Yifan couldn't endure the pressure. His body felt like it was bearing the weight of a mountain. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Crack. His bones groaned under the strain. At this rate, the sheer mental and immortal energy pressing on him would crush him to pulp. Instant teleportation? Phantom shadow body? Emberflame incineration? Crimson thread tyrant body? Every trump card that once made him invincible in the mundane world now seemed utterly useless. Under absolute power, all tricks were meaningless. For the first time, overwhelming helplessness washed over him. From his rise in Yunqing to conquering Huadu, inheriting his mother's divine gate, obtaining the space ring from that evil entity, and unlocking the relics of the gods, Yifan had thought himself unparalleled. But now, facing real immortal realm powerhouses, he realized how naive he'd been. Was this the true depth of their strength? If he was this weak, how could he ever save Xian Yufei? How could he fulfill his destiny as the Star Emperor, follow in his mother's footsteps, or dominate the immortal realm, the 3,000 worlds, and the Star Alliance? Big Brother Yi! Inside the hotel, Ren Shuiying and Yamada Keiko screamed in horror. But despite the hopelessness, Yifan didn't stop thinking. As the waves of mental energy closed in, his mind raced and he activated divine concealment, an ability granted by the soul bone he had absorbed after slaying the Miaojianggu sex fiend. For 1 minute, his presence and traces would vanish completely, undetectable. The moment divine concealment took effect, his demon eyes blazed to life, calculating his next move. 28 attackers in total, 10 at the transcendent realm, 18 at the foundation stage. The transcendent ones weren't a concern. The real threat was the 18 foundation experts, especially this young master whose archaic aura unsettled him. The moment concealment locked in, Yifan marked his first target, this very young master. Conventional methods wouldn't work, but he had one last treasure, the evil entity's space ring, filled with artifacts he couldn't fully utilize yet. Except for certain talismans. One in particular called collapsed talismans. With divine concealment active, Yifan snatched 8 of them from the ring. Huh? Where's Yifan? What the he just vanished? No trace. Not even an aura. What kind of technique is this? The experts were stunned. They had locked down the entire plaza outside the hotel, every corner, every angle, yet Yifan had evaporated before their eyes. The realization sent chills down their spines. Several immortal realm elders backed away in fear. Seeing this, the young master cursed inwardly, idiots, before roaring. Don't. These trash. Their strength is clearly above Yifan's, and they even possess those advanced techniques from the immortal realm. What the hell are they afraid of? Why retreat? Yifan's blazing ember flame, his evil-slaying array, his absolute domain, none of them can do anything to these guys. As long as they hold their ground and don't get reckless, what else can Yifan possibly do to them? But these so-called immortal realm big shots, the moment they retreat even slightly, they leave openings for Yifan, giving him the chance to strike. Yifan is far too clever. His initial attacks might fail, but after just a little probing, he'll immediately adapt. And just as the young nobleman finishes his furious rebuke, Yifan makes his move. Phantom Shadow Body. After activating Divine Concealment, Yifan swiftly triggers Phantom Shadow Body, his form dissolving into an intangible specter that flashes through the bodies of dozens of experts on the scene. The true power of Phantom Shadow Body lies in its ability to phase through solid objects. When the phantom passes through a barrier and stops at its destination, the real body follows immediately. Moreover, the moment the phantom phases through a target, it inflicts soul damage and 30% actual physical harm. At the same time, the phantom can siphon away a portion of the target's vitality and mental energy. Huh? What's happening? Why do I feel like part of my strength was drained? Ah! My head, who's attacking my soul? Holy shit! Are we seeing ghosts now? When Yifan was out in the open, these immortal realm experts could easily suppress him, relying on their deep mastery of the realm's martial techniques. But now, with Yifan hidden in the shadows, his presence and aura completely concealed by divine concealment, these so-called big shots can't even detect him, no matter what methods they use. And that's when disaster strikes. With just one move, Phantom Shadow Body, Yifan inflicts widespread damage. Though not fatal, it's enough to throw the battlefield into chaos. The encirclement formation the immortal realm experts had set up earlier is already falling apart. Every single one of them is now retreating, prioritizing self-preservation. They came here for Yifan's bloodline and treasures. If they die too soon, won't that just hand the advantage to the others? Stop retreating, you idiots! The young nobleman watches in fury as these so-called experts and foreign powerhouses falter, stomping his foot in frustration. What are you afraid of? Yifan must be using some special technique to hide his aura temporarily. If we just hold our ground and keep the center surrounded, he won't be able to do anything. Master K. Have you forgotten? There's a formation in the immortal realm that can lock down space and force hidden enemies to reveal themselves. Hurry up and use it. The young nobleman turns to a robed elder nearby, urgently reminding him. Ah, right? If young Master Shang hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Master K barks out a command, his hands already weaving intricate patterns of mental energy as he begins setting up the formation. Don't panic, everyone. He's just an untrained inheritor from the mortal world. Are we, the elites of the immortal realm, really going to let him get the better of us? Attack together. Even with just a single gesture, Yifan can already sense the terrifying power of this formation. The invisible array seems to warp the very air, thickening it like syrup. Yifan's movements grow sluggish within its range. Worse, the space itself feels layered with barriers as if suppressing his strength. This must be a technique similar to Absolute Domain, but far more refined than Yifan's own version. But now that Yifan has made his move, he won't let Master K complete the formation. Instant teleportation. In a flash, Yifan closes the distance, slamming a collapsed talisman onto Master K's dantian before immediately pivoting toward the young nobleman, Shang Gongzi. Yifan has already figured it out, though no one has said it outright. This Shang Gongzi holds an extremely high status in the immortal realm. Everyone seems to defer to him. And in terms of strategy and skill, he's Yifan's most dangerous opponent. From the moment Yifan decided to use divine concealment, Shang Gongzi was his primary target. The collapsed talisman was meant for him all along. But what Yifan doesn't know is that Shang Gongzi is far more cunning than he appears. Earlier, when Shang Gongzi deliberately provoked Master K into action, he had already activated his spiritual perception, straining to detect Yifan's location. Though he still couldn't track Yifan's exact position, he could infer his general trajectory based on the direction of Master K's attack. So the moment Yifan moved, Shang Gongzi had already predicted his path. When Yifan teleports in front of Shang Gongzi, the latter reacts like a madman, slashing wildly at the empty air before him. Huh? Shang Gongzi. Have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking nothing? The surrounding martial artists stare in shock. Only Shang Gongzi knows the truth. His instincts were right. A bunch of morons. Can't any of you think? Damn it. Yi Fan had barely materialized in front of Shang Gongzi when he's met with that devastating blade, a strike far beyond the power of a fourth-level foundation establishment cultivator, laced with soul corrosive energy. If Yi Fan fails to dodge, not only will his body be severely wounded, but his mind will also suffer a brutal backlash. This Shang Gongzi really is formidable. But Yi Fan has more than just teleportation, he still has phantom shadow body. At the critical moment, Yi Fan halts his real body, using the phantom to phase through Shang Gongzi's blade before reappearing behind him. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yi Fan slams the collapsed talisman straight toward Shang Gongzi's dantian from behind. This talisman functions like a miniature black hole. Once attached, it causes irreversible annihilation, reducing its target to nothingness. Yi Fan doesn't fully understand the principles behind it, but he knows it works. If the talisman erases Shang Gongzi's dantian, he'll be nothing more than a toothless tiger. But Shang Gongzi's combat instincts are too sharp. The moment his blade misses, he sidesteps 3 feet and, without hesitation, yanks a nearby foundation establishment expert from the immortal realm, using him as a human shield. Holy shit! Shang Gongzi, what the hell are you? AAHHH. The man's scream cuts off as a chilling numbness spreads from his crotch, then, in an instant, his lower body collapses into nothingness, the void rapidly creeping up to his waist. What the hell is this? Besides the blazing ember flame, does Yi Fan have other tricks up his sleeve? Aside from the screaming foundation establishment cultivator, even that Mr. K had begun to shriek in agony. However, these people weren't Yi Fan's primary targets. His main focus was still the young Master Shang. Though Shang had pulled a foundation establishment-level expert from the immortal domain to block Yi Fan's initial attack, Yi Fan had no intention of letting him off. The remaining talismans in his grasp were relentlessly hurled at Shang's body. The duration of divine concealment was about to end, and Yi Fan couldn't afford even the slightest lapse in concentration. Every remaining collapsed talisman in his possession, front, back, above, below, was launched from all directions at young Master Shang. By now, Shang had sensed the overwhelming danger lurking in the air around him. Protect me now? Shang was panicking. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Yi Fan's methods as inconsequential, but this sudden, unknown attack terrified him. He hadn't seen the final outcome yet, but judging by the agonized screams of Mr. K and the other Foundation establishment powerhouse, Shang knew, if he were hit, he'd be finished. Even if he didn't die, he'd at least lose half his life. If he were crippled at such a critical moment, how could he possibly remain in contention? If he failed to seize what he sought today, he wouldn't even be able to return to the immortal domain, let alone compete with his brothers for power. While roaring, young Master Shang roughly yanked the one-armed middle-aged man beside him and shoved him in front of his chest. Another skinny subordinate was pulled in to shield his back, while he guarded his flanks, weapons at the ready. Buzz, buzz. The collapsed talismans shot through the air at terrifying speed. In an instant, they landed on the one-armed man and the skinny subordinate. As for the 2 talismans targeting his sides, Shang finally noticed them and managed to intercept them with his warblade and a jade artifact. Watching the jade artifact shrink and vanish into nothingness before his eyes made Shang's heart nearly burst in terror. Holy shit! Wasn't this the terrifying collapse technique of the 3000 Worlds Twisted Evil sect? Fuck! If one of those things touched him, wouldn't his entire body disintegrate into nothingness? Shang had only vaguely heard of this technique. Each talisman was like a miniature black hole, devouring everything it touched. The only way to survive was to immediately sever any contaminated body parts before the effect spread. Cut off the affected parts now. Shang bellowed as he saw another Foundation establishment expert's crotch corroding into oblivion. Ha! That expert was on the verge of losing his mind. He had been standing perfectly fine earlier, until young Master Shang abruptly dragged him into the line of fire, landing him in this mess. Now his lower half was being eaten away, and Shang was telling him to amputate himself. Was he supposed to castrate himself? Who in their right mind could do that? Ha! Young Master Shang exhaled shakily. His earlier panic stemmed from not knowing what technique Yi Fan was using. Now that he recognized the Twisted Evil Sect's talismans, he felt slightly more at ease. Besides, he hadn't been hit yet. All 4 talismans had been dodged, and in mid-air, he had finally caught a glimpse of Yi Fan's aura. Hey! That idiot's invisibility technique must have finally worn off. Now that Yi Fan was about to reveal himself, Shang swore he'd rush in and crush him the moment he materialized. Damn it! Yi Fan was far more terrifying than he'd imagined. His momentary carelessness had nearly cost him his life. To be safe, Shang instinctively tried to distance himself from the area, determined not to fall into another one of Yi Fan's traps. But just as he moved, FWIP, a final talisman shot through the void, landing squarely on Shang's right eye. Aya! No! The searing pain made Shang curse instantly. Then, an ancient and sinister energy pulsed from the talisman, swiftly spreading across his eye. Despite channeling his strongest cultivation energy to resist it, the force contained within the talisman had been accumulated by the twisted evil sect for tens of thousands of years. How could a mere foundation establishment-level cultivator possibly counteract it? CZZT. In mere seconds, the corrosive power overtook Shang's eyeball, erasing it from existence. And the shadowy mist kept spreading, creeping toward the surrounding skin and bone. Fuck! 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 Shang nearly lost his mind in horror. Are you kidding me? At the very last moment he'd still gotten hit. Shang knew beyond any doubt if he didn't act immediately, the collapse effect would consume his entire head, then his entire body, reducing him to nothingness. The only way to survive was to cut off his own eye before it spread further. Ha ha ha! The Foundation establishment expert who'd been forced to amputate his own lower half earlier burst into hysterical laughter upon seeing Shang's predicament. Go on, young Master Shang. Chop it off. Don't hesitate. His tone was thick with mocking glee. Serves you right for using me as a meat shield. Now look who's screwed. Misery loves company. Doesn't it? Shang clenched his teeth, fury and despair churning inside him. Even this brief exposure to the collapsed talisman's power had already depleted 30% of his cultivation base. If this continued, his strength would plummet below Foundation establishment level. No, this can't happen. In Sin City, if his realm fell below Foundation establishment, even his status as a scion of an immortal domain superclan might not save him. Fine. Gritting his teeth, Shang flipped his warblade. Slash. With one brutal motion, he gouged out his entire right eye socket, leaving behind a gaping hole where half his face used to be. Aya! Though he used spiritual energy to numb the pain and seal the wound, the sheer agony of carving out his own flesh and bone forced a blood-curdling scream from his throat. But the real nightmare wasn't the pain. His cultivation had fallen below Foundation establishment. He no longer had the right to compete. Forget killing Yi Fan. He couldn't even stay to watch the outcome. Whether Yi Fan succeeded or failed today, Shang had no choice but to flee immediately. Otherwise, every powerhouse from the immortal domain and beyond would see him as easy prey. After all, as a privileged young master of a supreme clan, he carried far too many treasures coveted by others. Hiss! Young Master Shang's frenzied actions left all the immortal domain overlords and foreign powerhouses present utterly stunned. What a ruthless man! He had actually gouged out his own right eye. This was not something an ordinary person could endure. Yi Fan, you win this round. Just you wait. You'd better survive today's battle. This isn't over between us. With a cold snort into the void, young Master Shang's figure flickered as he fled at breakneck speed toward the outskirts of the battlefield. Now that his right eye was destroyed, his cultivation had plummeted by several major realms. If he didn't escape now, he might never get another chance. Yi Fan had originally intended to finish him off, but his divine concealment skill had already reached its time limit, forcing his body to materialize back into the open. Several other Foundation establishment experts had already locked on to him. If Yi Fan stubbornly pursued young Master Shang, he could indeed kill him, but doing so would leave his back exposed to those Foundation establishment powerhouses, who would seize the opportunity to strike him down. Ah! Ah! Young Master! Save me! A chorus of agonized screams erupted from the battlefield. The one-armed man, the skinny cultivator, and even Master K were among them. Under the devouring force of the collapsed talisman, The one-armed man's body had been half consumed, rendering him completely crippled. The skinny cultivator's head had been partially devoured, while Master K's dantian had been utterly destroyed, stripping him of all his cultivation. Though Master K had once been a foundation establishment powerhouse, the loss of his dantian instantly reduced him to a mere mortal. A nearby immortal domain expert smirked darkly. "Apologies, Master K, but I'll be taking those." Without hesitation, the man unleashed a surge of power from his wrist, seizing Master K and stripping him of his spatial ring, along with all his precious techniques, pills, and treasures. "You cough!" Master K had witnessed such ruthless acts countless times in the City of Sin, but now that it was happening to him, he could hardly accept it. He tried to protest. Splat! In the next instant, a ripple of spiritual force from the immortal domain expert blasted Master K into nothingness. "You should thank me, Master Quebec. I spared you further suffering." This was but a minor episode in the grand scheme of things. The onlookers were entirely unfazed. Some even envied the immortal domain expert, lamenting that they hadn't been close enough to loot Master K's treasures themselves. A few even glanced in the direction where young Master Shang had fled, slapping their thighs in regret. "Damn it! Why didn't we go after young Master Shang? The treasures on him must be no less than Yi Fan's. What a waste! Ugh, we must have been idiots." To these immortal domain overlords and foreign powerhouses, morality and mercy were non-existent. All they cared about was resources and becoming stronger. As the chaos settled, Yi Fan found himself surrounded once more. Though the crowd had grown more cautious, none showed any intention of leaving. Earlier, Yi Fan had used divine concealment to evade detection, exploiting the phantom shadow body technique to pierce through multiple experts in under a minute, weakening their souls and cultivation by 30%. However, a few had managed to escape unscathed. 10+ foundation establishment experts remained unaffected. Neither the absolute domain nor the demon-slaying array had any effect on them. Infuriating, Yi Fan glared at these unkillable cockroaches, a headache brewing. Damn it! Is this their true strength? Why won't they just die? Young Master Yi, spare yourself the futile struggle. A cold voice rang out from the crowd. Though you managed to cripple young Master Shang, that was the extent of your power. And we, every single one of us, are no weaker than him. With over a dozen of us here, no matter how you resist, your fate is sealed. The speaker was another foundation establishment, 4th layer expert, his blade thrumming with golden immortal energy. But unlike young Master Shang, this man was far more cautious. Though he stood at the forefront, 2 hidden forces coiled around his subordinates, ready to use them as shields the moment danger struck. After all, Yi Fan still had too many unknown tricks up his sleeve. If they charged recklessly and ended up like young Master Shang, blinded and crippled, they'd never make it out of the City of Sin alive. Young Master Yi, as young Master Shang proposed, we foreign experts are also willing to spare you, if you surrender your bloodline. Indeed, we'll even exchange it for the Kirin bloodline. A wandering powerhouse from the 3,000 worlds upped the offer. By now, everyone realized that while they could overpower Yi Fan, the cost would be devastating. Even if they killed him, half of them would perish in the process. Thus, they sought to break his will and claim victory through cunning rather than brute force. Ha! Do you think I don't see through your schemes? Yi Fan sneered. How about this, you fight amongst yourselves first. Whoever wins, I'll hand my bloodline to them. Sound fair? His sarcastic proposal left the crowd speechless. Was he treating them like fools? Fight each other so he could hand over his bloodline to the victor? Ridiculous. Yi Fan, you're mocking us. Before they could finish cursing, Yi Fan struck again. Infinite Frost Seal. Crimson Thread Overlord Body. Shadow Blade Cyclone Slash. Heaven's Wrath Thunder. With a roar, his figure split into countless afterimages, attacking in all directions simultaneously. In that instant, Yi Fan pushed his power to the limit. Foundation Establishment, 4th layer, wasn't enough. He even tapped into the primordial energy from the Divine Fragment and the 9 Dragon Bloodline, forcibly elevating his strength to foundation establishment, 6th layer. Coupled with his puppet paper soldiers, he locked onto every single foundation establishment expert present, launching a full-scale assault. The 7-star soul-annihilating palm reached its peak, sending out mental shockwaves that seared into the minds of his enemies, threatening to shatter their consciousness. This was his ultimate AoE attack, a move he had been planning for this very moment. If he could take down these dozen-plus foundation establishment experts, the remaining nascent soul and martial saint cultivators would be easy prey for his flame of renewal and crimson thread overlord body. After breaking through to the foundation establishment 4th stage, Yi Fan's spiritual power had already reached an incredibly terrifying level, so potent that it could almost materialize into tangible attacks. This time, Yi Fan further tapped into the power of the divine fragment, boosting his combat strength to the foundation establishment 6th stage. The ripples of spiritual energy in the air began to slow, thickening into viscous waves. Any martial artist caught in these waves would suffer a devastating mental assault. My head feels like it's about to explode. Holy shit. Who's stabbing a knife into my brain? It feels like my head is on fire. I can't hear. There are bugs in my skull. The weaker martial artists, unable to withstand the overwhelming spiritual pressure, collapsed in agony, clutching their heads, tearing at their hair, and clawing at their ears in madness. Some even desperately slashed open their own skulls with knives, reaching inside in a futile attempt to pull out the imaginary bugs. Hiss. Such was the horrifying effect of a spiritual assault. However, these extreme reactions only occurred among those below the nascent soul realm. Foundation establishment experts and above, those suffering intense pain and impaired movement, were not driven to such desperate measures. Damn it. This Yi Fan is truly monstrous. How can he summon so many clones at once? The worst part is each clone still has foundation establishment level strength. That's terrifying. Be careful. He must be using some kind of special talisman power. Some foundation establishment experts managed to deduce Yi Fan's method, but it was useless. Handling one Yi Fan was manageable, but this time he had unleashed his full power, amplifying his spiritual energy to such a terrifying degree just to control more puppet corpse paper men. For this battle, Yi Fan had deployed nearly 100 of them. The result? 10 puppet corpse paper men ganging up on a single foundation establishment expert. Boom. Boom. Blades flashed, crimson threads of the tyrant's physique entangled wildly, exorcism arrays activated, absolute domains unleashed without pause, and heavenly punishment lightning rained down, striking the experts relentlessly. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. The foundation establishment experts, already disoriented by the spiritual assault, found their movements sluggish. Now, they had to fend off attacks from 10 clones while trying to identify Yi Fan's true body, an impossible task. Fuck. My hand, what the hell, cut it off? What kind of cursed threads are these? Shit. Something just stabbed me from behind, my heart got sliced. Damn it. Why am I frozen solid? Screams of agony filled the air, turning the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. Especially humiliating were the immortal domain experts, normally untouchable, now pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly by 10 Yi Fans. Their misery was beyond description. Though powerful, they were simply outnumbered. Each clone wielded bizarre talisman powers, the tyrant's physique threads, freezing techniques. Even if the skills weren't fully mastered, the sheer volume of attacks overwhelmed them. Boom. Boom. The violent clashes of energy, psychic waves, and immortal power reduced the hotel's grand plaza into a massive crater, growing deeper by the second. In mere dozens of seconds, the flat square had become a pit over 100 feet deep. When the dust settled, the foundation establishment experts who had tried to ambush Yi Fan lay in pieces, dismembered, dantians shattered, bodies riddled with holes. Most twitched violently, still alive but utterly incapacitated. As for those below the nascent soul realm, under the combined assault of Yi Fan's exorcism arrays and absolute domains, they had either perished or been drained of all strength, reduced to useless cripples. Huff! Yi Fan scanned the crater, confirming that all threats had been neutralized, and finally allowed himself a breath of relief. Yi Fan, are you a demon? A few foundation establishment experts slumped against the pit's walls, staring up at him in despair. One man taking on so many foundation establishment experts at once and winning. Was this the might of the Stellar Emperor's successor? The potential of the 9 Yang Veins? Sigh. The immortal domain wanderers and foreign demonic cultivators, though filled with resentment, had no choice now. Even if Yi Fan spared them, the other martial artists of Sin City wouldn't pass up the chance to kick them while they were down. Humph. You brought this upon yourselves. Yi Fan recalled all his puppet corpse paper men gazing coldly at the defeated experts below. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. So, I'm really this strong now? Facing so many Foundation establishment experts alone and emerging victorious. From now on, cross-realm battles would hold no fear for him. His eyes flickered toward the immortal domain experts, sensing the treasures they carried. Though he already possessed the sinful treasure vault's spatial ring, who would complain about more loot? Just as he prepared to descend and plunder. Every hair on his body stood on end. A terrifying sense of danger engulfed him. Boom. Boom. Before he could react, an overwhelming psychic force slammed into him from the side. Bang. 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 His hastily erected defenses shattered instantly. The impact blasted a new crater beside the first, just as massive. The sheer power of this attack was unfathomable. Cough. Pfft. Yi Fan crawled out of the rubble, coughing violently before vomiting a mouthful of black blood. His robes were in tatters, his body covered in bloody gashes, his skin split in multiple places. His spiritual and immortal energy barriers had been utterly obliterated. His organs felt displaced, his meridians in chaos. Strong. Too strong. His pupils contracted sharply as he frantically channeled the divine fragment's ancient energy to heal his injuries. At the same time, he expanded his senses, searching for the source of the attack. But what terrified him most was even after being struck by a force surpassing the Foundation establishment's 6th stage, he still couldn't pinpoint where the attack had come from. Whoosh. Yi Fan mobilized the strongest psychic energy he could currently summon. His combat power had already surpassed the 7th level of Foundation establishment, and his spiritual force had even reached a level capable of crushing golden core cultivators. Yet, despite this, Yi Fan still couldn't pinpoint the source of that overwhelming power. He couldn't even detect who had attacked him. Swoosh! Yi Fan dashed out of the underground crater, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. By now, the area around the hotel beyond the 2 massive craters had gathered even more martial artists watching the battle. However, most of them were below the martial saint realm, completely incapable of inflicting such heavy damage on Yi Fan. After scanning the area multiple times with his perception, Yi Fan still couldn't lock onto the attacker. His mood grew increasingly agitated, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Are there still such powerful figures in Sin City? Moreover, judging by the opponent's surging energy, they were at least at the Golden Core realm or above. Damn it all. He had just barely dealt with all those Foundation establishment experts, and now Golden Core level powerhouses were making trouble for him? Were they trying to kill him? Yi Fan let out a bitter laugh. If a Golden Core level expert truly came for his life, he had no idea how he could possibly survive. Just as Yi Fan remained on high alert, the air around him rippled violently once more. Then, a fist abruptly materialized beside him, striking straight toward his dantian. What the hell? Again? The worst part? The direction and aura of this attack were completely different from the last one. Holy shit! Yi Fan's mind exploded with realization there was more than one Golden Core expert hiding in the shadows. My god! A single Golden Core expert was already enough to give him a headache, but now there were at least 2. Drifting with the tide. This was a celestial technique Elderding had left him before departing. Yi Fan had grasped most of its essence, and one of its core principles was to move with the wind and flow with the force. When an enemy's attack was unavoidable, he could minimize his presence, sense the flow of air, and ride the opponent's energy to reduce the impact. A more vivid analogy? It was like turning the enemy's punch into a strike against cotton while he himself floated like a feather, leaving them with no solid point to land their force. SSHH. The moment Yi Fan activated the technique, the structure of the air seemed to shift instantly. His own aura dissipated rapidly, and his body began to drift, carried away by the violent energy like a leaf on a stormy sea, drifting with the tide. Brother Yi! From the hotel entrance, Yamada Keiko and Ren Shuang cried out in alarm. Their hearts had already been in their throats when Yi Fan fought against all those Foundation establishment experts. Now, facing an even stronger opponent, he hadn't even dodged the first attack. And now, with the second strike, was he about to be sent flying? Meanwhile, the extraterrestrial beings lurking in the shadows, Moobug and Succubus, grew tense. Moobug whispered urgently, "Old Suck, should we make our move? I can sense Master's energy fluctuating." Thanks to the red silk overlord physique, Yi Fan had established a master-slave bond with all the extraterrestrial beings. He was their absolute master, and if anything happened to him, whether injury or death, it would be fatal for them. The mission given by the Shuafang sect was clear: ensure Yi Fan's survival at all costs. Succubus, seemingly more powerful, shook her head. Not yet. Master seems to be using some other formidable technique. He hasn't taken a direct hit. We must wait until all the hidden old monsters reveal themselves before striking. We'll only get one chance. We must eliminate them all in one go. Those old bastards have been a thorn in our master's side for too long. This is the perfect opportunity to wipe them out. As she spoke, her phantom form in the darkness swiftly scanned the surroundings. Succubus possessed unique detection abilities where Moobug and even Yi Fan failed to perceive. She could sense everything. Around the Drunken Dreams Hotel, apart from the 2 Golden Core experts who had already struck, 3 more were lying in wait, biding their time. Whoosh! Yi Fan, carried by the surging energy, drifted over a dozen zhang before finally crashing to the ground. Ha! The moment he landed, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. Most of the martial artists gathered were below the divine transformation realm, nowhere near the level of the earlier Foundation establishment experts. But greed was a universal trait. Seeing Yi Fan badly injured, some immediately saw an opportunity and lunged forward, eager to strike. Holy shit! Yi Fan's hurt. Now's our chance, let's grab the treasures. Yeah. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, with some deliberately inciting others to attack while staying back themselves. These schemers had no intention of making the first move, they just wanted others to test the waters. If the loot was secured, they'd swoop in like mantises stalking cicadas. If things went south, they'd avoid the first wave of retaliation. Utterly despicable. In truth, Yi Fan had avoided serious injury by using drifting with the tide. Instead, he was now using the absorbed vitality and psychic energy to rapidly restore his depleted reserves. Sensing the Martial Saint-level attackers closing in, his fury surged. You're courting death. Foundation establishment experts were one thing, but now even these Martial Saint trash dared to provoke him? Without hesitation, Yi Fan slammed his flame of primordial fire into the ground. Boom! In an instant, the flames erupted like dazzling fireworks, spreading wildly in all directions. The battlefield instantly turned into a sea of fire, engulfing the Martial Saint-level fighters. Whoosh! Against cultivators below the divine transformation realm, the flame of primordial fire was utterly devastating. Without the protective techniques of celestial cultivators, they were incinerated into nothingness in an instant. Most didn't even have time to scream before vanishing from existence. In a single move, Yi Fan's flames had annihilated over 100 martial artists. But these weaklings weren't his real concern. What truly worried him were the 2 Golden Core experts still hiding in the shadows. Huh? Interesting. 2 attacks, and you're still not dead? A cockroach that just won't die. From the edge of the crowd, a young child swaying a rattle drum let out a mocking sigh before darting toward Yi Fan in a flash. It was him. Yi Fan stared at the child who had suddenly appeared before him. Though the boy looked harmless, adorable as a porcelain doll, the dangerous aura radiating from him made every hair on Yi Fan's body stand on end. This child was the first Golden Core realm expert who had attacked him. Yi Fan was stunned. The one who had struck him was just a little kid? Was this the terrifying power of the Immortal Realm's top experts? The child wore 2 braids and seemed utterly harmless, but Yi Fan could sense it. The first attack had been unleashed through the sonic waves generated by the rattle drum in his hand. While Yi Fan was still reeling from the shock, a black-robed man emerged from the other side, his body shrouded in thick, corrosive black mist. The martial artists near him found their spiritual energy, martial aura, and even life force involuntarily drawn toward the black-robed man. Even the vitality of the surrounding trees and flowers was being siphoned away uncontrollably. Heh. The black-robed man flanked Yi Fan, trapping him. Yi Fan, there's no escape now. Tens of thousands of years ago, your true form destroyed the foundation our ancestors built. Now, it's time for revenge. His cold gaze locked onto Yi Fan. With your bloodline, we can rise again. Heh. The man wasted no time. You dodged our first attack and even the second, but can you avoid the third? He was utterly confident in his strength. In the mortal world, the Golden Core realm was the peak of power allowed by the natural laws. Beyond there was the nascent soul realm, forbidden by the world's rules. Any nascent soul expert who forcibly entered would face backlash from the heavenly Tao. In the entire mortal world, the black-robed man believed no one could rival him. Though Yi Fan possessed the bloodline legacy of the Star Emperor, he had no idea how to harness its power. Even with some immortal realm techniques at his disposal, his current strength was pitifully limited. Capturing him would be effortless. But the black-robed man overlooked one thing. Aside from the outer realm demons, other forces from the 3,000 worlds were also hunting Yi Fan. Elder Wuxiang, if we're going to act, we must do it quickly. The Heartless Empress is scouring the star domains for this brat. If we fail to kill him today and even a trace of his whereabouts leaks, she'll hunt us to the ends of the universe. We'll never know peace again. Exactly. Besides her, several other celestial maidens have turned the Star Alliance upside down searching for the Star Emperor's traces. Though they're not as strong as he was in his prime, they're more than capable of annihilating entire worlds. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, 3 figures clad in yellow mystic robes emerged from the shadows, 2 men and a woman. Their appearances were bizarre, with rooster comb hairstyles and spiritual energy fluctuations unlike those of the Outer Realm demons or the Immortal Realm experts. They were powerhouses from another hidden world among the 3,000 worlds, once suppressed by the Star Emperor and now coveting Yi Fan's bloodline and legacy. Boang, what's the meaning of this? It's hardly honorable to show up now. We, the Outer Realm demons, were the first to target Yi Fan. Are you trying to steal our prey? The black-robed man's expression darkened at the sight of the newcomers. The Abyssal World was one of the most unstable realms among the 3,000 worlds, and its inhabitants were ruthless fanatics who would stop at nothing for resources. After being suppressed by the Star Emperor for so long, they would spare no cost to seize Yi Fan now. Steal? Elder Wuxiang, you misunderstand. There's no such thing. Everyone knows the grudge between the Abyss and the Star Emperor. Yi Fan belongs to us. Boing sneered. But let's not argue now. This brat might still have tricks up his sleeve. Why don't we join forces to capture him first? Once he's subdued, we can settle ownership even if it means fighting it out. His spiritual energy surged to its peak, sealing off all of Yi Fan's escape routes. Everyone had witnessed Yi Fan's performance today. A mere Foundation Establishment 4th stage cultivator from the mortal world had used paper puppets and cursed talismans to slay numerous Foundation Establishment experts, even surviving attacks from 2 golden core powerhouses unscathed. Did the Star Emperor's successor have destiny shielding him? Fine. The 5 golden core experts swiftly reached an agreement, fanning out to encircle Yi Fan. Their combined pressure bore down on him, ready to strike at any moment. Trapped in the center, Yi Fan was pushed to his limit. Against 2 golden core experts, he had managed with the power of divine fragments and the 9 dragon bloodline. But with 3 more joining, the pressure multiplied. His protective barriers shattered instantly. Even with divine fragments guarding his meridians, the overwhelming force was too much. His Foundation Establishment level spiritual energy couldn't withstand it. His skin split, blood seeped from his eyes. Yi Fan had exhausted nearly all his trump cards. Under absolute power, any flashy moves were meaningless. He could feel the 9 dragon bloodline and divine fragments frantically repairing his body, but the relentless spiritual energy tore him apart faster than he could heal. Even with his Daobone physique, he would be ripped to pieces if this continued. Change. The situation had to change, he had to move. Only by acting could he find a way out. His gaze flicked toward the darkness. He knew 2 more supreme experts lurked there, Moobug and the Enchantress. Perhaps tonight's hope of turning the tables lay with them. In the darkness, Moonbug and the Succubus were constantly monitoring the changes in the battlefield. Old Succubus. There shouldn't be any other experts appearing now, right? Moonbug looked at Yi Fan with concern. Through the tendril connection, I can sense that our master is in terrible condition. He can barely move. Due to the hierarchical relationship formed by the Crimson Silk Overlord body, Moonbug and the other extraterrestrial beings were mentally linked. Moonbug could clearly feel that Yi Fan's current state was extremely precarious. If they didn't act soon, Yi Fan might really die. The succubus wore a grave expression. She swept the surroundings with her divine sense, then confirmed with the Extraterrestrial Intelligence Division via her phone before speaking. According to the energy readings detected by our instruments in Sin City, there shouldn't be any stronger experts here. The 5 strongest golden core cultivators are all present. We should make our move now. The succubus was the most powerful subordinate under Shuafang's command, even stronger than the great immortal Huang. To ensure Yi Fan's safety, Shuafang had assigned her to protect him. What's our exact plan? Moonbug fully trusted the succubus's intelligence and directly asked for the details. When the master makes his move, you'll take to the skies and use moonlight radiance to envelop the battlefield. weakening the golden core cultivators and slowing their movements. I believe the master has other ways to kill one or two of them. Once you're done, I'll use my petrification ability to immobilize two more. If we can eliminate at least four, the pressure on the master will be greatly reduced. The succubus quickly shared the plan with Moonbug while simultaneously transmitting the details to Yi Fan through their tendril connection. When Yi Fan received the plan via his crimson silk overlord body, he was both ecstatic and shocked. So the extraterrestrial beings have such terrifying abilities? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Thank goodness I didn't give them a chance to act when I infiltrated their lair. If I hadn't subdued them with the crimson silk overlord body, I would have died there for sure. What luck! Yi Fan quickly synchronized his own plan of action. Though he was only at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, facing 5 Golden Core experts, he still had confidence. With Moonbug, the succubus, and Gu Chongsheng in the hotel assisting him, victory was possible. Moreover, within Xiechong's spatial ring, aside from the collapsed talismans, there were other treasures, such as shield talismans. These talismans could block fatal attacks from cultivators several realms above him, though they consumed an enormous amount of soul power. Still, they were lifesavers in critical moments. Since the ring was filled to the brim with treasures, Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use them. Before the battle, he had secretly pasted a large number of shield talismans on his chest and back. The atmosphere on the battlefield was suffocating. The air itself seemed to solidify as the 5 Golden Core experts used their oppressive auras to crush Yi Fan, hoping to break him without even attacking. Dozens of yards away, ordinary martial artists watched from a distance. They knew that today, Yi Fan was facing the most dangerous battle of his life. They also understood that they had no chance of seizing the most valuable treasures on Yi Fan's person. But by observing from afar, perhaps they could scavenge some scraps? Even the leftovers from Yi Fan's battle would be enough to sustain them for a lifetime. Let's begin. The child holding the rattle drum snorted coldly and struck first. As he shook the drum, the golden core level spiritual energy surged, causing the drumsticks to strike the drumhead with a force like a raging storm. Boom! The air was torn apart as a terrifying shockwave erupted outward. Nearby buildings were instantly reduced to rubble, collapsing like a tidal wave. Martial artists below the Grandmaster realm vomited blood from the sheer pressure. Strong. Unbelievably strong. Even the aftershocks of a Golden Core expert's attack were enough to kill ordinary martial artists instantly. The pressure on Yi Fan, who stood at the epicenter, was unimaginable. The moment the child attacked, the rooster-haired Boyong also struck, slashing his battle blade through the void. A crescent-shaped ripple of energy shot toward Yi Fan, distorting the surrounding air with a sharp hiss, proof of its terrifying power. The 5 Golden Core experts had gone all out from the start, not underestimating Yi Fan just because he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Chongsheng now. The instant the 5 experts attacked, Yi Fan moved. He activated the full power of his divine fragment, pushed his 9-dragon bloodline to the limit, and unleashed all his movement skills. Teleportation, shadow step, everything. At the same time, he called out to Gu Chongsheng. Earlier, Yi Fan had secretly coordinated with him. Though Gu Chongsheng was only at the Martial Saint realm, his greatest strength lay in formations, specifically spatial transference arrays. Yi Fan's strategy was to redirect force with finesse, using the child's rattledrum to counter Boyang's blade, the black-robed man's staff to block another rooster-haired expert's attack. As for the remaining expert strike, Yi Fan planned to either dodge or tank it head-on with the shield talismans. While defending, he would use Shadow Blade to assassinate the child. From his assessment, the child was the strongest, likely at least Golden Core 5th level. Eliminate the strongest first, and the rest will be easier. Now! The moment Gu Chongsheng acted, Moonbug and the succubus, hidden in the shadows, also struck. Moonbug let out a sharp cry as she soared into the air, her massive wings unfurling. In an instant, dazzling golden light poured down from the sky, focusing primarily on the 5 Golden Core experts. Though the moonlight seemed harmless, the Golden Core cultivators panicked the moment they saw it. FCK, extraterrestrial beings? Are you insane? What the hell are you interfering for? Boyong was the first to react, his attack faltering as he tried to evade the moonlight. They knew about the abilities of extraterrestrial beings. While Yifan's absolute domain hadn't been fully unleashed to suppress their strength, the moonlight could weaken them. However, the plaza in front of the hotel was only so large, and both the moonfiends and succubi had long since targeted these Golden Core realm experts, launching specialized attacks against them. Given that, how could Boyong, Wuxiang, and the others evade them so easily? Boom! The cascading moonlight, though appearing as mere radiance, felt like a tangible substance upon contact, like a sandbag slamming into a fist, producing a dull impact. In an instant, Boyong, Wuxiang, the childlike expert, and the other two Golden Core realm fighters were all enveloped within it. Their surging psychic fluctuations suddenly felt as though they were trapped in a viscous, adhesive substance. Their psychic power was suppressed by nearly 30%, and their movement speed slowed by the same margin. Their previously swift offensive actions now appeared like slow-motion replays, their strength clearly plummeting by an entire major realm, from Golden Core to Foundation establishment. Even so, the intensity of their psychic fluctuations and speed still seemed fast to Yifan's eyes. But now he had enough time to react. Facing the child expert's rattle attack, Yifan activated his teleportation ability, instantly evading the direct strike, escaping right through the center. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing's painted formation had already drifted toward Yifan's location. Gu Chongqing understood the critical nature of this battle. Though channeling a soul force beyond his current level was exhausting, he pushed himself to the limit, conjuring two black hole-like formations that manifested at precisely the right moment, right where Yifan had escaped. Boom! Boom! With two heavy, muffled explosions, the massive shockwave from the child's rattle was instantly absorbed into the black hole formations. At the same time, Bo Yang's eerie blade slash and the joined attacks of the other two Golden Core experts were swallowed up at the last critical moment. Gu Chongqing's mysterious formation was derived from an ancient immortal scripture. Though bookish and rigid in his studies, he had, by sheer accident, grasped the essence inscribed within it. Even Yifan's formations had no effect on the immortal realm overlords, yet Gu Chongqing's bewildering formations left even these Golden Core experts helpless. What the hell? How did our attacks just vanish like that? Wuxiang, Boyong, and the other three Golden Core warriors widened their eyes in shock at the unfolding scenario. Out of their 5 simultaneous assaults, only the attack of the red-crested expert had landed, though even that weakened swipe was ultimately dodged by Yifan with the Moonfiend's interference. Boom! The dampened strike smashed into the ground, blasting another massive crater amid a storm of dust and flying debris. But no one paid attention to such details now. The true focal point of battle was the core confrontation, and at that moment Yifan activated divine concealment, vanishing once more into the void. The nature of divine concealment was so unique that even these Golden Core experts could only intermittently sense his presence. Everyone, stay sharp. Bo Yang, fully alert, strained his psychic fluctuations to break free from the moonlight suppression. Yet his movements remained sluggish. Furious, he spat through gritted teeth. Damn it! Someone go kill that blasted moon fiend. I'm starting to think Yifan has teamed up with these cursed creatures. An eerie sense of dread crept over the Golden Core elites. Today, what was supposed to be their trap for Yifan now felt like his trap for them. A joint scheme with those extraterrestrial beings to exterminate these powerhouse fighters. Wuxiang immediately ordered the childlike expert to eliminate the moon fiend. On the surface, it was a reasonable move, though not an offensive threat. The moon fiend's debuffs were strangling their combat efficiency. But before Wuxiang even finished speaking, boom! Boom! A terrifying shift swept the battlefield once more. The overwhelming slash that had vanished earlier, the child expert's devastating drum blast, the sword strike, the axe swing. Every single dissipated Golden Core attack now erupted back into existence, far more ferocious than before. Only now they weren't aimed at Yifan. They slammed toward Boyong, Wuxiang, the child expert, and the red-crested fighter, appearing not from the front, but striking directly from behind, almost as if teleported into their blind spots. The most horrifying blow was the axe cleave, materializing directly within Wuxiang's chest before detonating outward. Crack! A golden core level strike, amplified by rebound force, against a weakened Wuxiang? There was no chance to react. His ribcage exploded into a gaping void, his dantian annihilated on impact. Spiritual power hemorrhaged as his life force rapidly drained. Wuxiang, though mighty, had yet to cultivate an infant soul, nascent soul realm, meaning no second life awaited him. With wounds this catastrophic, death was inevitable. God damn it. You! Why the fuck attack me? My chest. Ag! Clutching his shattered torso, Wuxiang's face twisted between disbelief, agony, and despair. But it was already too late. The red-crested fighter fared no better. His own redirected technique had bisected Wuxiang, but Wuxiang's retaliatory sword strike had punched a fist-sized hole straight through his heart, obliterating most of his combat strength in one blow. The child expert lost an arm to Bo Yang's redirected blade slash, while Bo Yang himself narrowly avoided fatal damage, though the drum blast still caved in part of his chest, rupturing organs, leaving him severely injured but alive. Aff! The chorus of anguished screams left every onlooker stunned. 5 Golden Core elites had launched a coordinated assault on Yifan, only to fail in harming him at all, while among themselves, 1 dead, 1 crippled, 1 maimed, only 2.5 remained combat-capable. Even with the aid of the Munfiends and Gu Chongsheng, Yifan's luck seemed impossibly good. Could the tide of battle have just reversed in an instant? Quick! Get close to me. Be careful of Yifan's attack. Boyang's heart sank as he took in the scene before him. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Moonbug. Today was supposed to be a perfect setup. If not for Moonbug and his group interfering, Yifan should already be lying on the ground by now. And what kind of bizarre formation did Yifan's companion use? It redirected all their attacks and then, when no one was paying attention, detonated them right in their chests. How the hell were they supposed to fight like this? Inside the hotel entrance, Gu Chongxing had just unleashed the strongest soul fluctuations of his life to execute those 2 redirected attacks. Now he could no longer hold on. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gu Chongxing was only at the martial saint level, defying the heavens to use his strongest technique and forcibly altering the attack trajectories of 4 Golden Core experts had pushed his skills and his body to the absolute limit. If not for the puppet paper talisman Yifan had placed on him earlier, which provided some auxiliary power, Gu Chongxing would have been unable to withstand the backlash of forcibly activating the formation. His body might have exploded on the spot. Young Master Gu, I'll help you. Ren Shuiying had already been briefed on Yifan's plan. Seeing Gu Chongxing collapse, she immediately activated her healer constitution, channeling vitality energy into him to aid his recovery. Gu Chongxing's condition was mainly due to physical exhaustion. With sufficient vitality energy and mental fluctuations, he would recover quickly. There was no need for excessive worry. On the battlefield, Boyang, the one-armed child prodigy, and the other mohawked expert were now visibly shaken. They had stopped blaming each other. Given the current situation, they realized this had to be a coordinated tactic by Yifan, his companion, and Moonbug, redirecting their attacks. Boyang barked an order, trying to rally the remaining fighters around him so they could lock onto Yifan's position and attack again. But Yifan had already moved. Buzz! A powerful strike at the 7th level of Foundation establishment shot straight toward Boyang's face. Looking to die? Boyang was already in a foul mood after losing one of his strongest fighters. Seeing Yifan dare to attack him directly, his expression turned icy. You actually have the guts to strike at me? Even though Boyang's strength was suppressed, he could still unleash attacks at the Golden Core level. Dealing with Yifan should have been easy. Boyang's mental fluctuations condensed into a massive illusory hand in midair, which then ruthlessly crushed toward the charging Yifan. Meanwhile, Moonbug, still hovering above, continued pouring down lunar radiance, disrupting the movements of the Golden Core experts. But the succubus demon still hadn't made a move. Moonbug grew impatient. Old succubus, hurry up and act. The master has already started moving. Shouldn't you be coordinating? The succubus demon calmly observed the battlefield. Moonbug, you don't understand the master's plan. No need to rush. Let the bullet fly for a while. Moonbug couldn't see through Yi Fan's true form, but the succubus demon, with her superior soul power, could clearly tell that the Yi Fan attacking Boyong wasn't the real one. It was just a puppet paper clone. However, it carried Yi Fan's dense aura, enough to deceive even Boyong in the heat of battle. Boom! Boom! In midair, Yi Fan was instantly crushed. The violent explosion lit up the scene like fireworks, and Yi Fan's aura dissipated, annihilated. That easy. Boyong was stunned. Yi Fan had been killed in an instant, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Yi Fan had been so cunning earlier, taking down 2 golden core experts. Why would he suddenly reveal himself just to throw himself at Boyang's mercy? Was his brain waterlogged or something? No, this didn't make sense. Boyong clutched his head, rapidly analyzing the situation. Something was very wrong. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear. Stop thinking. Of course, I'm not dead. Ah, FCK. The sudden voice made every hair on Boyang's body stand on end. How was Yi Fan suddenly beside him again? Boyong immediately gathered all his mental fluctuations around himself to guard against a sneak attack while throwing a punch at the newly appeared Yi Fan. But, unsurprisingly, this Yi Fan was also just a puppet paper clone. The real Yi Fan, gripping a battle blade, had already circled behind Boyong. The tip of the blade, now glowing with golden mental fluctuations in the shape of a lotus, was raised high, aimed straight at Boyang's backside. Nearby, the mohawked expert was so shocked he could barely speak. B-boss, Boyong, still reeling from the scare, nearly jumped in frustration. What the hell are you ing about? Spit it out. Boss, behind you. Behind. Before Boyong could react, Yi Fan struck. Stab. Schlick. The meter-long battle blade plunged straight into Boyang's rear without hesitation. The one-armed child prodigy, the mohawked expert, and the other martial artists watching the scene all felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Specifically, their backsides. Holy SHT. That's brutal. Being impaled like that. Just imagining the sensation was enough to make them want to die. The mohawked expert even instinctively covered his own rear, terrified that Yi Fan might decide to stab him next. Boyang's entire body convulsed from the foreign object, the discomfort, and the indescribable pain. He leaped into the air, letting out incoherent groans, now also reduced to King hell, damn it. Boyong was on the verge of insanity. A massive battle blade had been shoved up his ass, and every slight movement sent waves of agony rippling through his body. Worse, he could sense something sinister on the blade, something that was now devouring his vitality energy from within. Not daring to hesitate, Boyong frantically dodged to the side, putting distance between himself and the approaching child prodigy, while also trying to avoid another sneak attack from Yi Fan. FCK this. Even if a single stab wasn't fatal, a few more like that would be unbearable, even for a nascent soul expert. The child prodigy, disoriented by Yi Fan's sudden appearances and disappearances, was nearly at his breaking point. He had just turned to search for Yi Fan when he turned back, he saw Boyong, standing right in front of him, holding a battle blade and staring at him with a creepy smile. The gaze sent shivers down the child prodigy's spine. Boss Boyong, your backside healed already? Why are you looking at me like that?